Carbon markets. Indonesia has the potential to be a global leader in nature and tech-based credits. KADIN and ASEM are ready to ensure credit integrity and supply. And lastly, skills. The transition will create jobs, but only if we act now to prepare our workforce. That means upskilling, reskilling, and building talent pipelines for green industries. This is the roadmap. The opportunity is clear. What matters now is execution. Lastly, the green growth agenda is no longer just about meeting climate goals. It is about securing Indonesia's economic future, ensuring that growth is strong, sustainable, and inclusive. With the right coalitions within the government, which very much supportive to the business and the global partners over here, we can unlock this future together. And Indonesia will not just participate in the global energy transition, we will lead it. Thank you very much. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you very much for your remarks, Mr. Anindya Novian Bakri. That stresses one more time that sustainability efforts will open a lot of job opportunities. And so let's safeguard this sustainability efforts through, one of them is through the ICF 2025 as the accelerator to that goal. And ladies and gentlemen, throughout today, we'll have very exciting panel discussions as well as keynote addresses that will be delivered on this stage. So please follow all of our agenda as we safeguard the sustainability effort of Indonesia. And now, ladies and gentlemen, let us welcome to the stage the Coordinating Minister for Infrastructure and Regional Development of the Republic of Indonesia, His Excellency Agus Harimurti Yudhoyono, for his remarks.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. May peace and blessings be upon us all. His Excellency Bapak Roslani, Minister of Investment and Downstream Industry, and also the CEO of Danantara. Distinguished ministers and all members of Merah Putih Cabinet. We have here Minister of Public Works, His Excellency Bapak Dodi Hanggodo, Minister of Transmigration, Bapak Iftitah Sulaiman Suryanegara, Vice Minister of Investment and Downstream Industry, Bapak Todotua Pasaribu, Vice Minister for Home Affairs, Ibu Ripka Muluk, Chairman of the Indonesia Chambers of Commerce and Industry, Bapak Anindya Bakri. Thank you for your inspiring speech. And the United Nations Secretary General's Special Envoy on Water, former Minister of Foreign Affairs, Ibu Retno Marsudi. Ambassadors of friendly countries to the Republic of Indonesia, esteemed business leaders, and we also have so many regional leaders. I see some governors, mayors, bupati, and of course I would like to thank international partners, friends of Indonesia, Bapak Ibu yang saya hormati dan muliakan, ladies and gentlemen. It is a great honor to speak at the Indonesia International Sustainability Forum, the ISF 2025, at a moment when the world is being reshaped, not only by the climate crisis, but by uncertain geopolitics, supply chain shifts, economic realignment, and the race for new energy systems. They affect food prices, jobs, energy access, water supply, and fiscal space. We cannot afford to see climate and economic development as two separate agendas. One cannot advance by sacrificing the other. We must achieve both. Ladies and gentlemen, for too long, the sustainability agenda has been defined by those who industrialize first. The models, the technologies, even the language of transition have largely been shaped by the global north. But the conditions of the global south are different. Our demographics, our growth needs, and our fiscal realities are all different. One lesson is clear. There is no one-size-fits-all formula, no silver bullet, and no single template that developing countries can simply copy. Indonesia and many other nations like us cannot and should not replicate strategies designed for countries whose development curves peaked a century ago. We must chart our own path to sustainability. And to do that, we need spaces like this forum, a stage where we can exchange ideas, experiments, not as recipients, but as co-creators of solutions, where we support each other in building development models that are just, realistic, and future-proof. That is the philosophy behind this ISF. Not just a conference, but a platform to shape our own narrative. Ladies and gentlemen, if we are serious about sustainability, we must begin where every society begins, with food, water, and energy. These are the foundations of life, and without them, no nation can build a just or lasting future. Before we talk about green transition, digital transformation, smart mobility, or industrial decarbonization, we must first ensure that every household is nourished, every community has access to clean water, and every region is powered reliably. Indonesia carries this responsibility at an extraordinary scale, feeding more than 280 million people, one of the largest and the youngest populations on Earth. That task demands productive land, modern irrigation, and resilient distribution systems that work in every season, not just on paper. We are expanding food estates in selected regions, revitalizing irrigation and improving land use planning so that farms remain farms and they can stay productive. These are not short-term harvest strategies. They are long-term guarantees of supply and a deliberate step away from dependence on imports. The next essential foundation is water. Much of Indonesia's water infrastructure already exists, but the promise of capacity must be turned into the reality of service. We are aligning the national water policy to accelerate investment in piping networks, reduce excessive groundwater extraction, and expand access to clean water in all regions. Our benchmark is clear. By 2045, all urban areas should have universal access to piped clean water. Meaning, we must be able to deliver reliable service for household, farms, and industry every single day. The third pillar is energy. We have laid out the RPU PTL 2025-2034, a roadmap for a cleaner, more sustainable power system. Over the next decade, Indonesia will add 69.5 gigawatts of new capacity to the national grid, with 3/4 coming from renewable and storage. The path is clear. Now comes the test of discipline, lowering cost, accelerating deployment, and ensuring that execution meets ambition. Together, these three pillars, food, water, and energy, form the true foundation of sustainability. They are the starting point for any society that aspires not only to survive, but to thrive. Ladies and gentlemen, sustainability is not only about protecting the environment. It is also about how we grow, how we make our economy faster, more efficient, and cleaner at the same time. A sustainable economy is one that drives progress without depleting the very resources that sustain it. In this sense, sustainability is both a moral imperative and an economic strategy. One of the clearest examples of this strategy in action is transport electrification. By transitioning from fossil fuels to electric mobility, we reduce fuel imports, ease the subsidy burden, and modernize our transport system. As of August 2025, Indonesia has sold more than 120,000 battery electric vehicles, reached roughly a 10% market share. New manufacturing plants are now being commissioned, and many will be fully operational next year. But electrification must go beyond private cars. The real task lies in decarbonizing public transport, logistics, and freight, ensuring that every link in the chain that moves our people and goods becomes cleaner, more efficient, and more resilient. Beyond mobility, sustainability in growth also means creating more value from what we produce. This is the very essence of downstreaming. Pak Rosan is the expert in this field of area. And the transformation of our raw materials into high-value products. The success of our nickel downstreaming has already reshaped Indonesia's export profiles and created greater national value. Now, we aim to expand that success to copper, bauxite, palm derivatives, seaweed, and other high-potential commodities so that Indonesia exports more value, not just more volumes. Yet, as we expand our industrial capacity, we must also make it cleaner. That is why we are advancing industrial decarbonization. Through energy efficiency, digitalization, hydrogen readiness, and where viable, carbon capture. Our goal is straightforward: to decarbonize without deindustrializing and to remain competitive in a global economy that increasingly rewards low-carbon production. Of course, none of this transformation is possible without two critical elements. Pak Anin has mentioned this already. Number one, human capital, and number two, investment. The green transition does not run on slogans. It runs on capability. We need engineers who can integrate power grids, data specialists who can anticipate demand and risk, technicians who can maintain new systems, planner who can design resilient cities, and green finance experts who can structure viable, bankable projects. To achieve this, Indonesia is aligning its human capital development with the needs for the future through education, certification, and hands-on apprenticeships that turn knowledge into know-how. The second enabler is investment. Because ambition needs resources and transformation requires scale. According to Bappenas, Indonesia will need around $650 billion in infrastructure investment to achieve its target of 8% economic growth. Of this total, about $190 billion must come from private capital, nearly 4 times more than in the previous period. The state budget alone cannot and should not carry this burden. We are therefore building a financing ecosystem that blends public and private instruments, mobilizing sovereign funds, engaging multilateral partners, and encouraging blended finance. But investment will only flow where trust exists. This is why our focus is on ensuring a predictable investment climate, regulatory certainty, and innovative financing models that de-risk early stages while protecting public interest in the long term. These principles explain why the Coordinating Ministry for Infrastructure and Regional Development is co-hosting this ISF. We strongly believe that collaboration is the true engine of sustainable growth, key to better connectivity and strong coastal protection against natural disasters. Therefore, our partnership with the Ministry of Investment, Danantara, and of course, KADIN is so vital, serving as the bridge between public policy and private execution, and as the driving force in mobilizing industry, investment, and innovation. Together, we share one mission: to make Indonesia not only attractive destination for investment, but a reliable partner for delivery. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, let me leave you with 3 important reminders. Number 1, the future must be secured with food, water, and clean energy that are reliable and affordable. Number 2, the future must be competitive with efficient mobility, deeper downstreaming, and industries that decarbonize even as they grow. And finally, the future must be investable with skilled people, credible project pipelines, and financing models that turn ambition into real assets on the ground. As partners and solution builders, let us work together. Let us build a future where prosperity and sustainability lift one another. Let us build a future where no one and no region is left behind. And let us build impactful progress for Indonesia, for humanity, and for our planet. Terima kasih. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Once again, thank you very much, Mr. Agus Harimurti Yudhoyono, for the inspiring remarks. Also noting that sustainability and economic growth should go hand in hand. And let's not put aside as well ensuring that all houses or every household is nourished through food security, clean water supply, and energy security. And while through industrial decarbonization, Indonesia deems to remain competitive in the global economy. And let's do it through collaboration as the true engine of sustainable growth. Once again, thank you for the remarks. And now, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome for the next remarks as the official opening as well to the ISF 2025, the Minister of Investment and Downstream Industry of the Republic of Indonesia. Let's join him. Please join me to welcome him on the stage, His Excellency Rosan Perkasa Roslani.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. His Excellency Bapak Agus Harimurti Yudhoyono, Coordinating Minister for Infrastructure and Regional Development. His Excellency Bapak Dodi Hanggodo, Minister of Public Works. His Excellency Bapak Iftitah Sulaiman Suryanegara, Minister of Transmigration. Excellencies, ambassadors, and members of diplomatic corps, welcome to our forum today. And also His Excellency Vice Minister
Bapak Todetua Pasaribu and Ibu Ripka, and also His Excellency Bapak Anin Novian Bakri, Chairman of Indonesian Chamber of Commerce and Industry, KADIN, and also Her Excellency Ibu Retno Marsudi, UN Secretary General, Special Envoy on Water, distinguished international delegates, leaders of global institutions, ladies and gentlemen. It is an honor to welcome you to Indonesia International Sustainability Forum ISF 2025, which marked the third year of this forum. Well, actually, as you know, all of the good things already mentioned by Coordinating Minister about our plan and our target for the future. But mentioned it earlier, if we saw the video that Indonesia committed to have net zero emission by 2060. And if we are talking about potential of our renewable energy, actually is up to 3,700 gigawatts. But again, if you are looking at the installed capacity currently, it's only 15.1 gigawatts, which is less than 1%. You know, if you are, again, looking at the potential, mostly come from solar, hydro, tidal, wind, geothermal. But if we are looking again, you know, to go into 2060 commitment, then we need to do something. Especially our President Prabowo already mentioned it, that we need to be more ambitious to get our goals of net zero emission. Not on year 2060, if possible actually in year 2050. So, looking at this potential, we need to do something, and that's why our state-owned enterprise, PLN, our state-owned enterprise electricity company, come up with a plan for up to 2034 on the RUPTL, 76% of additional power generation capacity will come from renewable energy, including nuclear energy and storage. And that's a huge potential. So I think that's why we would like to share it with you, because we cannot do it alone. You know, we work with all the foreign party, with the local party in order to achieve this goal. And also in the same time, we have a huge abundance of carbon capture and storage. I would like to mention it also here, that Indonesia estimated we have 577 gigatons of CO2 storage potential, one of the largest in the world, represent a crucial part of this necessary global solution. Indonesia possesses a massive potential of 200 years of CO2 storage, which can accommodate not only our own emission, but also those from surrounding countries, firmly establishing us as the CCS hub of Asia. And also in the same time, you know, Indonesia controls a global reserve of production of strategic natural resources to be used towards a greener energy transition. For example, in nickel, Indonesia, we have reserve about 42 to 43% of the global reserve in the world. And mostly now we are using for EV battery and battery energy storage system development. So now in Indonesia, we have already the whole ecosystem of EV battery, from the mining, processing, refining battery component, battery pack, including into battery recycling. So Indonesia, we have the whole ecosystem already, but we're still pushing to have more ecosystem of EV battery, EV storage in Indonesia. And I think one more thing that I would like also to touch is about waste to energy. We are going to, actually it's a Danantara mandated by the government, we are going to launch waste to energy program. We are going to launch this program in 33 cities. The first 10 cities will be prioritized based on the assessment of Ministry of Environment. Those 10 cities that already ready to work with us, among others, is Tangerang, Jakarta, Bandung, Yogyakarta, Semarang, Surabaya, Bali, Makassar, and etc., etc. So I think this is very important for us. It shows also our commitment, because we know that it will have a very positive impact, not only in terms of electricity, but also in terms of environment and also health. So, and this program of waste to energy, again, we cannot do it alone. You know, we are very open to work with any party, a local party, a foreign party, to achieve this goal. And we are going to launch this program early November, in early November. So we are going to run an open and transparent bidding process. So hopefully 2 years from now, most of the waste in big cities, especially in the big city, can be transformed into electricity and also in the same time create more jobs for Indonesia. But again, we know we have all these good projects, but also at the same time, we still have a homework. Our homework is how we can strengthening our legal certainty investment procedure, by simplifying a lot of rules, policy, regulation, cut the red tape, and always try to improve our investment climate, our industry climate, because I think this is the homework that all these ministries has been working together to improve this investment climate. And I would like to mention it also, recently under the government regulation, now all the licenses and permits in Indonesia can be issued by our Ministry of Investment after working with all 18 different ministries. So you don't need to come to all different ministries, just come to us and we will issue the license and permits. Not only that, if we give you a certain date, a certain period of time, if you don't come back to us, automatically we will issue that permit and licenses. So again, it will give a certainty and clarity in terms of investment and also in terms of industry climate. In ISF 2025, represent also a critical moment for execution. First, we must enable. This means finalizing the technical and financial studies needed to get your project approved. We have put the incentive and regulatory models in place, and now it's time to turn our vision into reality. Next, we must establish and build new partnership, especially for cross-border cooperation. Let's work together to finalize the commitment that will secure our shared sustainable future. So on the behalf of Ministry of Investment and Downstream Industry, BKPM, Coordinating Ministry of Infrastructure and Regional Development, and also Indonesian Chamber of Commerce and Industry, KADIN Indonesia, with the recitation of Bismillahirrahmanirrahim, I hereby declare the 2025 Indonesia International Sustainability Forum officially open. Thank you very much. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you for the remarks, Mr. Roslan Roslani, as to also open officially the ISF Forum 2025. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we move into the keynote speeches. Allow me to introduce to the stage the UN Secretary General's Special Envoy on Water, Her Excellency Retno LP Marsudi.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera, selamat pagi. Yang saya hormati Bapak Menko, Bapak Agus Harimurti Yudhoyono, Pak Menteri Rosan Roslani, Bapak Menteri Dodi Hanggodo, Bapak Menteri Muhammad Iftitah Sulaiman, Bapak Wamen Todotua Pasaribu, Ibu Wamen Ripka Haluk, Pak Anin tentunya Ketua KADIN, Ibu Bapak, Ambassadors, Excellency, ladies and gentlemen. It's really an honor for me to be here today, this morning with you all, and thank you very much for having me. Thank you for Indonesia, for the government, for KADIN, the private sector, the stakeholders, for bringing water issue at the center of any policy and at the center of this sustainability forum. Water is our life. Water is our life is not only a slogan, it is a fact. Today, billions of people still live without safe water, reliable sanitation, or sustainable irrigation. Water continues to be one of the most mismanaged and underfunded sectors in our global development agenda. Colleagues, we are at the critical inflection point. Population growth, climate change, urbanization, geopolitical tension, pollution are converging into a perfect storm, placing unprecedented pressure on freshwater system. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I've been in my role as UN Secretary General Special Envoy on Water for almost 1 year, to be more exact, 11 months. And I work together with the UN member states, including Indonesia, and all stakeholders on how to mainstream water in all agenda, including its nexus with health, food, energy, and also human rights. I must mention that there is a progress in water issue. There is more attention to water issue. There is progress to put water in high political agenda. There is a growing commitment to align various initiatives and accelerate all the commitments that have been mentioned. And this is a good progress. However, and at the same time, those progress are far from sufficient to address many challenges faced by water. And the list is quite long. For sure, we cannot address these challenges alone. We need cooperation among the governments, with private sectors, and with all stakeholders. And today, allow me to pick up just 3 water challenges. Number 1 is on infrastructure. Colleagues, water infrastructure, from pipes to pumps, dams to distribution network, form the backbone of water access. Yet in many parts of the world, that infrastructure is inadequate, aging, or even altogether absent. We lose an estimated 30% of treated water to leakage globally. In some cities, that figure even reaches 50%. When I mention about infrastructure here, it is not just physical asset. Infrastructure must be climate resilient, inclusive, and integrated with natural system. Wetland, aquifer, and watershed are infrastructure too that we have to take care of. Upgrading infrastructure is not an optional, it is urgent. It needs financing, innovation, and collaboration, including with the private sector. And I do hope that these issues will be thoroughly discussed during this forum. Second, on technology, we find that in much of water sector, we still rely on outdated system and fragmented data. We need to scale up smart water management tools, from sensors that detect leaks and monitor quality to satellite-based forecasting that helps farmers and utilities plan for drought. Technologies for water reuse, desalination, and precision irrigation are rapidly improving in cost and efficiency. However, colleagues, they remain largely inaccessible to many communities that needs them most. That is where cooperation and partnership, including with private sector, are critical. At the same time, we must ensure that technological solutions are people-centered. And I must repeat that technological solution must people-centered. Third, investment. Preparation for the UN Water Conference 2026, colleague, is now going on. It is co-hosted by the UAE and Senegal, and it will be held in the UAE December 2026. Investment for water is a very critical issue, and therefore the UN Water Conference will dedicate one thematic theme on investment. The global water sector faces a staggering investment gap. Water supply and sanitation need investment $600 until 1,000, I repeat, 600 to 1,000 billion per year. That is the investment that needed for water supply and sanitation, while current spending is only $300 to 400 billion. That leaves an annual gap of $300 until 600 billion. The World Bank said that developing nation spends only 0.5% of their GDP on water infrastructure. And globally, nearly 91% of annual spending on water comes from public sector. Water is often seen as a low-return, high-risk sector. But it is not true, excellencies and colleagues, because investing in water pays dividends, not only in economic growth, but in health, education, gender equality, and climate resilience. In Africa, recent World Bank report highlighted, for every dollar spent in water will generate a return of $7. So investment on water should continuously strengthen, among others through blended finance, while safeguarding, once again, public interest. So always never forget to safeguard public interest. So, ladies and gentlemen, colleagues, excellency, those are some among the long list of challenges that our water face. In short, these challenges are stark, but they can be overcome. We have the knowledge, the tool, the capital to solve these challenges. What we need is political determination, policy coherence, and collective action. Let us remember that water is not only a sector, but it is also a connector. It links climate change, health, food security, energy, migration, and others. To fix water is to advance broader goals for a just, sustainable, and prosperous world. So let us act with urgency, not out of fear, but out of hope. Because every child who drinks safe water, every farmer who irrigates a field, every community that survives a drought is a reminder of what possible when we invest in our common future. I thank you very much. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Once again, thank you very much, Ibu Retno Marsudi, for the inspiring keynote speech. And now, ladies and gentlemen, the next thought-provoking speech will be delivered by the Minister of Public Works and the Republic of Indonesia, His Excellency Dodi Hanggodo.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam, Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, may peace, mercy and blessing be upon us all. His Excellencies, Bapak Dr. Agus Harimurti Yudhoyono, Coordinator Ministry of Infrastructure and Regional Development, His Excellency Bapak Rosan Prakasa Ruslani, Minister of Investment and Downstream Industry of Republic of Indonesia, and also CEO of Danantara. His Excellencies of Pak Iftitah Sulaiman Suryanegara, the Minister of Transmigration, Honorable Vice Minister of Investment and Downstream Industry, Bapak Todong Tua Pasaribu, Her Excellency Bu Ripka Haluk, the Deputy Minister of Home Affairs, Her Excellency Bu Retno Marsudi, United Nations Special Envoy on Water, Excellencies, Ministers and distinguished heads of government agencies, honorable ambassadors and representatives of international organizations, respected leaders from Indonesia and global of Indonesia businesses, academia and civil society. I forgot to greet my great friends, His Excellency Pak Andia Bakri, Chairman of Indonesia Chamber of Commerce and Industry. This morning, I stand before you with the heart full of gratitude to the Almighty who has blessed us with health, with strength, and with the gift of the gathering here in unity. Gratitude for the journey of our nation through trials and triumphs, through challenges and changes where guidance has never been absent and resilience has always been present. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished participants of the Indonesia International Sustainability Forum 2025, the forum is a reminder that every bridge we build, every dam that we construct, every community we empower is not only about today's progress, but it's about the legacy where we live for our next generation. We are here to affirm a shared mission to build a systems that safeguard people, to protect the planet and create lasting prosperity. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, infrastructure tells a story of a nation. It is more than just a steel and stone. It is a resilience and vision. If it is poorly planned, it divides. If wisely governed, it unites. It can lock us into crisis, or even lift us into progress. The choice is definitely ours. The responsibility is also ours. Infrastructure is not just an engine of growth. It is also the guardians of climate balance, ecological system, and social equity. That is why governance matters, because sustainability is not a choice. It is a necessity. Our work is guided by Sustainable Development Goals, the Paris Agreement, the Sendai Framework for Disaster Risk Reduction, and the new Urban Agenda. These are not distant words or on paper. They are living commitments. At the Ministry of Public Works, we turn them into standard, into safeguard, into trust, because global promises must meet local live. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, Indonesia cities generate about 45.5% of the national GDP, but rapid growth brings pressure. Coastal rates rising, settlements sprawling, mobility slowing. We cannot build just more roads. We must build more futures. Cities must not only grow, but shall be glow with dignity, equity, and opportunity. Our response is clear: one map, one data, one plan, so that every investment builds resilience, not just a monument, because the climate crisis is not an abstract. Its impacts are happening in Indonesia right now. For example, our city Semarang faces rising seas. Our East Nusa Tenggara suffers drought. Bali endures floods. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, our President Bapak Prabowo Subianto vision is bold. By the year of 2045, Indonesia must be sovereign, just, and prosperous. Through the vision of Ministry of Public Works of 608, or we call it PU 608, we pledge efficient investment, the elimination of poverty, and 8% annual growth by 2029. PU 608 consists of 3 numbers and only one mission: prosperity with justice. We designed 50 priority cities and towns, metropolitan to emerging, balancing growth between Java and regions beyond. One nation, many centers, one vision, many voices. Through the presidential instruction, we move fast. Every project is a front line of national resilience. Every instruction is a mandate for dignity. The instruction including irrigation for food, rehabilitation for schools, regional roads for connectivity, zones for food, energy, and water security. By the end of 2024, Ministry of Public Works already renewed and rebuilt about 3,000 schools, some hundred madrasah, and hundreds of universities. We do believe that a classroom is more than just a building. It is a doorway out of poverty. It is not a construction, it is a liberation. To broaden the connectivity for food and energy security, we also built roads and bridges. Those can carry more than just vehicles. They carry trust and survival. Here, we also built some laboratories of resilience for food, energy, and water zones in South Sumatra, South Kalimantan, Central Kalimantan, and also South Papua, with integrated planning, united budget, and measured result. Meanwhile, our programs anchor resilience in local hands. We have some community-based infrastructure. the community-based installation based on for the irrigation water utilization, for drinking water supply, for sanitation, and also for the waste management program. By 2026, since resilience is strongest when it is rooted in the community, we plan to build 12,000 irrigation sites, 600 socio-economic projects, 700 drinking projects, 80 waste management facility, etc., and etc. Excellencies, distinguished partners and guests, we embrace also public-private partnerships, 3P, to achieve green returns, real returns, share returns for sustainable economy. Because we do believe that public finance alone cannot carry the load. Projects that have been funded by these 3P are some construction of several dams, several toll roads, and one pilot waste facility, the one in Lampung, West Java, and also in Balikpapan. For sustainable development and making us stronger together, we should assure that no government can stand alone, no businesses can thrive alone, no community can endure alone, but together we can. Together is a must. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, sustainable infrastructure is not just a concrete, it is conviction. It is not just a project, it is a protection. It is not just about growth, but it is about dignity. Through our vision, the Ministry of Public Works vision of PU 608, and following our President Asacita 2045, Indonesia committed to building a future that is greener, fairer, and stronger. Let us all build, not for some, but for all. Not for today, but definitely for tomorrow. Not for one nation alone, but for our shared community. May this gathering remind us that we are all only a custodian of God's creation, entrusted to leave behind a world that is more just, more peaceful, and more sustainable for the generation to come. I thank you. May peace, blessing, and be upon all of us. Wabillahi taufiq wal hidayah. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you very much for the most inspiring keynote speech as well from Mr. Dodi Hanggodo. Thank you. And ladies and gentlemen, would like to express our gratitude to the Coordinating Minister of Infrastructure and Regional Development of Indonesia, the Minister of Investment and Downstream Industry of the Republic of Indonesia, the Chairman of Indonesian Chamber of Commerce and Industry KADIN, Indonesian Ministers of Kabinet Merah Putih, and also Ibu Retno Marsudi to have participated in the opening ceremony of Indonesia Sustainability Forum 2025. And Excellencies are now proceeding to Merak, one room, for the press conference with the media. Once again, I would like to thank you for your presence and your unwavering support to ISF 2025, Excellencies. And ladies and gentlemen, participants of ISF 2025, we will continue with the next agenda today, which are the panel discussions, where we promise the discussions will spark discussions as well and collaboration among all of us to safeguard Indonesia's sustainability. So we invite everyone to please stay put at the plenary hall for the next agenda. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, we ask you to please to remain seated as we'll start our next agenda in a couple of minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, please remain seated. We'll start our next agenda very soon. Participants, ladies and gentlemen, once again would like to invite you to please be seated and also to fill in the seats at the front rows to have the best view of the stage. Bapak Ibu yang terhormat, kami persilahkan untuk kembali menempati tempat duduk yang ada dan mengisi kursi-kursi di bagian depan untuk mendapatkan view terbaik ke arah panggung. And ladies and gentlemen, building from previous ISFs, this year's ISF aims to foster partnerships and share best practices among stakeholders, contributing to a resilient, sustainable and prosperous future for the world. ISF 2025 will continue to deepen conversations around 5 key levers, which are green growth industry, energy resilience and transition, sustainable and resilient food ecosystem, water security, and nature conservation. And the forum also deems to dig deeper the key financial and non-financial enablers needed to achieve sustainable growth, which include green finance and carbon pricing, technology, human capital, and policy and international collaboration. And ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to ISF Forum 2025. We hope that you are now ready to receive fresh perspectives on every aspect regarding sustainability efforts in this country, Indonesia. And as promised, we are going to start with our panel discussions this morning. And the theme that we take at the very first panel discussion will revolve around securing water for all, advancing water security and clean water access. So without further ado, allow me to welcome our moderator for the session, Ms. Nadia Habibi from the Habibi Center. Let's welcome her on the stage with a big round of applause.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Your Excellencies, esteemed leaders and guests, it is an honor to open the first panel of Indonesia International Sustainability Forum 2025, a conversation that speaks to the essence of life itself, water. Water is something that no human can live without for more than 3 days. It is more than a resource. It is a human right. Yet around the world, billions still lack it, and even in fast-growing economies like ours, access to drinking water and clean, safe water remains one of the most urgent and complex challenges of our time, creating gaps in the system that bring water into our homes, schools, and industries, the lifelines of our civilization. As Indonesia's economy and its cities continue to grow, the pressure on our water systems grows with them, testing how we can balance development, infrastructure, and the fundamental human right to water. This session will explore that balance, examining the challenges, the opportunities, and the breakthroughs that can redefine how we secure and deliver drinking, clean, and safe water for our people. We will not only discuss the technologies that make this possible, but also the enablers that allow breakthroughs to happen, strong governance, innovative financing, and partnerships across public, private, and communities. Now please join me on stage, esteemed speakers, Bapak Rahmat Kaimuddin, Deputy Coordinating Minister of Infrastructure and Regional Development, Bapak Dono Seputro, OBE CEO Indonesia Stanchart, Mr. Salman Bure, Vice President Southeast Asia, Aqua Power, Ms. Natalie Dorflinger, Watershed Science and Stewardship Director from Danone, Mr. Liang Seng Wee, Managing Director of Risk and Sustainability, Danantara, and Mr. Montgomery Simas, Global Director of Public Affairs, Policy, Blue Finance, the Ocean Cleanup. Now let us begin with the big picture. Pak Rahmat, what are the most pressing challenges we face today in ensuring sustainable access to water in Indonesia? The floor is yours.
Yeah, thank you, Nadia. Thank you, everybody, my fellow panelists. So let me step back and look at where we are, at least in Indonesia. The good thing first, Indonesia actually have enough water, meaning H2O, right? We have decent amount of rain, we are surrounded by the sea, so plenty of water around. Now the problem is whether they are in the right quality and quantity that is needed for human activities. In Indonesian, we call it, the problem is warung jamu. Waktu, ruang, jumlah, dan mutu. So time, space, quantity, and quality. Are they in the right situation? And unfortunately, the answer today is not yet. If we look at very deep, Java Island is actually in water stress situation. A lot of water in other places. Sometimes we see the water is too much, flooding, the water is too little, some drought happening in the country. So we need to make sure that the water so it's a storage problem, it's a distribution problem, it's a treatment problem. So there are those problems. In short, infrastructure problem, right? And the other good thing is, right, the opportunities we see is that water is very interesting commodity. Some people actually get it for free. You know, they just dig the well and then they can get access for free. So people say it's a free commodity. On the other side, let's say the water that we have in the table, regular water that we bought in the mart, right? Family mart or whatever, probably cost, let's say 10,000 per liter. While the cost to process in Indonesia, the average, is probably only 5 rupiah per liter. So 2,000 times more. So there are people who are willing to pay for this type of commodity. So the quantity available so in general, but need infrastructure, and there are people who are willing to pay, but some maybe more than the others. So it is a potential for business, I guess, right? Then I guess but why it's not happening today? The other problem that we've seen is that sometimes water, people think that this is a social problem and therefore government problem, but the amount of investment needed, it's much, much more than what public fiscal space can bear. So we need private sector involvement, and I guess the question is, how can we entice, how can we make sure that this private sector money can flow? What kind of regulation that we need to do and whatnot, right? So I think that is gonna be asked by the fellow panelists that I have next time. So back to you, Nadia.
Thank you very much, Pak Rahmat. Now I would like to bring this to the global level. To Ms. Natalie, what does the situation look like internationally? Are there similarities and differences between countries outside Indonesia and Indonesia?
Yes, thank you. So I will say that if you look at the newspaper, today we are interconnected with social media. You can easily say and see that on one day or 1 week you will see there is too much water flooding in one part of the world. You can remember in Europe, we will remember Valencia in Spain. And there is also too less water, and there is repetitive drought periods. Sometimes it's just seasonal. It will affect a couple of months, but there is enough water and you have solution for management, and it's okay. But if it's not the case, I mean, and if it's on a long row, like 6 years in a row of drought periods in Morocco, you heard about it. I mean, this is a difficult situation, and it has consequences on agriculture, on the livelihood of everyone. Or there is other example, I mean, also in Mexico, for example, where there is a demographic pressure. So we have all this situation around the world where the challenges that Indonesia is facing, they are even some places worse because there is a lack of water, and there is also the questions that it's not only a quantity of water that is the challenges, but also there is the quality. And quality due to different type of pollutions due to domestic activities, but industrial activity, agriculture, pesticides, and so on. So it is a serious challenges, and it is so it is linked to, on one way, some climate change, but on the other way, it's all the actions that are made by, and the decisions that are interconnected, made by the society. And it's complex. So there is the governance, and to be ready for the situation, for the next times, we need to anticipate. And there is not one solution, but there is a lot of different solutions. And I will say that what I see in Indonesia, Danone working in many countries, giving you an example that we are facing these challenges in other countries as well, in more than 15 countries where we operate, for all type of products that we are doing, dairy products, waters, and so on. We are facing this in 15 countries where we need to find some solution, and we committed to save water. Water is vital, it's important for our society, it's important for the nature, for the environment, and we are protecting this water with the at local level. This is key, and it is what is here. It's also what I see. It's important. It has been said previously by the previous speaker. It is the community-based approach that is something that is very strong here, and that you can rely on. In 2012, the Indonesian government set up the forum, the DAS forum, the multi-stakeholder approach. And this is something that is very important, where we can rely on. That means that you can empower the local stakeholders, the group of farmers, the community organization, business at the village level, private sectors, public sector, to have some common approach of protecting the key infrastructure that is not, as has been said by the special UN water envoy, not only pipe, but the watershed. And this is key to have some conservation actions. It is already started here, several decades, with some private sector. Danone is playing his role on this. And it allows not only to preserve the water, but also to create value locally for the local communities. I mean, if you have actions of agroforestry, for example, you will improve the water retention in the soils, reduce the erosions, reduce the loss of crops, and increase the yield and increase the livelihood. So this is a collaborative effort to do, and there is different mechanisms that can be done with small investment at the scale of the watersheds, and we can talk more about it, such as the payment for ecosystem services.
Thank you very much. So I'm hearing actually some pattern here that there needs to be more collaboration between stakeholders in Indonesia and outside Indonesia. Now moving on to the next topic is innovation and breakthrough. So I will want to ask Mr. Salman here. According to the World Bank, half of Indonesia's GDP is already generated in river basins facing high or severe water stress, and by 2045, that number will rise to 2/3 in GDP. How can we strengthen urban water infrastructure to support our growing cities and industries amid this stress?
Thank you very much, Nadia, and Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. I think I'm going to take lead from the two fellow speakers here and say that Indonesia is lucky in a way that you have rivers and other infrastructure that can be used. My company comes from Saudi Arabia, where we have 0 permanent rivers. And Saudi Arabia, the way it focused on solving this problem is through water desalination. 60 to 70% of the water in Saudi Arabia is coming from water desalination. And Aqua Power as a company is now the largest water desal company. And over the last 20 years, what we have seen is that the demand came first from the Middle East, but now slowly other countries are also coming to us and wanting to solve this problem through water desal. One example is Azerbaijan. We signed a water supply agreement this year. It's going to be their first water desal project in the country. We signed an agreement with Senegal. Another example is Spain, where 60% of their agriculture water is coming from desal. So I think the previous keynote speaker, Ibu Retno, said that water solution is needed for food security. I think that's something very important that we need to keep in mind. The good news I can share with you is that the price of water desal has come down considerably through innovation, through technology, through optimization of design, through O&M efficiencies, and most importantly, this specific power consumption reduction. So as a company, when 2 decades ago we started this business, the specific power consumption for a reverse osmosis power plant was around 4.5 kilowatt hour per meter cube. it has now been brought down to 2.3 kilowatt hour per meter cube, which is more than 50% reduction. These are the things that we are seeing in the market. And Par Ahmed mentioned about the price of bottled water in Indonesia. Just to give a little bit of reference to everyone here, the water that our plants in Middle East are producing is around 6,000 rupiah per liter. And if you go to the market here to find a bottled water, the price is around 5 to 10,000 rupiah. I'm not saying the same cost would be here, but I'm just saying that other countries looked upon water desal as a solution and came up with the right policies, the right environment for investors to invest, the right off-taker to make it bankable, and came up with a structure and environment that worked. And that is the discussion that we are having with Par Ahmed as well, that there needs to be a complete look at the overall sector and see what solutions we need to provide at each value chain. And I think we have other panel members here as well who will talk about it.
Thank you very much. Desalination, a very promising technology that could perhaps offer as an alternative water source to groundwater and local utilities. I would also like to nudge Mr. Monti, from your perspective, are there other technological or cross-sector breakthroughs that could help countries achieve greater water security?
Great, thank you for the question, Nadia. And to say it's such a privilege for me to join these esteemed panelists and this important and inspiring event overall, so thank you. A little bit of context. So the Ocean Cleanup is a global nonprofit with a mission to rid the world's oceans of plastic. We do this in two ways. We clean legacy plastic out of the ocean, and we turn off the tap by collecting and stopping plastic in rivers before it enters the seas. We have a 30-city strategy, which by 2030 will stop 1/3 of all plastic from entering the ocean. And we're really pleased to be working very closely with the national governments, provincial governments, and city governments here in Indonesia. Indonesia is our single largest country program for a 30-city strategy. As a science and technology organization, we've focused on innovation from the outset, and the intervention I want to share with everyone today is our use of artificial intelligence to enable and activate what we call the world's largest cleanup. We have a Ocean Decade sponsored, our Ocean Decade endorsed project. We call it ADIS, which is Automated Debris Identification System. And what this is a system of cameras and then back office analysis, which allows us to identify, monitor, measure, and forecast where plastic will move in various types of water bodies around the world. This, of course, is really important for us because we want to place our interceptor technologies at the exact locations where they'll receive the maximum efficiency and impact. But we've also found that the data and the analysis that we generate is of high value and quite useful to our government partners who are very interested in setting baselines and also designing and measuring upstream policy interventions around plastic pollution and marine debris. So we sort of see this as a bit of a twofer. One, we're using it for ourselves, but we actually really are pleased to be able to share it with our stakeholder partners around the world.
Thank you very much. AI, in short, right? So through technology, we can create efficiencies to remove plastic debris from the water, enhancing water security. So we've talked about innovation and breakthroughs. Now let us turn to finance and to understand how we can sustain these systems over time. Pak Doni, water projects often struggle to attract long-term capital. From a financing standpoint, what will it take to make this sector more bankable and attract sustained investment?
Thank you, Nadia, and privileged to be here with all the esteemed panels. First of all, let me set the context, actually, that from the capital market financial perspective, I think water projects, they're very attractive. So that's number one, right? And maybe actually a little bit more, particularly the way that we see opportunities on SDG-related investments across emerging markets. So as Standard Chartered, we did this investable sort of mapping across the world. And for Indonesia, we see that Indonesia, I think national demands actually require about 600,000 liter per second. Actually, right now, the installed capacity and distribution is only about maybe close to 1/3. So Indonesia would require an investment opportunity from private sector in the water infrastructure up of the north of $40 billion between now and 2030. And this basically represents the largest, or one of the largest, untapped investment opportunity in the country. And I think actually we need to turn it into this. So what we need actually to do is that let's turn water projects into investable assets. There are a couple of things that probably more fundamental from a financing perspective. First one would be the counterparty strength and the clarity of the borrower. So lenders typically will look into and evaluate actually who the borrower is, actually whether it's the local municipality, utility or water companies, whether it's the national sort of level, whether, you know, sort of a different sort of private project developers, if you will, and assess their creditworthiness. Now, project actually must really define very clear contractual counterparties. Viability gap funding, a off-taker structure or off-take guarantee mechanism because see actually that the risks are very clear and proportionate. Then
is another $15 billion, the second infrastructure fund. If you look at what Sam Altman has been doing, he's signed up projects of about, I don't know, $1 trillion. So there is no problem per se with infrastructure public good. So I think we talk about partnerships. Pak Rahmat talked about partnerships especially. Partnerships mean that if we look at these two sources of value, the cash flow and the impact, then we may have enough value to share. Now, there's one aspect of what we are talking about all this morning and now in water that is the flip side of if we want to be inclusive, if we want to provide clean water access to many people, we have immediately to deal with the issue of affordability. Affordability means that we will have limited room for price increases, which means the cash flow by itself may not generate the return for the providers of cash capital. So Pak Donnie talked about viability gap funding. That's another way of saying someone bridges the gap, reduces the capital required so that the capital that is required can justify the cash flow, the returns that's available. Now, viability gap funding is very simple, but it is not, as we all know, subsidies. However, that gets into the challenge of fiscal policy. So Pak Donnie also talked about counterparty risk. You talk about the off-taker. Very often, if you remember that we have to provide access, which means it has to be affordable, which means the pricing power is limited. Therefore, we are going to be dependent on fiscal policy and fiscal budgets. So that is the problem. If you look at what is happening with the $1 trillion of AUM in infrastructure funds, they're doing infrastructure projects. But with AI, with data center, there is pricing power. With water, we don't have pricing power. Therefore, we need to find a way to distribute the cash flow adequately to the providers of equity capital. And with equity, things will be bankable. And then capture the social benefits, which is probably something that can be captured by governments and not so much by private sector.
Thank you very much. And lastly, very quickly as well, Pak Rahmat, maybe you want to delve a little bit more on the counterparty risk that was briefly mentioned by many speakers here today.
Yeah, thank you, Nadia. Basically, let me quickly do some mental exercise. on cash flows, as my fellow panelists has mentioned. 280 million people in Indonesia. And what I understand is to have enough water free of diseases, you need about 75 liter per person per day, right? And then if you look at the cost of creating or treating this water, average local water company is 5 rupiah per liter. From desalination, people already reach 8 rupiah per liter. So when you calculate that, if my math is right, per year, we are talking about $3 to $5 billion per year for Indonesia. So that is not insurmountable amount. Even if you give that for free, for example. This is less, much less than some of our programs, right? That being said, another data that is interesting for me is that I just checked with ChatGPT, the bottled water industry last year actually have revenue about more than 3 billion as well. So there are people willing to pay this amount of money. Now the question is about creating environment that makes sure that the counterparty risk is basically mitigated. If we ask private sector to build water treatment plants, very strong counterparty should be able to absorb that. And this counterparty in the future should be able to have some sort of control in how to distribute that water. And then of course, how can we ensure that our people in Indonesia get water reliably and affordably as well. And I think maybe I'm quite happy to report just before this event, four very senior ministers was talking about water before we walk out, and I think there is a meeting of minds there that this is going to be an issue that we will need to resolve. And the good thing is, based on what I mentioned just now, the problem is not insurmountable. We just need to work together.
Thank you so much. And that is very happy to hear. This is what ISF is for, to connect people and also ideas. So we are wrapping up right now. We have heard today that water security is not just about pipes and plants. It is about systems, collaboration, and shared accountability. Pak Rahmat and Ibu Natali mentioned about actually the issue of quantity and quality, or Pak Rahmat mentioned warung jamu. Basically, time, space, quantity, and quality, to make sure that that is met, and that has to be met by a lot of partnerships with different stakeholders. We also talked about desalination as a potential alternative water source beyond groundwater and local utilities, and the use of AI to be more efficient in removing plastic debris. So it is clear that all solutions must work across the value chain. We also look into completing the financing enabler that plays a critical role, structuring the deal so that it becomes bankable, and also pricing in certain social goods or positive externalities. And so I would like to thank all of our speakers for thoughtful insights today. Today we have been reminded that water security is not only about infrastructure, it is also about inclusivity, resilience, and shared prosperity. As President B.J. Habibie said, technology must always serve humanity. The same applies to water. Every innovation, every policy, every partnership must ultimately serve people and sustain life. Thank you, and may this discussion spark new collaborations to secure drinking, clean, and safe water for our people.
Thank you very much, Ms. Nadia Habibi, for leading this panel discussion. And I would like to invite all speakers, as well as the moderator, to take 1 or 2 steps forward for a photo opportunity. So camera members, camera friends, this is your opportunity to seize this moment. We had a lot of takeaways from this very first panel discussion on water access and water security. How can we modernize water infrastructure to address challenges in water security, and also the emerging trends in water treatment technologies to ensure clean water access? Once again, thank you very much, speakers. Thank you, moderator. Let's give a big round of applause for our very first panel discussion on the first day of ISF 2025. And we do hope as well that the discussion does not only stop in this room, but can also be done in actions in due course, because Indonesia really needs that. And ladies and gentlemen, kindly stay put in this room, because we are going to continue right away with our second panel discussion that will talk about feeding the future, sustainable innovation to boost agriculture productivity. And in this session, it will be discussing on the best practices. Maybe the speakers will share their best practices to drive sustainable increases in agriculture productivity. Also, success stories of integrating technology into food systems to enhance resiliency, and how innovations in agriculture can position Indonesia as a global supplier. So very, very engaging theme indeed to follow in this very second panel discussion. Participants, ladies and gentlemen, kindly stay in the room. We are going to continue right away with our panel discussion. From one powerful theme, which was water, now we move into agriculture. So, ladies and gentlemen, in the second panel discussion, the theme revolves around feeding the future, sustainable innovation to boost agriculture productivity. So, ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, it's time for me to introduce our moderator for the second panel discussion. Let's welcome him on the stage, Mr. Sachin Gopalan, CEO and founder, Indonesia Economic Forum. The stage is yours.
Good morning. I'm glad to see everybody is here today for this very important topic that we have ahead of us. And I'd like to welcome everyone for the session. We're going to keep it short and we're going to keep it very engaging. So I'm Sachin Gopalan from the Indonesia Economic Forum. And I'd like to talk a little bit about what is food security, and what is innovation and technology in food all about. You know, the challenge really ahead of us is that the son or daughter of a farmer doesn't want to be a farmer. The son and daughter of a fisherman doesn't want to be a fisherman. The younger generation is looking for new ways to be the people who provide us food that we need to feed the world. We have to feed 8 billion people. And that's quite a job, because everybody's looking towards how can food be all about organic, locally sourced, climate friendly, at the same time can be delivered in 10 minutes. So beneath that irony lies the real truth. You know, agriculture today stands at the crossroads of innovation, and we have to really think about how we can do this without exhausting our soils, the water, and our planet's patience. The good news is farmers are no longer alone. They are joined by satellites, drones, sensors, data, technology, innovation, all of which is now going to define how corporations and companies will play a bigger role in making sure that there is food for everyone. Let's get ready to dig into this, and I am very proud to invite several of our speakers for this esteemed panel today. If I may invite Pak Jap Tetfa, please come on stage. He's the President Director of Astra Agro Lestari. We have Anita Neville, the Chief Sustainability and Communications Officer of SMART. We have Peter Bakker, the President and CEO of WBCSD. And we have Pak Rahmat Pribadi, the CEO of Pupuk Indonesia. As you can see, the panel has been put together in a very, I would say, smart way in order for us to be able to talk about some key issues that we should talk about. Okay, thank you very much. I would actually go directly into the discussion, and I'm going to try and see if we can make this a bit conversationalist rather than a long monologue. So our panelists here are going to keep their answers short, as well as flowing into one topic to the other, okay? So I would like to get started right away. So I'm going to start with Mr. Chap Tetfa. You know, the experience that you have with your organization being a very key role in this sector, what role can public-private partnerships play in ensuring long-term food security?
Okay, thank you, Sachin, for having me here. So it's such an honor for me to speak in this distinguished forum. So I think the role of public-private partnership is very important in this case because, as you mentioned in your opening remarks, that long-term food security is very important now. And long-term food security cannot be done by only one sector alone. So in this case, I believe that the role of the governments, as a private sectors, and private sectors, and also the community is very important, where the government can provide with a very good policy and also the regulations in order to support the growth of the industry. And secondly, for the private sectors, I think importantly is the innovation, as you mentioned before, also the capital, financing, and also the operational excellence. So I mean, the key word here is the sustainability and productivity. So how we can produce more with less, meaning that how can we produce more, higher productivity with existing land, and while preserving the nature and ecosystem, and also empowering the communities. So in this case, I think, as we understand that the palm oil is a major players in the world vegetables oils supply. So in this case, the problem is how can we secure the supply for the futures? I mean, in 2050, I think in our calculations, the population may reach up to 10 billion, and then there will be a gap in terms of the supply because the demand keep growing 3 to 4% CAGR annually. So I think in this case, how can palm oils, especially Indonesia, can play a role? I think collaboratively, governments and also the private sectors is very important. So number one, I think replanting is the key, because most of the plantation in Indonesia as well as Malaysia, I think is old age already. So it is low yield. And how can we replanting with better planting materials, higher yields, and also slower growth in height? Because slower growth in height means that it can prolong the cycle of productivity, meaning that it can also improve the soil's health and also consuming less water. And secondly is the research and development. How can we introduce and innovate with biofertilizers? At Astra, we have pupuk astamik, which is the biofertility that can reduce about 25% of the chemicals used. In this case, it's also a low carbon emissions as well. And we also try to always innovate with better yield with resistant to Ganoderma, because this is part of the very dangerous disease for palm oil. And not to mention, we also have to understand the smallholders inclusions, because 40% of Indonesia plantation is owned and managed by the smallholders, and we have to be ready. And then I think our motto in our company is no one left behind. So we must ensure that every farmers have the right, equal right to access to market, access to financing, also access to technology, and also good agronomy practices. And in this case, the good agronomy practices, especially in the using the technology, as you mentioned, drones, sensors, data analytic. I think we are ready to support the smallholders in a sense to support them how to do a better agronomy practices and also how to maintain the good soils. And the younger generation now, Sachin, I think we observe that the younger generations are now entering to the smallholders operation as well. And they are tech savvy. They are also ready to learn. So I think we will usually equip them with the capacity building, how to train them, how to give them educations. And last but not least, Sachin, I think the sustainability practices. So the commitment for no deforestation, how to have a certification like ISPO, Indonesia Sustainable Palm Oil, RSPO, for example, and also how to use more on the biomass, like palm kernel cells, and also the biofertilizers and methane captures, and also in order to reduce the methane gas from the pond. I think this is very important. So I think overall, the collaborative effort from public-private partnership, including the local community, is needed because we are not talking about the food security as well, but I think it's a strategic investment for us to create innovative or partnership and also sustainable agriculture in the futures. I think that's my point.
I think that's a fantastic answer. You know, you've shown us that how you have a very over-encompassing kind of a strategy, which is straddling across so many different factors. That's a great answer, Pa. I'm going to ask the same thing, actually. What has been your experience, Anita, with SMART? And the same thing on the public-private partnerships.
At the risk of sounding very repetitive, I think there's a lot that we agree on in terms of the role of public-private partnerships. So perhaps I can take a slightly different tack. So at Sinarmas Agribusiness and Food, we're a large corporate farmer of palm, but we're also heavily reliant on the communities and the smallholder farmers that also supply not just our business, but supplier mills to our business. So we feel a real sense of responsibility as a result of our large scale. We have also a large responsibility to really hold hands with smaller actors. As Pak mentioned, smallholder farmers make up something like 40% of production in the palm sector. Big players like us are actually the anomaly. And so we have a responsibility to hold hands with those smallholders and those smaller and medium enterprises within our industry to help them to adopt the most sustainable practices and be most successful. And we call this, in Sinarmas, we call this the inclusive closed loop model. How can we lift up smaller enterprises by providing them access to good seeds that handle things like Ganoderma, that are more drought resistant, provide them with access to good technology, sustainable practices, etc. But more than that, I think it's also having a sense of shared purpose, a sense of that collectively we need to do this together. And I think one of the greatest challenges that Indonesian palm sector faces is how to address the elephant in the room of the sector, which is declining productivity. So we must accelerate things like replanting for smallholder farmers and across the sector to improve the age range of our plantations and to really be able to realize that ambition of producing more on the same area of land as we work today. My chairman and CEO, Pa Frankie Wijaya, who sadly couldn't join us today, used to say to me, Anita, I want to be the equivalent of a 1 million hectare oil palm company on 500,000 hectares. Okay, that's a challenge, and that requires us to invest in innovation, in research and development on how to improve feedstock for the plantations. It's innovation on planting techniques, production techniques, etc. And I think where public-private partnerships come into that is that acceleration component. We need the public side of things to be set up right in terms of regulation, policy, incentivization, because those are the structures, the frameworks that will support industry who are equipped to do innovation, research and development, operational excellence. And you need these things to come together. Pak Chairman also likes to say, together we can go far, fast, and towards an infinite future. And I think that sense of collective action is what's so important in public-private partnership.
Okay, very good. In fact, the whole idea of how we can connect this now to the next question I have, which is how do we boost agricultural productivity while ensuring sustainability and resilience against climate change? And I think we have a very good speaker here, Peter Bakker from WBCSD, and you represent actually 200 companies. So you have a pretty broad view on how this is being done across various types of companies across sectors, right? Love to hear from you on this.
Yeah, thank you. Well, the first thing I'll share with you, because when you come to a conference like this, is you want to learn new things. So last Saturday, we were in Stockholm, and the new Eat Lancet report was published, which if you haven't downloaded, and if you're in the agriculture and food sector, please download it, because this is where science gives us an update on their latest thinking on how to improve and make sustainable the global food system. 8 action areas, two around diets, 3 around the social impacts, including smallholder farmers, and 3 around the environmental impacts. If you look at those environmental impacts, then basically there are 3 things I want to leave with the audience, and that's all around innovation that private sector in collaboration with the other actors need to drive. The first one is agricultural practices. How can we move to a regenerative agricultural practice? That will not only boost productivity, yields, income for farmers, it will make the whole agricultural system more resilient. So regenerative agriculture, not just at farm level, but at landscape level, is going to be a big innovation area going forward. The second area is unleashing the power of digital transformation. I was recently in India. There's an example of a private sector company that has connected 2 million smallholder farmers to a digital tool system with sensors, satellite monitoring of their plots of land, giving them real-time digital advice on how to use fertilizers or change their practices to get better income off the field. I think the third area, and we'll talk a bit later in today's sessions in one of the rooms, is we need to get our arms around physical risk in the supply chains, into the agricultural system. Like one of the ministers this morning said, climate change is no longer a conceptual issue. The impacts are here now, and in Indonesia, you suffer the brunt of that with floods and droughts. But it's not only those disaster moments, it's also the slow-burning impact of rising heat that will reduce yield. So, yes, we need to boost productivity, but we must also make sure that the productivity we have is resilient. So I'll leave it at that.
Okay. Very good, very good. You've provoked our thinking now. This is not going to be doable if we just have do what we normally do. We actually have to do something different. We have to think different. And I'm going to now go to Pa Rahmat Pribadi to continue the same thing, because you are at the sector which is very much essential. And I would not just ask you from a perspective of somebody who's manufacturing fertilizer, but how it's being used and what are the trends that you are seeing across the sector where you are able to contribute to boosting agricultural productivity, at the same time being mindful of the effects on climate.
Thank you, Sachin. I love agricultural productivity because that is our business. So thank you, Bu Anita, Pak Jab, just giving me a big opening for big business, because fertilizer contributes 62% to agriculture commodity, to agriculture productivity. So you cannot talk about increasing productivity by not talking fertilizer. And so the key in improving productivity of agriculture is making fertilizer affordable and available. And government, under this administration, has done a lot especially to improve on stable food crops. There is a lot of transformation that the government done, but I don't want to go there too deep. Through all the transformations, we have been able to improve the fertilizer distribution to smallholder farmers by 12%, and the result is that the food production, rice production in Indonesia improved by 16%. So there is clear linkage of how important fertilizer in agriculture commodity. Now, question about affordability and availability is an old school questions. There is another question about how to make it sustainable. To do that, we've done so many things. We introduced what we call smart precision farming. We use technology, satellite-based, to make sure that the crops get what it needs, not more, not less. Because if you give them more, it'll just leaching to the, create a lot of pollution and so many other things. But I'd like to take the discussion further because recently I think Indonesia are confronted with two very important challenges. One is, of course, food security, in which we now see very strong light at the end of the tunnel. We know that Indonesia won't import rice this year and hopefully for so many years in the future. But also Indonesia is confronted with energy security. And what is so interesting is that the government look at agriculture to solve this. So government just introduced mandated fuel blending B50 and also E5. That would require a lot of improved productivity and also a lot of land expansions in agriculture. And so with that, I think question about sustainability will become more important. And second thing, on helping Indonesia moving into more sustainable, less carbon economy, Indonesia also on last month issued government regulations that mandated ammonia as part of the energy mix. So before, ammonia is a chemical compound that's seen as a nitrogen carrier. So the hydrogen carries nitrogen, and you use that to provide nitrogen, which is key nutrient to the plants. Now ammonia is seen as a hydrogen carrier, in which ammonia, the nitrogen will carry hydrogen, which will be used to reduce the carbon emission of the fuel, because we know ammonia is carbon-free fuel. So I think talking about sustainability and agriculture, there are two things. How you manage the sustainability of the agriculture itself, but also how we can help the country tackling a very important task, which is energy security, using a sustainable practices of agriculture. Thank you, Sachin.
Okay. In fact, fantastic. That, I think, was a great first round. Big warm applause for our speakers. Yeah. So, if you think about it, we sometimes don't give enough importance to how food comes to our table. We think, it's there at home, whether you look at it, you go to a restaurant, but there's a huge industry that makes sure that we are feeding the world. And I think this has dramatically changed from where it was 50 years ago, 100 years ago, to 20 years ago, even 10 years ago. But if you look at it today, the dramatic change in the way food is being produced to make sure there's food for everyone is really driven by technology. And I think, I picked up on some of the comments that our speakers made today, that they are seeing, they have initiatives where the younger generation is being empowered. So I'd like to go a little bit deeper into that in the second round. I'd like to understand, yes, we have a lot of technology. Yes, we have a lot of investment. Agri-tech is hot today, right? It's one of the sectors everybody's looking at. And if you look at young people in the rural areas, they are understanding and they're figuring it out and they have more knowledge. They're not just blindly doing farming. Of course, guided by companies like you, that's very important. But the question I have, and I'm going to go around the whole panel, and if you could keep it short, then we can get a little bit more into this, is how do we scale this? How do we scale the use of innovation, agri-tech, and digital tools to empower more and more of these smallholder farmers? Because, you know, the capacity building is a real challenge. And if they understand the technology, they'll apply it a lot better. So maybe I'll start with Pachep. Pachep, if you could just give us, what have you been doing in order to build it through scale? Yeah.
Okay. Thank you, Sachin. Yeah, I think the challenge you mentioned is real and is valid because, as I mentioned, smallholders contributes 40% of the plantations, right? And now, because with the aging of plantation, it's also the aging of the people who do it before. So now is coming the second generations, so younger generation. So the son, the daughter, and they are going to the university, and some of them they don't want to go back to the sites and then to do the agriculture, right? Because to them it's much more proud for them to use the tie, you know, and then working in the office, right?
Correct.
But that's why I think we need to promote, to the young generations that, and also the smallholders, that we need to grow with them through partnership. So I think we need to grow with them so they are not growing behind them. So behind us, I mean, because partnership is the heart of this smallholders inclusion programs. And at Astra, I think we have worked with thousands of farmers all over Indonesia. We provide them with many kinds of support in order to make them can increase their livelihood, increase their productivity as well. But I think it lies like in several key aspects. Number one, I think is as I mentioned before, is capacity building again. So we need to educate and training them and provide them with good agronomy practices. We have our R&D team that will be ready to support them, how to use the better fertilizers and the biopesticide as well, and how to reduce the use of water, because it's also very important for the sustainability as well. And secondly, I think technology-driven and data analytic. We scale up, we expand our digital applications for the smallholders to use. To ease them for scheduling their deliveries. They can also access to pricing information. They can also access to the payment as well, including the tax services. I think we are going to support them as well. And the use of drones and the technology, because sometimes the smallholders, they do it very traditionally. And then by using data analytics, we can help them to understand which block is actually produced more, which block is using more fertilizer, which block is better. So I think we can do a comparison to them and then to give them feedback. And the last but not least is actually to support them with the market access and financing as well. Because sometimes they don't have the access to market. We can purchase their fruit directly, and also we provide them with financing.
Yeah.
The value chain, the supply chain financing, especially for them to buy the truck, for example, because they need to support their work as well. I think that is something that we do, and then we will try to increase in the future as well.
Yeah. I'm glad you mentioned financing, because that's my next question actually, and I'm going to ask Anita to take up on that. If you'd like to add something to what Jab said, that's also fine. But the question I'd like to pose to you, Anita, is about financing models. What kind of financing models are effective nowadays in order to be able to drive investment in sustainable agriculture at scale, basically?
So I'm going to cycle back on the young people in farming,
Sure.
because actually these two questions are connected.
Connected, exactly.
And I think that it requires us to reconsider how we think about our own approaches to supporting communities and farmers. The average age of a smallholder farmer in Southeast Asia is around 53, 54. And when we were doing some analysis of our engagement programs with communities and farmers, Guess what? The average age of the people that we target with these programs, 48 to 55. There is a huge audience in the ages 18 to 35 that we should be targeting and thinking about how do we engage them in food production, in agricultural production. And those programs probably do need different kinds of financing solutions. Instead of treating smallholder farmers in some kind of patronizing way, think of them as small business owners, right? They are family businesses, just like your local milk shop when I was growing up in Australia.
But it was this mindset. 2 months ago in Addis Ababa in Ethiopia, the UN Food Systems Summit was held. The big word there was co-investment. So what we need to do now is truly collaborate at landscape level. And the biggest example I know is in Brazil, in the Cerrado, very big part of the rainforest there. The big traders of the world working together with smallhold farmers, with local governments, with the communities, to say how can we get co-investment of the solutions to flow. And the role of business is not just to buy the products that come off the land, but to give long-term certainty on the offtake, to really co-invest, to bring blended finance into that. And so it means co-designing, collaboration, that's really the way forward.
Fantastic. You know, co-investment, blended finance, I think 2 key words we can think about. I think we're going to close to the end of this session, so I'm going to go one round. I'm going to start with Paramat. My favorite question has always been when ending a panel like this is, I know what you're doing today, you know what you're doing today, you know what you're doing next year, but let's say 10 years from now, what is that one thing you think your organization should focus on, you'd like to see, which will make, in your opinion, solve the problems, which, you know, like Peter said, that we have a system that's not working as it should. 10 years from now, what's your view? A quick answer so that we can go around everyone.
All right. Well, I think a lot has been said. We need to see more sustainable farming. And to do that, we need to adopt technology. Problem is, technology adoption of farmer is very low. Yeah. And that's what we need to do. That's what we are going to do. We will help the farmer to adopt technology. Not necessarily that they will use the technology, but perhaps we will provide services that use a lot of technology to help them. So that's what we're going to do in the next 10 years.
That's a good closing statement as well. Mr. Chap, what do you like to see in 10 years as a closing statement?
Okay, I think in 10 years I would focus on 2 things. Yeah, number 1 is continue the R&D. I think this is very important for the long-term food security to survive. And secondly, I think it's the responsible sourcing. That we can also ask the smallholders to work together, how we can provide the better sustainability practices in the future, I think. Thank you.
Fantastic. Peter?
I think 2 things in 10 years need to be the standard. Risk assessment throughout the agricultural food supply and the food supply chain. And the second thing is really drive regenerative agriculture to scale.
And Anita, you have the last word.
So at the international level, I think we need to see a doubling or tripling of transition finance into agriculture. Ag is 30% of global emissions. It's currently about 5% of the financing. That needs to triple, at least. At an Indonesian level, I think what we need to see is mass investment in replanting in the palm sector so that we can really reinvigorate that industry, feed ourselves, feed and fuel the world. And from a Sina Mas perspective, our contribution to that is our commitment to training and supporting 100,000 smallholders and training and supporting 20,000 youth in 10 years so that we're breeding the next generation of farmers.
So that's, I think, a good blueprint to end this discussion with. And please join me for a warm round of applause for our great speakers. Anita Neville, Chief Sustainability Officer, Communications Officer of SMART. Peter Bakker, President and CEO of WBCSD, Rahmat Pribadi, CEO of Pupuk Indonesia, and Mr. Chap Tetfa, President Director of Astra Agro Lestari. Thank you very much. I'm Sachin Gopalan. I'm honored to be here today and enjoy the rest of the conference. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gopalan, for an excellent leadership in moderating this session. And also we thank you all speakers. We invite moderator and speakers for a photo opportunity. So please kindly face the cameras line up at the center of the stage this time around. Very engaging topic on agriculture innovation as well as productivity, and it is very important as well for us to foresee what do we want to leave as a legacy 10 years from now. Once again, thank you very much, speakers. Thank you, moderator. Your perspectives are very, very invaluable to this forum, ISF 2025. Ladies and gentlemen, we still have more topics in panel discussions, and that's going to happen after the break. So for now, we will take a break for lunch and networking, and for our Muslim friends as well, for the Jum'ah prayer. Information for you that Salat Jum'at or Jum'ah prayer will be held at Assembly 1 room. Once again, Jum'at prayer is going to be held at Assembly 1 room. And ladies and gentlemen, we expect everyone to please be back at this plenary hall at 1:30 p.m. this afternoon for the next panel discussions that we promise will bring you great perspectives and engaging themes in this forum, ISF 2025. Enjoy your break, and we'll see you after that. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon and welcome to the Plenary Hall Jakarta Convention Center. In a few minutes, we'll start our next agenda, which is the plenary panel discussions. So for those of you who are still outside, we invite everyone to please be back or enter the plenary ballroom and make way to your seats, and also to fill in the rows at the front to get a better view to the stage. Bapak Ibu yang kami hormati, sebentar lagi acara ISF 2025 akan segera kami mulai. Kami undang Bapak Ibu untuk segera masuk ke area plenary dan menempati tempat duduk yang telah disediakan, dan untuk mengisi row tempat duduk
Oh yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, once again would like to invite everyone to please be seated because we will start our next agenda this afternoon very shortly. Thank you very much for your cooperation. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, participants to the Indonesia International Sustainability Forum 2025. Welcome back to the plenary hall, and we hope that everyone is ready now to have fresh perspectives on every aspect regarding sustainability to move forward Indonesia's sustainability agenda. And ladies and gentlemen, this afternoon we have a jam-packed of agenda lined up for all of you. We will start with MOU signings as well as LOI signing before we get into the panel discussions that will bring up very engaging topics all out the afternoon. So now, ladies and gentlemen, let's step into the next agenda, which is LOI Infrastructure Project Facilitation Office signing between Coordinating Ministry for Infrastructure and Regional Development of the Republic of Indonesia, Asian Development Bank, ADB, and Kemitraan Indonesia Australia untuk Infrastruktur atau KIAT. And for this signing, may we invite the respective representatives to please come forward to the stage. From the Coordinating Ministry for Infrastructure and Regional Development, the Republic of Indonesia would like to invite to the stage Bapak Rahmat Kaimuddin. And also ASEAN Development Bank ADB representative and Kemitraan Indonesia Australia untuk Infrastruktur atau KIAT representative to please come forward as well to the signing table. And also would like to call upon to the stage the future partners, International Finance Corporation, IFC, and Asian Infrastructure Investment Bank. Now we have all gentlemen ready, and we would like to invite all the signatories, now beginning with Bapak Rahmat Kaimuddin, to please proceed with the signing of this LOI. And continue with the next signing. And you may continue with the signing. All right, and the document is signed. Please put it up and show it to the camera as we invite everyone on the stage for a photo opportunity with a signed LOI. Thank you, gentlemen. Please show it to the camera and don't forget to smile as a symbol of commitment as we sign this LOI. Infrastructure Project Facilitation Office between Coordinating Ministry for Infrastructure and Regional Development of Indonesia, as Asian Development Bank ADB, and Kemitraan Indonesia Australia untuk Infrastruktur atau KIAT. Thank you very much, all signatories and also the future partners. You may all return to your seats. And after that first LOI signing, we'll step into the next one, which is MOU signing between Indonesia Incorporated on Seaweed. MOU, Indonesia Incorporated on Seaweed. We'll now proceed with the signing. Advancing a Sustainable Blue Economy between Apindo, Standard Chartered, Conservation International, and Konservasi Indonesia. May we kindly invite the respective representatives to please come forward. Ibu Shinta Wijaya, Ketua Umum Asosiasi Pengusaha Indonesia. Bapak Doni Dono Saputro, OBE, Chief Executive Officer, Standard Chartered Bank. Ibu Meizani Irmadiani, Senior Vice President and Executive Chairperson, Yayasan Konservasi Cakrawala Indonesia. And Mr. Jan Yoshioka, Vice President, Nature Finance Conservation International. And to witness, would like to call upon Fitrian Ardriansyah, Partner, Apindo's Seaweed Downstreaming and POC Task Force. Ghazian Afif, Project Director, Apindo's Seaweed Downstreaming and POC Task Force Managing Partner, Star Lab. The MOU is signed. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give a big round of applause as our support as well to the continuation of this MOU. And now we go to the next signing. Commitment on Green Project and Operation Financing for 500 megawatts geothermal energy development between Bank Negara Indonesia Persero Tbk with PT Geodipa Energi Persero. May we kindly invite the respective representatives to please come forward. From BNI, Bapak Pancaran Afendi, as EVP Wholesale Solutions and Value Chain. And from Geodipa Energi, Bapak Yudistian Yunis, President Director. Please proceed with the signing, gentlemen. And here's the signed agreement. Don't forget to show it to the camera and smile, gentlemen. All right, thank you very much, signatories. Let's give a big round of applause. Thank you. You may all return to your seats. And now stepping into the next one, we'll proceed with another MOU between Indonesia-Germany Cooperation for Sustainable Development, and that is between JICC and KADIN Indonesia. May we kindly invite the respective representatives to come forward. Bapak Anindya Novian Bakri, Chairman of KADIN Indonesia, and Hans Ludwig Bruns, Country Director, Indonesia and ASEAN of JICC. And the signing will be witnessed by Ibu Shinta Wijaya Kamdani as Coordinating Chairman for Human Development, Culture and Sustainable Development, and also Thomas Forge, Cluster Coordinator, Special Assignment and Urban Development. And the document is signed between KADIN and JICC. May I ask everyone to, yes, swap position and sign the documents. Yes, just before the photo session, please stay put on the stage, ladies and gentlemen. So herewith the MOU between Indonesia-Germany Cooperation for Sustainable Development between JICC and KADIN Indonesia. Thank you very much, Ibu. Thank you, gentlemen. You may all return to your seats. And next MOU is a strategic collaboration for net zero advisory and solutions between Utomodek Group and PT Sumber Daya Lestari. May we kindly invite the respective representatives to come forward, please. From Joto Modek Group, Anthony Utomo, Managing Director. And PT Sumber Daya Lestari will be represented by the Director, Bapak Tommy Haryadi. Thank you very much, gentlemen. Yes, show it to the camera and smile for this photo opportunity. With a signed document, for strategic collaboration for net zero advisory and solutions between Jutomodek Group and PT Sumber Daya Lestari. Thank you very much. You may return to your seats. And next, ladies and gentlemen, MOU for Maritime Infrastructure Partnership for Clean Mobility between PT Utomo Mobilitas Bersih Indonesia and PYXIS Maritime Pte Limited. May we kindly invite the respective representatives to come forward. From PT Utama Mobilitas Bersih Indonesia, Bapak Antoni Utomo as Managing Director, and from PYXIS Maritime Pte Limited, Mr. Tommy Pun as CEO. Thank you very much. Thank you for the signing the documents. You may return to your seat. And ladies and gentlemen, may we give a big round of applause for the signing of MOUs and LOI for this very, very important opportunity. Would like to also welcome who have been attending this event as well and here among us this afternoon. Please welcome the Minister of Forestry of the Republic of Indonesia, His Excellency Bapak Raja Juli Antoni, welcome to you, and also to the Minister of Marine and Fisheries of the Republic of Indonesia, His Excellency Bapak Sakti Wahyu Trenggono. Selamat siang, good afternoon, and welcome as well. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we are done with the MOU signings. It is time for us to start with the plenary discussions with very much of engaging topics that will be presented on the stage. Please welcome now the Minister of Forestry of the Republic of Indonesia, who will set the tone for the discussions, and he will deliver the keynote address titled Unlocking Nature-Based Solutions. So without further ado, please welcome His Excellency Mr. Raja Juli Antoni to the stage.
Excellencies, Minister of Marine Affairs and Fisheries, Mas Sakti Wahyu Trenggono, Chairman of Indonesian Chamber of Commerce and Industry, Mas Anindya Bakri, Honorable Ambassador of several countries, and distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam, Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, Salam Kebajikan. It is a profound honor to stand before you today at this international gathering dedicated to sustainability, a cause that defines our shared humanity and our collective future. Under the visionary leadership of President Prabowo Subianto, Indonesia has set a clear and ambitious roadmap, the Asta Cita, our national vision toward a golden Indonesia 2045. Two of its pillars, food security and environmental stewardship, lay the foundation of sustainable future. These are not mere aspirations, they are mandates for action. To realize this vision, the Ministry of Forestry has identified 5 flagship programs as our strategic compass. First, digitalization of forestry services, which is our commitment to build good forest governance. By harnessing technology, we are shaping a system that is transparent, efficient, and inclusive. Every decision, every action will be traceable and accountable. Second, equitable forest management, a pillar of inclusion and empowerment. Through recognition of indigenous and local rights, we are fostering ownership and shared stewardship over our forests. Third, forest as source of food security. Our forests are fertile ground of opportunity. Through innovative agroforestry and the sustainable use of non-timber forest products, we are unlocking new livelihoods for rural communities. Fourth, preserving Indonesia's forests as the lungs of the world. Through comprehensive conservation and rehabilitation, Indonesia continues to lead efforts in maintaining ecological balance and ensuring climate resilience. Fifth, the One Map policy, a unified, accurate, and integrated mapping system is essential to ensuring legal clarity, reducing land disputes, and building a solid foundation for green investment and sustainable development. Ladies and gentlemen, our vision for sustainability rests upon 3 interconnected pillars: ecological, economic, and the social. Together, they form the backbone of our policy and practice. Through early detection, swift coordination, and strong collaboration across multi-stakeholders, the nation stands united to guard its forests from fire. The success in forest fire mitigation is a history of resilience and cooperation. Forest fire mitigation has also shown remarkable progress from 2.6 million hectares burned in 2015 to only 213,000 hectares this year, 2025, transforming crisis into progress to early warning systems, rapid coordination, weather modification and operation, and multi-stakeholder cooperation. Next, optimization of national park management is mandatory, done through efforts such as implementing zero waste and zero accident, grading the climbing roads, and implementing a digital e-ticketing system. Indonesia's 57 national parks are undergoing transformation to enhance conservation and visitor experience. We are introducing modern facilities, digital ticketing system, and improved safety standard, ensuring that conservation and tourism, what so-called ecotourism, work hand in hand. This year, we launched a national grading system for mountain trails, promoting safety for climbers and ecosystem sustainability. Through restoration, we aim to create positive impact on forest ecosystems and the endangered endemic biodiversity within forest area and improve local communities' livelihood. We are advancing major restoration partnership such as $150 million project in Waikambas National Park. This initiative is expected to create 750 new jobs and generate up to $550 million in economic value, while safeguarding the endangered Sumatran elephant and its habitat. Pasangan Elephant Conservation Initiative, or PECI Aceh, PECI literally means head, established on 20,000 hectares of dedicated land donated by President Prabowo. We are building elephant corridors and community-based conservation areas. This effort realized through cooperation with international partners, and I would like to express my sincere gratitude to WWF Indonesia as well as British government for their invaluable collaboration in establishing PECI Aceh. Excellencies, distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen. Through improved governance and reform in regulations, we will turn the carbon economic value of forests into new driver of green growth. Indonesia is transforming the carbon economic value of its forests into a new driver of green growth. I would like to emphasize that Indonesia is open the potential of the nature-based solution, not only for carbon reduction activities, but also for carbon removal, such as afforestation, reforestation, and revegetation. We are developing this opportunity in three specific areas, namely social forestry, conservation, and sustainable forest management. Furthermore, President Prabowo has announced a national target of planting 10 million hectares of degraded and critical land. This is a huge undertaking, and it reflects Indonesia's strong political will to restore our ecosystem and enhance our carbon sinks. However, we cannot achieve this alone. We need strong collaboration from the private sector, financial institutions, civil society, and local communities. Together, we can turn forest-based carbon sequestration into real economic value. Our strategy is clear: to build strong, inclusive, and globally connected carbon market ecosystem. Indonesia must ensure clarity of rules, align national MRV standards with global practices, adopt the state-of-the-art technology, attract institutional investors to finance nature-based solution mitigation projects, and aim for interoperability with global carbon markets. Through these key strategies, Indonesia will stand as a world-class hub for sustainable carbon market development. Forests are not just trees, they are our living reservoirs of food, energy, water, sustaining life and the nation's future. Through multi-usaha kehutanan (MUK), multi-purpose forestry business, permit holders will no longer depend solely on timber, but can also develop other potential such as honey, rattan, resin, medical plants, and environmental services, including carbon credits. These initiatives are projected to create over 240 jobs while expanding market access for rural producers. Indonesia energy policy now focuses on bioenergy, particularly sugar palm-based bioethanol with potential of 24 million kiloliters. This strategic move will advance renewable energy adoption and reduce fuel import by at least 50%. Ladies and gentlemen, social forestry provides access for local communities to manage forest sustainability. Together with Financial Services Authority, OJK, we aim to make social forestry more bankable, enabling access to businesses, credit from financial sector. The social forestry program enables communities to manage forests responsibly under clear legal rights. So far, 8.3 million hectares have been distributed, involving 1.4 million households and creating 5.6 million of green jobs across the nation, a true model of inclusive sustainability. In partnership, again, with OJK, we are integrating social forestry into national green taxonomy, making community-based forest enterprises more bankable and unlocking access to financing. We will accelerate growth at the grassroots levels and create a new era of inclusive green investment. We believe that indigenous people and local communities are the guardian, even the best guardian of our forest, and therefore the recognition needs to be accelerated. Equally important, it is our commitment to recognizing indigenous people and local community as the true guardian of our forests. In March 2025, we established a dedicated task force to accelerate the recognition of customary forests. Under my stewardship, the total area of designated customary forests covers approximately 70,000 hectares. Between 2025 and 2029, we aim to recognize an additional 1.4 million hectares, ensuring that recognition and justice advance in harmony. Distinguished delegate, ladies and gentlemen, today this forum is not merely an event. It is a call to action. And Indonesia stands ready to lead, guided by unwavering spirit of collaboration, solidarity, and shared purpose. Let us join hands to invest in our shared mission to build green economy, conserve nature for the future generations, and empower community to thrive. The forest is not ours to own. It is ours to protect. The future of humanity depends on how we care for our forests today. May this forum mark the beginning of a new hope and era of global partnership for sustainable future, and I thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam. Kindly remain on the stage, Bapak Menteri. Mr. Raja Juli Antony, please remain on the stage as we'll continue with the next procession. We will now have another set of MOU signings, ladies and gentlemen. The next MOU, Support for Sustainable Forestry-Related Economic Policy and Investment Programs between the Ministry of Forestry of Indonesia and KADIN Indonesia. May we kindly invite the respective representatives to come forward. The Chairman of KADIN Indonesia, Mr. Anindya Novian Bakri, to join with Mr. Raja Juli Antony. And to witness this signing as well, please come forward to the stage, Ibu Sinta Kamdani and Bapak Mahfud from KADIN Indonesia. And here we're witnessing the signing of MOU to support sustainable forestry-related economic policy and investment programs, as Indonesia is very much abundant with numbers of forests across this country, which is a source of prosperity and sustainability. And signatories as well as witnesses kindly remain on the stage. We'll continue with the next MOU signing. Carbon markets capacity building. Now the next MOU. Carbon markets capacity building between Ministry of Forestry of the Republic of Indonesia with International Emissions Trading Association, or IATA. MOU signed between the Ministry of Forestry, represented by Bapak Mahfuz as the Secretary General of Forestry Ministry, and from IATA, represented by Mr. Dirk Forrester, with the initials signed by Bjorn Fonden, International Policy Manager. Thank you very much, signatories. Thank you, witness Bapak Raja Juli. You may all return to your seats. And next, ladies and gentlemen, is an MOU between Advanced Sustainable Paper and Packaging Solutions, between APP Group, Lubrizol, an MOU on Advanced Sustainable Paper and Packaging Solutions between APP Group and Lubrizol, signed by the Vice President Asia Pacific of Lubrizol, Mr. Henry Liu, and the Director of APP Group, Mr. Suhendra Wiryadinata, witnessed by Mr. Ganga Nirmal Kumar, Chief Public Affairs and Sustainability Asia Pacific Lubrizol, Mr. Justin Chen, Senior Director Lubrizol Asia Pacific, Thank you very much, signatories. Thank you also, witnesses. And ladies and gentlemen, as promised, we are going to continue giving the best perspectives on sustainability. And for this time around, would like to invite to the stage His Excellency Mr. Sakti Wahyu Trenggono, the Minister of Marine and Fisheries of the Republic of Indonesia, for the keynote speech.
Excellencies, distinguished leaders, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon. It is an honor to speak before such an inspiring audience at the Indonesia International Sustainability Forum 2025, a platform that brings together world leaders committed to transforming our shared sustainability vision into tangible action. Today's plenary theme, Feeding the Future, Sustainable Innovation to Boost Marine Food Productivity, resonates deeply with Indonesia's commitment to ensure that the ocean become the main driver of blue food security and climate resilience. Ladies and gentlemen, by 2050, our planet will host nearly 10 billion people. Yet land-based agriculture is already stretched to its limit. The ocean, however, holds vast potential as the next frontier for sustainable food production, offering abundant resources to help feed the future. With its vast and rich marine resources, Indonesia believes that the future of global food security lies in the sea, in what we now call blue food. Ladies and gentlemen, through the blue economy policy, the Ministry of Marine Affairs and Fisheries has redefined the paradigm of marine resources management to achieve ocean health, wealth, and prosperity. This vision is operationalized through 5 flagship programs. Marine protected areas are being expanded to preserve ecological balance and safeguard marine resources. Quota-based fishing practices must be maintained with stronger regulation to prevent overexploitation. Aquaculture serves as an alternative approach to support food production while maintaining ecological integrity. We are focusing on 5 champion commodities: shrimp, tilapia, crab, seaweed, and lobster. Marine tourism and other extractive economic activities in coastal areas often cause degradation to coastline and small islands. Therefore, they must be closely monitored and properly controlled. We involve fishermen and coastal community in plastic waste collection effort to help keep our ocean healthy. Through these pillars, Indonesia aims not only to feed its people, but also to support global food responsibly and sustainably. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, the journey toward feeding the future is already underway through concrete programs of the Ministry of Marine Affairs and Fisheries. Revitalization of 20,000 hectares of brackish water pond in North Java, modernizing abandoned pond into integrated tilapia farm. Integrated shrimp farming in Waingapu, East Nusa Tenggara, modernizing into sustainable shrimp farm production. Modernization of fishing vessel, transforming the small-scale fleet, can ensuring every fish catch contribute to traceable, sustainable food supply. National salt production revitalization to strengthen local salt production and to fulfill national salt self-sufficiency. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, Indonesia is also a potential market with a population of becoming 270 million people, the 4th largest in the world, of which 100 million live in coastal area. Indonesia welcomes partnership that strengthen the global food supply chain from sustainable investment, innovation, research, and knowledge transfer. We believe sustainability must not be an exclusive privilege of development nation. It should be a shared opportunity that connects technology with local wisdom. Thank you. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much, His Excellency Mr. Sakti Wahyu Trenggono, for the very inspiring keynote speech just now. And also would like to thank the Minister for attending this event, and you may continue with your next duty. Once again, thank you very much for the support to ISF 2025. And ladies and gentlemen, we'll continue with the agenda this afternoon with panel discussions. There are a lot of engaging topics that will be presented on the stage. And the very next one will talk about unlocking nature-based solutions, sustainable utilization of land and sea resources. From this panel, we deem to find out what are the emerging trends and innovations that leverage nature-based solutions. What are the key success factors as well? We can hear it from the speakers that will be talking on that panel. And also, what are the key enablers for achieving self-sufficiency in marine food production? And other topics that will be discussed as well are going to be about unleashing green electricity, capturing the full potential of renewable energy, emission-free mobility, catalyzing the shift to green mobility, enhancing downstreaming, sustainable investment in critical minerals industries, next-generation fuel, scaling biofuels and new molecules to bridge energy transitions, advancing industrial decarbonization, technology and innovation for a net-zero future, and financing sustainable growth. And of course, one of the things that are very critical to sustainability efforts are the human. So in one of the panels as well, we're going to be discussing about building human capital for a sustainable future, creating green jobs in the age of AI. And ladies and gentlemen, we are going to have very, very jam-packed of agenda until this afternoon ends, and also continue tomorrow again in Indonesia International Sustainability Forum 2025. So we do hope that you follow all of our agendas. And also it is very important to get the best practices, sharing stories from other countries as well, to be replicated in Indonesia. All right, ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, it is time for me to introduce our moderator for this session, Unlocking Nature-Based Solutions, Sustainable Utilization of Land and Sea Resources theme. Let's invite her to the stage. Welcome Ms. Gita Shahrani, Director of Bumi Ekosistem Lestari Sejahtera.
Hi everyone. Wow, there's no sound. Hi everyone. Hi. It looks like a full room, so it's good that the energy is still high, and we're going to talk about something that might be of interest of everyone because it's about the emerging but the current future of Indonesia, both green growth but also blue economy. And we are happy, I'm very happy to actually moderate this panel because we will have a wide range of expertise and also a wide range of perspective coming from finance, carbon, and community on the ground, as well as multi-stakeholders dialogue and policy integration. So without further ado, I will be calling the panelists one by one. And please give your biggest round of applause for the first speaker for today, Jan Yoshioka, the Vice President of Sustainable Finance, Asia Pacific Region for Conservation International. Welcome, Jan. On to the next one, somebody that brings a lot of perspective, connecting business with nature and with community on the ground. Palavi Kalita, Asia Lead for Business for Nature. We will also be joined by Bjorn Fonden, International Policy Manager, APAC Lead, International Emission Trading Association, or AITA, who just stepped off the stage, actually, after signing his MOU with the government of Indonesia. So welcome, Bjorn. Another big round of applause for the Chief Sustainability Officer from DBS, Helge Munkel. Welcome, Helge. Great to have you here. And last but not least, the CEO of Integrity Council for the Voluntary Carbon Market, Amy Merrill. All right, so everybody ready? Comfortable? Yes? Okay. I'd like to actually begin this panel by setting the context and to make sure that we are on the same page when talking about the current and the future growth of Indonesia that respects nature, but also respect people and the community on the ground. So if I can ask you one thing each, what is the one thing that we need to get right to actually embark on this future, to actually integrate biodiversity and nature, and actually have nature-based solutions that is good for Indonesia? So maybe let's start from Jan. What is the one thing that we need to get right?
Yeah, thanks, Gita. I think for us, it's really about enabling policy and regulatory frameworks. And I think it's both in terms of two things, right? The integration of MBS into national mitigation and adaptation strategies, as well as setting up the market infrastructure for things like nature markets and emerging biodiversity and other kinds of credits.
Thank you. So policy and regulation. I think you need to be closer to the mic, because I just got a cue. Thank you. Kalafi, what about you? What is the one thing that we need to get right?
I think aligning on nature and climate policies, because nature-based solutions receive only a fraction of the global climate finance available, despite it perhaps being one of the most cost-effective, no-regret strategies for abating greenhouse gas emissions, restoring biodiversity, and also building the resilience of communities.
Thank you. So not only the policy needs to be there, it needs to also be aligned with what actually works on the ground. Bjorn, any perspective from you? The one thing that we need to get right?
Yes, terima kasih, and I just also want to say thank you, and thank you for the opportunity to be here, and of course to His Excellency Minister Raja Juli for signing the MOU with AITA. We represent around 300 plus companies globally active in carbon markets who stand ready to invest in nature-based solutions, particularly in Indonesia. So if I would say one message, it would be unlock the opportunities of international carbon markets. And I commend the government of Indonesia's efforts of doing so. And I think during the panel, I hope we can dive into the enabling environment that needs to be developed for businesses and investors to really come alive in Indonesia for nature-based solutions.
Thank you. We will be digging deeper about that as well, especially with the opportunities, but the needs to balance also, right? Helge, what about you? What's the one thing from your perspective?
Thanks first and foremost for having me. Getting the economics right. What I mean by that is it's actually quite interesting. More than half of global GDP is dependent on nature and the ecosystem services it provides, whether it's fresh water, a stable climate, healthy soil, pollination, and things like that. Yet we haven't really accomplished associating a financial value for these ecosystems. We take them for granted, we like them for free, but actually we need to allocate a financial value to them.
Thank you. Well, getting the economic right begins with actually looking at it as something that is valuable. I completely agree. Amy, your thoughts?
Thanks, yeah, and thanks very much for the invitation to be at this important event. What we do is look at the international carbon markets and set a high integrity standard. And what we know about unlocking finance for nature-based solutions is that integrity, robust frameworks for carbon markets are essential to building that trust. And so if I have one thing, it's trust through integrity and robust frameworks that bring in the investment through the enabling policy environments that other panelists have spoken to.
Yeah, I love that. Move at the speed of trust, but that requires a structured framework, actually. So thank you. And with that, I'd like to actually begin with painting the picture. What is green growth and what is blue economy? And what does it look like in terms of actually putting things on the ground? So maybe I'll start there and maybe ask Helge to come in and describe, in your perspective, how do we actually integrate biodiversity into the green growth concept? And how do we actually make it not only good in writing, but also good on the ground?
Yeah, I think integration is indeed the key buzzword. So if I reflect on who we are a bank, and the core of what we do is we want to support our customers to thrive by providing advisory and financial solutions. So what we need to do is integrate nature into everything that we do, in the same way that we did this with climate. So we've just embarked on a project with Cambridge University. It took us 18 months, and we analyzed our entire lending book and asked ourselves, the things that we're financing, are they dependent on nature, and what is their impact on nature? With the purpose being to then take this knowledge and integrate it into all our decisions and processes, because it cannot be the icing on the cake, it's the cake itself. It needs to be really integrated into the core of what we do as a bank. And if you then think about it, here in Indonesia, beautiful country, very resource rich. Think about aluminium, copper, nickel, all those things that we need for the energy transition. Mining that and refining that is a process that could potentially be harmful to nature, could also be energy intense. So we need to look at this holistically, right? On the one hand side, we want all these minerals and metals because we need them, otherwise we can't drive around in electric vehicles or have all these other clean technologies. But we need to do it in a way that's not harmful to nature. So ultimately, it's really holistically and in an integrated way looking at things and being mindful. Sometimes there might be trade-offs and taking a decision wholesome.
Thank you. I think the highlight on looking at dependency, both on dependency and impact, both for and with nature is the key here. And I'd like to actually go to Kalafi, because you work with a lot of multi-stakeholders processes, trying to integrate businesses with government, with policy as well. And Helge painted a picture that the finance might be there, but without this engagement with stakeholders in a holistic manner, it might not work. What do you think?
Absolutely. Absolutely, fully agree with Helge. And to talk about how can we integrate business government engagement in the context of biodiversity, I think first let's do a quick recap of what was agreed at COP15 in December 2022, where the Global Biodiversity Framework was adopted by 196 governments. It is a roadmap for nature action, much like the Paris Agreement is for climate action, with an overall mission to halt and reverse nature loss by 2030. And for the first time, the GBF strongly recognizes the role of businesses and financial institutions in achieving all the targets of the framework. And now the GBF will get implemented at the national level through your country-specific national biodiversity strategies and action plans, or NBSAPs in short, or IPSAP in case of Indonesia. And you also have some of the business targets in these NBSAPs like Indonesia also has. So here, I think it's very important to strengthen business-government dialogues. And one fantastic example that we have from our recent work is in Malaysia, where very recently the government launched their strategic roadmap and action plan for business and biodiversity. This is a work supported by Business for Nature. This roadmap provides a pathway to businesses on how they can integrate biodiversity into their core operations. And this was also an opportunity for businesses to be part of the policy-making process in a more structured way, and for the government also to hear directly from businesses what's working, what are the challenges, and that these policies are very much rooted in business realities. And I'm very happy to share here that we are also currently working in Indonesia with our partner, Indonesia Business Council for Sustainable Development, to develop a business and biodiversity action plan to support the implementation of the business targets of the IPSAP, very much with the support of the Ministry of Environment and Bappenas. While these policies are there, I think it's also important what Helge mentioned, that businesses also need to take ownership and leadership of integrating nature into their strategies and not think about nature as a nice to have or as a CSR activity, but the strategic priority for their businesses. And just very quickly, what can businesses do to demonstrate this? I think 4 key actions. First, assessing and measuring their nature-related risk impacts and dependencies across their value chain. Second, committing to setting transparent science-based targets based on this assessment. Third, transforming your business operations and models and advocating for policy ambition. And finally, disclosing on immaterial nature-related information. And I think this provides a fantastic foundation to corporates to develop a credible nature strategy. Just very quickly, in this context, I want to also mention a campaign which we had launched in November 2023 called It's Now for Nature, which encourages companies to develop and publish ambitious nature strategies to demonstrate their commitment on nature action. Thanks.
Thank you for mentioning the It's Now for Nature as well, because that opens a lot of segue for different conversation in Indonesia, not only for businesses in a larger scale, but hopefully also businesses that are still growing. It might be small and medium, but they do have this opportunity to grow into larger player across the country. And I'd like to actually go into more in-depth conversation on the blue economy side. We've heard about the green growth and how biodiversity and nature should be put at the center from Helge and Kalafi. But I'd like to go to Jan and basically ask your opinion about the blue economy side and how at the end there are different trends. I know that you've signed your MOU as well today on one particular sector. I'm wondering what is it that Indonesia need to look out for in terms of trend, and how as a country we should position ourselves so that we can take the best opportunity that we can get.
Yeah, thanks for the question, Gita. I think it's really exciting for us to be having this conversation in Indonesia. As many in the room know, Indonesia, with respect to its blue economy, it's the largest within the ASEAN region. And I think with a lot of the policy drivers in terms of the blue economy plan and strategy, and some of the work that's been done more recently through this administration to promote things like downstreaming, which we heard in the keynote speech, these are all sort of very strong enabling conditions and signals to the private sector about what this could look like. You know, 2 of the opportunities that we see for Indonesia specifically with respect to nature-based solutions are, one, in terms of blue carbon, right? Indonesia is home to 20% of the world's mangroves, 17% of its overall blue carbon, potential globally. And we think that there's opportunities to make this happen. I think the minister who spoke right before this was talking about looking at the use of abandoned and perhaps even active aquaculture ponds. In terms of mangrove restoration, we have been seeing sort of an interest amongst the private sector to be able to utilize sort of these assets, right, these abandoned assets for mangrove restoration, but not solely at the expense of business productivity. CI, Conservation International, together with our partners Konservasi Indonesia, have been pioneering with the private sector, including startups here in Indonesia like Jala, to be able to develop and implement models such as climate smart shrimp, which really are trying to couple sustainable intensification of shrimp farming through technology alongside mangrove restoration. So it's really thinking about how do we address sort of the barriers to productivity within shrimp farms to make available lands, even in areas sort of set aside for concessions for aquaculture, to be able to sort of have both a nature positive and a livelihood positive type model. I think the second thing for us, CI through our CI Ventures Impact Investment Fund has had a strong focus on Indonesia over the past year in terms of looking at companies that are creating nature positive outcomes in the blue economy. Seaweed and sort of particularly on downstreaming and really thinking about how to move Indonesia from sort of a major exporter of primarily raw, dried, and semi-refined materials into really high value, value-added products, right? And having that sort of technology, that innovation, and that processing capacity be within Indonesia is certainly, an area of focus for us, as evidenced by our new MOU signing with Standard Chartered, Apindo, and Konservasi Indonesia.
Yeah, thank you so much for that, and it's music to my ear, because Indonesia as a country, our long-term development plan, aside from the IPSAP roadmap that we also issued, have had this term called bioeconomy. And the center of bioeconomy is basically integrating the green, the blue, and the circular, but focusing on what you just mentioned, which is value-added product that is enabling us to look at biodiversity and nature differently, but also giving opportunities for innovators and entrepreneurs from Indonesia to actually thrive in this ecosystem. Now, we've talked about the green, the blue, and now we need to go back to Amy's point, actually. Moving at the speed of trust and creating a structure that enables this trust to actually grow also. And probably you are the best person in the panel to actually talk through us, talk through what you've done and your organization in actually building this governance structure that enables trust to actually allow everybody to talk about things probably from different perspective, but still agree on a common goal.
Thanks. Yeah, and I think it's a good question, because one of the things we understand about carbon markets is that you can unlock finance if you can build highly inclusive, trustworthy, and transparent regimes into the rule base, so that everybody is understanding what's going on. And that operates at many different levels. It operates at the project level, and that means important processes like FPIC, free prior informed consent, that's ongoing, local stakeholder consultation, things like ensuring what we call social permanence. So, for example, if we take the mangrove example, I was with local communities earlier in the year in North Sumatra in mangrove restoration projects, where because the project is designed inclusively around actually what that community want, the structure builds into the goals that they have, and that builds trust. It means that they will continue doing the project because they're deeply engaged in it, because it's what they want to see. So that's a really important project-specific level. And then, with carbon goes through projects, and they are then, the emission reductions or removals that are achieved from those projects are then validated and verified. And that third-party independent review of the way a project works, transparent review of data, of measurement, of processes, that builds trust. And then the work we do is at the layer above, where we review that process that has been implemented. And by being really an independent, global, independent governance body for the carbon markets, with a rule base, which we call the core carbon principles, against which we assess robust carbon systems, we're able to look at that and say, can you replicate the data? Can you see that stakeholder consultation has happened properly? Have you required that program to make all the documentation publicly available so it can be subject to community scrutiny? And these processes where you build from person to process right to the top, this builds the trust, and this is governance, right? So we have a rule that says every single thing that requires that enables a a project to calculate its removals or reductions must be public. And we check that. We go through a process of looking at project data of projects operating and checking that you can replicate that data. So the process we provide helps to ensure that that governance system oversight is working well. And that's really important in carbon because fundamentally, if you're trying to value nature-based assets through carbon revenue streams, because carbon is an intangible asset, the transparency and the governance systems are really key to building that confidence. And it matters not just for the sake of measuring the global contribution of nature-based solutions to the climate journey, but it really matters because that's where the investability comes in. And protecting nature costs money, and you have to bring the money in somewhere. And we know that public finance is less available than it ever has been. So private finance is carbon finance, and so just going through that high integrity system of the core carbon principles helps attract that finance, and we're seeing that that's the trend that is being developed. So governance at every level, I think, is one of the things that we find really important.
Yeah, thank you for highlighting. And I think what you just described paint the picture that the future is something that the community themselves can actually have a deep sense of ownership. And carbon is a pathway to that, but that is not necessarily the end goal. Thank you for highlighting that. And over to Bjorn, and looking at it from Amy's last point in terms of investability and allowing more private finance to flow. In terms of what do you envision for Indonesia as well and the opportunity that Indonesia can actually tap into, is there anything in particular that you think should be a core fundamental?
Sure, thank you very much. So first of all, I would like to agree with Amy and as Aita, we've been supporting, of course, the work of the ICVCM and the core carbon principles to build trust in this market. I also see around me in the room many fellow colleagues working in this space. So I'm not going to explain how to develop a project in detail because I believe we have the experts in the room with us. But I think what is important to note is that we are now entering a new era of carbon markets. We are no longer in the past era where carbon markets are unregulated and not governed by the national governments in the countries where the projects and carbon credits are being generated. What this means is both a challenge and an opportunity. I just came back from Ethiopia, from China, from Malaysia. Every government in the world right now struggles in understanding how to regulate, how to govern carbon markets and carbon projects to make sure that the financing that is flowing to these projects is real, it's viable, and it follows the integrity principles outlined by the ICVCM and Article 6 of the Paris Agreement. So for Indonesia government in particular, there is a need to update and understand the regulations that have been provided under the UNFCCC level, so at the international level, pull them down to the national level and think about how do we establish the necessary processes for authorizing and approving projects, for recording and tracking transactions, for sharing benefits with local communities and indigenous peoples, and then of course at the final level is the local communities and the developers that are working directly with them. So throughout this system, we have to work together as businesses, as governments, as civil society to enable this finance to flow. And I think, just as a final point, we have seen some bad carbon projects in the past. If you look at the real estate market, you will also see that sometimes a house is not what it's supposed to be, right? A real estate broker is not selling the house that they promised you to deliver. That does not mean the market is completely broken. It means we need to address the systemic risks in that market. And unfortunately, we will continue seeing some bad apples. And as a governance system, we have to address those bad actors and support the trust for those who are really doing the right and the good thing.
Great analogy. I'm going to steal that. Doesn't mean that the whole sector is broken, but we need to actually have an integrity of maintaining a system that works. And that brings me back to the point that Jan was mentioning, actually. So what you said about transforming this into an opportunity that Indonesia can also provide all actors with benefits. And you mentioned that you work a lot with entrepreneurs in Indonesia. And I'm curious to your perspective about what Amy and Bjorn have just alluded in terms of carbon, looking at it as a tool and a pathway for growth, but at the same time, do you think it will provide the right type of opportunities for the actors that is within the value chain that you just described? Will it actually help entrepreneurs that are innovating with products on the ground, for example?
Yeah, I think that's a great question. You know, I do think that there is a very strong intersect. So I think the short answer is yes. I mean, we see a lot of entrepreneurs at multiple scales, right? Early stage seed companies into growth companies who are working in coastal ecosystems, for whom I think there's a lot of discussion, a lot of interest in how carbon finance might be able to integrate, particularly where they're offering solutions that help to protect, restore, maintain blue carbon ecosystems, whether mangroves or seagrass. I think we've seen a large spike. In fact, a lot of the private funds that have been raised that are focused on nature-based solutions type carbon investments do include about a 10 or 20, 15% window that's really focused on technology and innovation, right? I think when you look at where there's been a lot of sort of growth and innovation around sort of carbon measurement, helping to make MRV a bit more cost-effective, a lot of those tools had historically been tested in North America, right? The temperate forests of North America, and had not really been adapted and tested in the context of our tropical forests, particularly in Indonesia, right? Hugely diverse canopies, a much different system. And when we talk about the coast, right, like thinking about sort of what the unique differences are between mangrove ecosystems in different countries. So I think there's a real opportunity there. Indirectly for entrepreneurs, for innovators, for the capacity that Indonesia is building and already has amongst engineering and sort of really, really bright entrepreneurs here in the country to play a role. But I also think that it's sort of, we've talked a bit about mitigation and nature-based solutions, but we can't forget that a lot of the solution sets that people are developing, including here in Indonesia, are really talking about adaptation, right? Thinking about how we adapt some of our most significant blue economy sectors, such as fisheries, such as marine and coastal aquaculture, to sort of address the challenges, right? The increased disease risk because of what's happening in the environment, or the impacts of these sectors on the environment itself. So I think that there's huge opportunity, and it's been very exciting to sort of see both from a government perspective, both from a university perspective here in Indonesia, and of course from the private sector and the accelerators and all of the ecosystem players who've been really trying to bring the best minds to the fore to address those solutions.
Yeah, thank you for also bringing up the adaptation point. We just had a discussion yesterday on adaptation and resilience, which is another finance discussion that seemingly are still a bit disconnected with what we're talking about right now, but actually are connected, and it should be integrated from the both risk mitigation perspective, but also how are we living in the future. And that brings me back to Kalafi, and you mentioned a lot about the way that businesses can also play a role in terms of looking at their target right, but also setting up how the target can be delivered with other partners and other stakeholders. And I wonder if you can pinpoint specific stakeholders that these companies have been very open to work with and have had great partnership, and why did that happen in a way? Is it community on the ground, or is it local government, or any type of stakeholders that are the right fit for this type of much more pioneering solutions, I would say?
Thank you for the question, Gita. And first, of course, government is the first stakeholder, I think. And here I want to just mention that the action plans that I mentioned about Malaysia and beyond Malaysia, we have also worked in Chile, Colombia, South Africa. We have ensured that these action plans also refer to different stakeholders. And one of the stakeholders is, of course, indigenous people and local communities. And also the local community, it could be your farming community. For example, one of the companies which is based in Singapore, they have actually a target to become forest positive across all their supply chains, including implementing deforestation plans for high-risk suppliers. And so to achieve that target, they have actually planted around 2.3 million trees through agroforestry, which not only supports or improves biodiversity, but also provides farmers with a sustainable source of income. So this has been one of the examples. Then there are other companies in concrete and cement sector that have also worked with local communities in designing nature-based solutions. So I think what makes the difference is engaging with the local communities and indigenous people, not as stakeholders, but as partners. So it's important to empower them for legitimacy and impact. And businesses can do that by engaging with indigenous people enterprises through mechanisms such as the Indigenous Peoples Chambers of Commerce, promoting the local knowledge and ensuring that the stakeholders are, the local communities are seen not as stakeholders, but leaders and active participants of these projects. And I think also important for businesses is to disclose on any relevant business activities where they have implemented free, prior, and informed consent process. So following this process is also important. And I think here, again, all of these are interlinked. Again, the role of government, again, once again, comes in. So where it's important with the nature-based solutions governance process, you include the indigenous people and local community voices for design and governance. And also, for example, designing policies which avoids, minimizes, and compensates for any unintended negative impacts on local communities, building capacity and training of local community workers, and also expanding the available finance to indigenous people and local communities. For example, we have now COP30 next month, and I hope that parties will expand their overall finance to IPLCs, including at least 30% of nature-based solutions finance going to projects led by IPLCs.
Yeah, it's an exciting opportunities for us to also connect a big movement that is talking about land rights and tenurial rights, and how does that fit into the picture as well. So thank you for pointing that out. And you mentioned a lot about cross-sectoral partnership with the role of the government within to actually become the policymakers and the regulatory framework provider. And this reminds me of a recent conversation that I've had with a colleague from DBS, actually. How do we look at it as an opportunity to also shape how Indonesia and how Asia can provide this type of ecosystem that allows finance to flow, but also flow to the right hand? So I'm going to go to Helge for this.
Yeah, sure. I think one word that we have mentioned a lot is really critical, which is collaboration. In simple terms, these challenges are all quite significant. So we are all accountable, we are all responsible, but no one can do it alone. So the simple concept is what we do here. Get everyone into a room. So you have policymakers, regulators, the private sector, finance, think tanks, services providers, standard setters, everyone into a room and jointly really work on these issues. Finance is very often not necessarily the bottleneck, which might not sound intuitive. But very often we need to really get everyone into the room. When I was in London, I was quite intrigued. We talked a lot about the biodiversity net gain policy. It's a new policy implemented in 2024, where, for example, if you build a larger real estate asset, you actually have to increase biodiversity either at that asset site or somewhere else by 10%. It's very new. Let's see whether it works. A bit early to judge. But the point is the ecosystem comes together and there are enabling pieces like policies and regulations that ultimately allow private sector action and then finance to flow. So that's critical, collaboration. I repeat that I don't actually think that we have a lack of capital. What we do have is a very significant risk-return challenge. So how do we indeed challenge the capital into the right solutions? And we actually, also good news, already have many of the tools we need. So we talked a lot about carbon markets, right? Everybody talked about carbon markets here. I remember DBS is a founding shareholder of CIX, which is a global carbon market and exchange. And already a few years ago, we conducted an auction for Delta Blue, which is one of the largest mangrove projects in Pakistan. And the price was a significant premium over other carbon credits, precisely because it had social co-benefits, it actually protected the natural habitat, and so on and so forth. So there is a product. How do we now scale this? Rinse and repeat, rinse and repeat. And the good work on establishing trust and so on makes me hopeful that we can do this. We also work as an ecosystem right now on what we call transition credits. It's a new form, has actually never existed, of carbon credits, which arise out of the early shutdown of coal and the replacement of coal with renewable energy. And we ultimately want to blend transition credits into the capital stack. So the logic is always the same, that you need different forms of capital that have different return requirements. Here, another buzzword that you will hear a lot is blended finance. As a banker, we've known this product for decades. Nothing new. Here in Indonesia, we recently financed a major water project which actually supports clean drinking water for about 2 million residents in Jakarta and the surrounding townships. And that was a blended finance structure. So there was commercial capital in there, provided MDBs, DFIs, and so on. But how do we do this at scale? Rinse and repeat, rinse and repeat. In Singapore, we just established a government-sponsored platform which we call FAST-P, Financing Asia's Transition Partnership. And there was a first fund launch. And the idea is to create a platform which, despite the fact that the assets we are financing, they're all unique, all very different, we create investment opportunities which are a little bit standardized to really be able to scale this. So that is the critical challenge. How do we overcome risk-return challenges? The products are there, carbon markets, blended finance, but as an ecosystem, can we create the enabling environment to really scale this at speed?
Yeah, I love how it touched into a point that when we're building an ecosystem, it's not only de-risking one company at a time, it's actually de-risking the entire ecosystem. It requires much more what Kalafi and Jan both was mentioning, but also Amy, looking at these different pieces and how can all actors that allows the ecosystem to grow get the financing that they need in the form that they need as well. So I'm going to go to Amy actually. In the work that you've done in terms of looking at it from a governance and a structure perspective, have you seen a model that allows us to actually identify things that way, looking at it as an ecosystem? So for example, if you see a project, then how can all actors in the FPIC process also recognize the benefit from their perspective, regardless whether they're policymakers, young entrepreneurs, local fishermen, but this is something that is being discussed when conducting the planning.
Yeah, thanks. So let me just talk about our self-led, hosted Indigenous Peoples and Local Communities Engagement Forum, which we channel finance and support to from our own funding, and it's a self-led forum of individual representatives of different Indigenous peoples groups who work together on what they think are the priority areas for Indigenous and local community engagement in carbon markets. And they've recently come out with their priority areas. And those are the areas that they will be working on in the next 2 years around bringing the Indigenous view to the carbon markets, to the place where it belongs. We have 10 core carbon principles. We don't see things like sustainable development or FPIC as co-benefits. They are a core principle. And that's really essential to us building trust in this market so it can scale investment. So our Indigenous Peoples and Local Communities Engagement Forum comprises ecopreneurs, people who are running projects, designing projects. And maybe I'll talk about 2 of the things that they're doing that are perhaps really central to the way that we need to reorient the carbon markets to build it into a model that really values nature and the stewards of nature in a way that works in the longer term. So, for example, historically, the carbon markets don't understand the concepts of traditional ecological knowledge, right? It's a very sort of specific approach to measurement that hasn't traditionally known how to harness traditional ecological knowledge. And that's a real barrier to intergenerational knowledges being used in carbon markets by ecopreneurs amongst indigenous peoples and local communities. So they're working on that. And they're doing a whole load of work around bringing understanding of traditional ecological knowledge into the carbon markets, which, that goes hand in hand with understandings about how nature is protected, conserved, and rehabilitated. The other thing they are doing is taking a self-strengthening approach to the work they do and helping other communities and other indigenous peoples who want to set up carbon projects that they operate, that they run, to have the skills they need to be able to do that and engage with the carbon market, other actors in a way that is led from that process. So, when we talk about an inclusive carbon market, it's really from that understanding that there are fundamentals that historically may not have been in the market, that need to be in the market for it to scale credibly, right? I mean, nature-based carbon assets are very long-term. They're very long-term, 60 years and onwards. To build projects that actually can maintain the stock and last and be resilient and change community lives, you have to go right back to the people who do the work. You can't just say, okay, we're going to put a fence around this. It fundamentally doesn't hold for the length of time that it needs to. So I think really just taking that centrality of inclusive engagement and driving carbon projects from where they belong and where they should start brings that trust. And I think this is, 2/3 of the indigenous peoples in the world are in Asia, right? This is the place where that journey will be the strongest. And we're really pleased to be supporting it and working alongside others to really build out a long-term vision for sustainable finance in this region.
Yeah, lots of food for thoughts there. In the coalition that we're building in Indonesia for this value chain of looking at how product and services can respect biodiversity, a lot of the discussion is also around local and traditional knowledge. One point that was discussed was how can we look at technology and innovation even differently and looking at local and traditional knowledge as part of not the past, but the current and the future, and redefining what do we mean all by innovation and technology, and how does that actually benefit the community and indigenous people on the ground. And thank you for pointing out that the key is actually to build up a long-term vision that talks about scalability as well. So I'm going to go to Bjorn before we open up for question in terms of scalability and where you see this can all go into. What are the future opportunities out there when we design systems that represent at least 5 different things, right? The panel have talked about how it has to be multi-stakeholders. It has to be built on trust and structure. It has to prioritize the people themselves. It has to have an integrity, but the economics needs to be right as well.
Thanks. So I would agree with what Helge mentioned. I think that financing is there, and the same is true in carbon markets. The carbon finance is there, but there is a mismatch between the supply and the demand. So what types of projects, most likely in the financing world, are we looking for? And also the same in the carbon market. What types of credits are buyers looking for? And how do we make those available whilst moving on again to this new era of carbon markets? So I think for Indonesia, I would highlight just 3 things. Number 1 is unlocking the domestic demand by introduction and strengthening of compliance carbon pricing instruments in Indonesia. So Indonesia has already an emissions trading scheme for the coal power sector, and we hope that this can be expanded and strengthened to cover also other industrial sectors that can then allow for offsets or carbon credits in forestry and nature-based solutions to scale this demand and market domestically. Secondly, is the role of independent verified carbon credits or so-called voluntary carbon markets, where corporate buyers, usually in Europe or North America, but increasingly also in Asia and this region, looks to procure carbon credits to meet their corporate voluntary and net zero targets. For that, we also need enabling environment from the government. And I'm pleased to see a representative from Ministry of Environment here. Recently, there has been several mutual recognition agreements signed with Vera, with Gold Standard, and with JICC, who provide this integrity that Amy was talking about to the market. But we also need to look at making those credits CCP approved by the ICVCM, which is what buyers are currently looking for. And finally, as the third segment, is the role of international carbon markets under Article 6 of the Paris Agreement. And again, for that, we see a lot of demand growing from countries like Sweden, where I'm from, or Singapore, where I'm based, as well as Japan and Switzerland, who are now looking for carbon credits that are authorized and can be used towards their own climate targets or NDCs. We also see a growing demand from airlines internationally under the CORSIA scheme, which are looking for up to 150 million tons of authorized Article 6 credits in the next 2 years. But we need that enabling environment and policy stability to allow for those transactions to take place. And I think that's where, together as a panel and also AITA, we look forward to supporting the government of Indonesia and the business actors in this room.
Yeah, opportunities are out there. It's just up to all of us to actually debottleneck a lot of the bottlenecks right now. So Q&A are open. So if you want to submit your questions, we've had this on the screen. You can scan the barcode or the QR code and submit your questions. Or I think an alternative is just to open it up. We have around 7 minutes for Q&A. Yes? Okay, let me see. If we can get the questions that are submitted, I'm going to just quickly check my phone whether they queue me some questions that have been submitted before I open it up to the floor. All right. No? No? All right. Let's open it up to the floor then. Yes? Any of you wants to ask to the panelists? Please raise your hand and maybe a microphone is going to come and get you there. Yeah, raise of hand. No? I think it's a bit of an intimidating room also, right?
Everyone is very scared.
It's a large room, so you don't want to kind of chime in.
Also, I think we didn't get enough coffee after the lunch. So
yeah, it was a good lunch. But just checking to the committee as well. Are we going to get the questions up on the screen? Yes? Yes? No? No answer? All right. If there's nobody that wants to ask from the audience directly, I have some more questions actually. Let's just wait until maybe 5-10 more seconds just to ensure that I get a right cue. Yes? Okay. All right, so just in case you want to ask questions, we still have time and you can raise your hand if you want. Yes, okay. So, we heard a lot about scalability and keeping things on the ground. But those are two, I think, polar opposites sometimes. It's like holding tension, right? You want to be intentional about everything, but you also want to make sure that it's scalable. So I think I'd like to allow all of the panelists to maybe wrap it up in terms of how do we hold this tension? How do we look at this as something that is scalable and makes us all excited about this is the future growth and the future economy, while at the same time really be hard on, consistent on maintaining who gets the benefit is the right ones. So maybe something on that as your closeout as well. Maybe starting with Amy.
Thanks, and it's a great way to close because it's exactly things like the work that Indonesian ministries are doing to create enabling environments, as well as really holistic, comprehensive standards like the core carbon principles that that resolve what you call that tension between scale and really well-designed projects that take a moment at the stakeholder level. Because what we know is that if you can get enabling regulation and consistent, stable signals and well-designed projects, that finance, as Bjorn said, is ready to flow. Yeah? And so for me, it's really an exciting moment because we have that ability now to see the region thrive in really high-integrity carbon projects.
Thank you. I think the word to highlight there is high integrity. How do you maintain integrity? Because it's not only good for the projects, it's actually good for the community and nature. And, well, it's good for the finance part as well. The price will be good. Helge, over to you. How do we hold this tension while be optimistic that we can actually do it?
I'm definitely optimistic, and it's simply going to build on Amy, because Amy set the stage on what we need to do, and for finance, there's actually not necessarily a tension. So the things that we want to finance, whether it's the blue economy, the green economy, and so on, all unique projects where we need to do a lot of groundwork, which was very, very articulately covered here by my panelists. The investment opportunities, so we translate this into investment opportunities. We can standardize those such that not each and every time an investor goes to Indonesia and wants to invest, he needs to completely relook at this again. So it's not necessarily a tension. We just need to be smart how we translate all these unique products that we want to finance, projects, into rather standardized financing instruments. That's the whole magic, which we're also trying to accomplish with this Fast P in Singapore that I mentioned.
Thank you. And I agree in terms of looking at it, not necessarily as tension, but actually as an opportunity to actually channel it right. So, because you've cued Jan and her extensive experience and also the explanation, what do you think? Can we hold this tension? Is there a tension or not really?
I don't think that there's a tension between the two themes, but there's certainly some work that needs to be done to bridge that gap, right? And so, with all of our work focused on, working with startups, obviously a lot of the financial sector, particularly in the venture capital stage, really wants to promote that scaling growth. But I think I would also come back to Amy, because I think we've seen, some issues with certain companies, particularly in sectors like aquaculture, where, at the expense of, with this overemphasis maybe on what scalability looks like, we've forgotten what it means to build with integrity and to really focus on sort of the kind of impact, both financial and environmental and social, that we can actually validate, right? And so I think more transparency, better frameworks, and yes, the standardization that incorporates that kind of trust and integrity, I think are really those key ingredients to scale, whether we're talking about carbon or other aspects of the real economy.
Thank you. In terms of looking at scalability and working at scale as two different things as well. Thank you for highlighting that. Kalafi, over to you.
I think I'll just build on what Jan said. So, and also linking to my opening remarks about aligning policies. So clear, consistent, integrated policy frameworks, which will make it easier for businesses to develop transition plans, strategies, and invest more confidently and effectively in long-term climate, nature, and land use goals.
Thank you. Integrated but well-aligned policy. And Bjorn.
Yeah, I think we have to move from carbon credits being like art pieces, where someone chooses, I like a Monet or a Van Gogh with different types of co-benefits and certain types of projects, towards actually becoming more of a standardized and commodity market for it to scale up and provide the financing that we know it can deliver. And I think Article 6 helps with that. ICVCM and the core carbon principles help with that. And I hope and I believe that the government of Indonesia is going to help with that as well. So we look forward to it. Thank you.
Thank you so much. It was such a rich panel. Maybe a big round of applause for all of the panelists. I just got 2 questions in my phone that was submitted, so maybe you can answer it in writing later. But thank you so much for joining us in this panel. I usually close out a panel with doing a little limerick or a little poem based on the word of choice. Something that was calling me when hearing you guys is the word now. So it's not about the future, we're talking about what's happening right now, and it's already doable. So the N stands for nature should not be considered as bonus or co-benefit, but at the core of all of the solutions that we're trying to make, whether the color is blue or the color is green. The O stands for opportunities of integrating multi-stakeholders into the conversations from the get-go will allow you actually to build trust but maintain structure within. And the W stands for weaving the connectivity between working at scale with maintaining integrity benefits us all and should be the priority. So thank you so much for all panelists. My name is Gita Shahrani from the Earth-Centered Economy Coalition and Bless Indonesia. Over to the committee. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Gita Shahrani, for leading this very insightful and fruitful discussion just now. For a photo opportunity, may I invite everyone to please move 1 or maybe 2 steps forward and take the center stage. Very nice key takeaways. Hopefully we'll remember all that and try to do that into actions as well. We found out about the emerging trends, innovations on how to leverage nature-based solution and the success factors as well. Once again, thank you very much, speakers. Thank you, moderator. Thank you for that fun discussion indeed. And you may all return to your seats. So just now we covered about the nature-based solution, and earlier today, we also talked about water security and agriculture. And later on today, you might also find about discussions on unleashing the green electricity to capture the full potential of renewables. So what are the emerging trends in renewable adoption and the challenges as well as opportunities and enablers in scaling up renewable energy generation and improve transmission infrastructure? And that's going to happen today as well. So we do hope that you follow all of our programs until the end of today. And ladies and gentlemen, before we continue, we would like to present to you a video about Indonesia International Sustainability Forum 2025.
The world is evolving, bringing new challenges alongside new opportunities. With a growing population, the demand for food, water, energy, and meaningful employment continues to rise. As pressures on our planet increase, so does the shared responsibility to respond with urgency and cooperation. For many years, fossil fuels have been the foundation of our development. Yet the consequences are clear: increasing emissions, urban pollution, deforestation, and impacts on communities. The climate crisis is no longer a distant concern. It is a present reality, demanding immediate attention. We recognize the need for change, while also striving for growth that is inclusive, equitable, and sustainable. Across the archipelago, Indonesia is undergoing transformation. With strong determination, the nation is embracing a new era of sustainable development. President Prabowo reaffirmed Indonesia's commitment to building a sustainable, inclusive, and resilient future.
We are committed to meeting our 2015 Paris Agreement obligations. We aim to achieve net zero emission by 2060, and we are very confident we can achieve net zero emission much earlier. We aim to reforest more than 12 million hectares of degraded forest, to reduce forest degradation, to empower local communities with quality green jobs for the future. Indonesia is shifting decisively from fossil fuel-based development towards renewable-based development. From next year, most of our additional power generation capacity will come from renewables. Our goal is clear: to lift all of our citizens out of poverty and make Indonesia a hub for solutions to food, energy, and water security.
This commitment is reflected here at the Indonesia International Sustainability Forum, where ideas grow into solutions and challenges become opportunities. Together, communities, innovators, and leaders are planting seeds of hope for a better tomorrow. Every seed we plant today is a promise for tomorrow, because the future is something we build together for the next generation.
So, ladies and gentlemen, that was a video about Indonesia International Sustainability Forum. This year, it has been a forum to mark Indonesia's seriousness to forward with its sustainability agenda. And here, all of us are the stakeholders for that, so hopefully all discussions that are taking place in this room will not stay only as discussions, but will be put into actions. And this forum will not be successful without the help and supports from our sponsors. So as we gather here at ISF Forum 2025, we would like to take a moment to express our heartfelt appreciation to all our sponsors for their invaluable support and partnership in advancing the sustainability agenda. Our sincere gratitude goes to our platinum sponsors, Sinarmas and PT Pertamina Persero. Thank you very much for your support. And also, we extend our appreciation to our gold sponsor, PT Astra International Tbk. And next to our silver sponsors, Standard Chartered Bank, Lubrizol, Vale Base Metals, April Group, and PT Freeport Indonesia. Thank you for your continued commitment and collaboration. And of course, to our bronze sponsors, DBS Bank, PT BYD Motor Indonesia, PT Bank HSBC Indonesia, Siemens Energy, PT Bank Rakyat Indonesia Persero Tbk, Achwa Power Global Service LLC, PT Bank Mandiri Persero, Chandra Asri Pacific, PT Bank Negara Indonesia Persero, Mind ID, PT Medco Energi International Tbk, PT Alamitri Power Indonesia, PT TBS Energi Utama Tbk, and PT PLN Persero. So those are our bronze sponsors. And last, we thank you as well for the support from PT Pupuk Indonesia, Siam Cement Group, Mind ID, Bank Syariah Indonesia, Telkom Indonesia, Indonesia Financial Group, and Burrito Renewables Energy. So once again, we thank you for your trust and partnership in supporting Indonesia International Sustainability Forum 2025, a platform that brings together global leaders, innovators, and change makers to drive forward Indonesia's vision of a sustainable future. ISF 2025 serves as a platform to bring together all stakeholders. So from the discussions that we have today and tomorrow, may we can connect the dots of what to do in terms of sustainability efforts. And other than panel discussions, we'll also have keynote speeches that are also very, very inspiring. So we do hope that everyone enjoy today's and tomorrow's program. Ladies and gentlemen, a warm welcome to the Minister of Energy and Mineral Resources of the Republic of Indonesia. His Excellency Mr. Bahlil Lahadalia. Once again, Bapak Bahlil Lahadalia, thank you very much for attending. We know that you have just arrived, but then, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to invite the Minister. So without further ado, here is a keynote speech from the Minister of Energy and Mineral Resources of the Republic of Indonesia, His Excellency Mr. Bahlil Lahadalia.
Selamat sore, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Shalom, Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, salam kebajikan. Yang saya hormati Pak Nurul, Deputi apa sekarang Pak Nurul? Deputi Promosi Kementerian Investasi, Bapak Ibu semua yang saya hormati, yang mohon maaf tidak sebut satu persatu. Pertama, saya ucapkan selamat atas terselenggaranya acara ini. Dulu waktu saya Menteri Investasi, kegiatan ini tidak ditangani oleh Kementerian Investasi. Masih di Menko dulu. Dan sekarang dilakukan oleh Kementerian Investasi. Dan itu cita-cita lama saya yang nggak pernah terwujud. Karena itu saya berikan apresiasi kepada Menteri Investasi sekarang, yang jauh lebih baik daripada saya, untuk membuat acara ini. Tapi saya melihat hari ini kalau kita bicara tentang energi baru terbarukan, transisi energi, 90% regulasi dan roadmap menuju ke sana kelihatannya ada di Kementerian SDM yang secara kebetulan menterinya saya sekarang. Jadi saya ternyata Pak Nurul tidak ditakdirkan untuk membuat acara ini, tapi saya ditakdirkan untuk mewarnai isi, substansi daripada acara ini. Karena itu izinkan saya untuk mencoba sharing dengan teman-teman pelaku terkait dengan apa yang akan Indonesia lakukan ke depan. Kita mengerti betul bahwa kondisi global secara geopolitik dan geoekonomi sekarang dalam kondisi yang tidak menentu. Perang, mudah-mudahan kita doakan segera selesai di Timur Tengah. Itu perang agresi militer. Perang dagang, tidak ada satu pakar ekonomi pun yang dapat meramalkan kapan berakhir. Di saat bersamaan, banyak inkonsistensi negara-negara dalam menjaga komitmen, khususnya Paris Agreement tentang penurunan emisi dan transisi energi. Beberapa negara yang menginisiasi untuk membuat roadmap dunia menurunkan emisi dan kita memakai energi baru terbarukan, mulai sekarang rasanya ada yang semangat, tapi ada juga semangatnya udah mulai luntur. Karena mereka tahu betul tentang keunggulan komparatif daripada masing-masing negaranya. Bahkan Amerika yang salah satu negara menginisiasi untuk Paris Agreement itu mulai keluar. Kemarin kalau kita melihat Presiden Amerika di pidatonya di PBB, ya agak ragu juga saya terkait dengan kelanjutan daripada transisi energi. Tapi it's okay, itu global. Tetapi Presiden Prabowo di bawah pemerintahan sekarang akan konsisten untuk melanjutkan tentang transisi energi dan energi baru terbarukan. Bapak Ibu semua, menyangkut dengan energi baru terbarukan dan kedaulatan energi termasuk transisi energi, ini masuk dalam asta cita dari Bapak Presiden. Dan kami diperintahkan untuk mengawal. Dan kita tahu semua bahwa Indonesia sekarang dalam kondisi yang memakai fosil masih sangat banyak. Lifting minyak kami sekarang kurang lebih sekitar 580 ribu barel per day. Dan konsumsi kurang lebih sekitar 1,5 juta sampai 1,6 juta barel per day. Jadi kita masih impor 1 juta barel per day. Berbeda dengan tahun 96-97, di saat negara kami masih masuk dalam OPEC, lifting kami kurang lebih sekitar 1,5-1,6 juta barel per day, dan konsumsinya baru 500 ribu barel per day. Nah, ini sebuah tantangan di mana impor kita setiap tahun untuk BBM dan crude kurang lebih sekitar 776 triliun atau hampir kurang lebih sekitar 50 miliar US dollar. Ini angka yang cukup luar biasa sekali. Tidak ada cara lain bagi Indonesia untuk bisa survive agar tidak terlalu banyak impor adalah bagaimana caranya kita meningkatkan lifting dengan 3 pendekatan. Memanfaatkan sumur-sumur yang sudah ada dengan teknologi. Yang kedua itu adalah bagaimana mempercepat wilayah kerja yang sudah selesai eksplorasi untuk produksi. Dan yang ketiga adalah segera kita melakukan lelang terhadap cekungan ada sekitar 75. Selain itu adalah bagaimana kita mengoptimalkan potensi sumber daya alam kita dalam memenuhi kebutuhan energi. Saya ingin menyampaikan bahwa Indonesia salah satu negara yang mempunyai kekayaan sumber daya alam energi baru terbarukan yang tidak kalah dengan negara lain. Panas bumi contoh, kita nomor 2 di dunia. Nomor pertama adalah Amerika. Target kami 2027, kami akan menghasilkan kurang lebih sekitar 500 megawatt daripada panas bumi ke depan, penambahannya. Dan untuk energi baru terbarukan selain panas bumi, kami punya matahari, angin, air, laut, dan berbagai macam potensi yang saya pikir harus kita gali untuk bisa kita mengoptimalkan dan memanfaatkan. Di mana potensi itu? Hari ini kami di dalam pemakaian energi sampai dengan 2025 itu sudah mencapai 14-15% itu energi baru terbarukan dari total listrik yang ada. Total listrik yang ada sekarang sudah mencapai 100 gigawatt atau 100.000 megawatt. Nah, ke depan RUPTL tahun 2025 sampai dengan 2034 kita mengalokasikan 69,5 gigawatt untuk energi baru terbarukan. Dan saya pikir teman-teman negara sahabat atau investor dari luar tidak perlu meragukan konsistensi Indonesia dalam mendorong energi baru terbarukan. Dan ini RUPTL kita sudah sahkan. Silakan sekarang ikut mengambil bagian. Kita mengundang investor untuk masuk. Kita mendorong karena energi baru terbarukan ini lokasinya di daerah-daerah yang memang jaringannya belum ada. Salah satu problemnya itu adalah jaringan listriknya. Kita juga mendorong di dalam RUPTL 2025-2035 itu membangun kurang lebih sekitar 47.000 kiloliter sekian. 47.758 kilometer sirkuit. Atau setara dengan 8.000, kurang lebih 8.000 kilometer. Kita bangun jaringan. Supaya pusat-pusat di mana adanya energi baru terbarukan itu bisa disalurkan ke konsumen dengan jaringan ini. Punya tantangan sendiri energi baru terbarukan. Di satu sisi adalah energi ini dibutuhkan, tapi di sisi lain teknologinya masih sangat mahal. Dibandingkan dengan batu bara, memang batu bara biayanya lebih murah. Jadi kita diperhadapkan pada sebuah pilihan. Di satu sisi energi bersih adalah kebutuhan dan konsensus global. Tapi secara ekonomi, batu bara lebih murah. Saya sedang berpikir bahwa Indonesia salah satu negara yang mempunyai cadangan batu bara terbesar. Dan saya tidak setuju kalau kemudian dipersepsikan bahwa seolah-olah batu bara itu enggak bersih. Sekarang sudah ada teknologi untuk menangkap carbon capture CO2 untuk kita masukkan ke tempat X daripada sumur-sumur minyak dan gas ataupun fasilitas lain. Jadi selain memang kita mendorong energi baru terbarukan, kita lagi mencari teknologi agar bisa menangkap CO2-nya untuk bisa ditekan. Agar listrik yang dihasilkan itu juga adalah listrik yang bersih. Ini sekarang kita lagi di SDM lagi mendorong ini secara baik. Bapak Ibu semua, terlepas daripada itu, sekarang kita lagi merencanakan dalam menindaklanjuti arahan Bapak Presiden Prabowo, tapi ini masih dalam perhitungan, sekali lagi, ini masih dalam perhitungan. Kita pingin setiap desa itu punya 1 megawatt solar panel. Dan ini akan masif, lagi dihitung betul ini. Kalau 1 megawatt solar panel di setiap desa, desa kita ada sekitar 80.000. Berarti ada 80.000 megawatt atau 80 gigawatt. Bahkan dalam arahan Bapak Presiden dibutuhkan kurang lebih sekitar 80 sampai 100 gigawatt. Ini potensi juga. Ini saya bantu Pak Nurul untuk jualan investasi ini. Ini. Nah, potensi ini akan kita lakukan dengan berkolaborasi dengan teman-teman investor, baik yang dari dalam negeri maupun luar negeri. Tahap hitungannya udah hampir final. Sekarang masih di angka 6, 7 sampai 8 sen. Tapi di India, saya baca salah satu media, ini ada pembangunan PLTS 220 megawatt dengan biaya hanya 3 sen. Kalau itu bisa diterapkan di Indonesia, katakanlah kalau itu benar, saya lagi mengirim tim untuk mengecek di sana. Kalau itu benar, maka saya pikir ini sebuah hal yang juga bisa kita elaborasi untuk bisa kita lakukan. Nah, untuk menuju ke sana, Bapak Ibu semua, dibutuhkan satu langkah-langkah terukur, komprehensif, dan betul-betul menukik. Salah satu problem kita itu adalah regulasi. Nah, kita sekarang sedang melakukan regulasi yang cepat, yang nama investasi, yang bisa kita eksekusi, dan tidak membuat berbelit-belit. Panas bumi itu izinnya itu bisa sampai 1 tahun gak selesai-selesai. Tapi sekarang kita sudah mulai rubah, cukup 3 bulan udah selesai. Tendernya pun gak pakai lama-lama lagi. Jadi ini adalah bagian yang kita lakukan untuk merespon cepat terhadap apa yang bisa kita lakukan bersama. Tidak bisa lagi kita menunggu lama, karena global sekarang, hampir semua forum, di hampir semua negara, isunya itu setiap produk yang dilahirkan dengan dua isu, green energy dan green industry. Dan produk-produk yang dilahirkan dari energi baru terbarukan punya nilai jual di pasar yang jauh lebih tinggi ketimbang memakai fosil. Dan fosil ini tidak akan bertahan lama. Tidak akan bertahan lama, dan Indonesia berkomitmen untuk net zero emission pada tahun 2060. Dan ini sesuatu yang harus dilakukan. Nah, kaitannya dengan itu, kita juga membuka diri untuk melakukan ekspor listrik. Kemarin saya di Singapura sudah menandatangani MOU dengan kementerian di Singapura untuk melakukan ekspor listrik. Sudah barang tentu ekspor listrik ini saling menguntungkan. Jangan ada satu negara yang merasa lebih hebat daripada negara lain. Kita saling membutuhkan. Jangan ada satu dua pengusaha kongko-kongko, kong-kali-kong, kemudian mengatur negara lain. Tidak boleh. Saya sudah sampaikan kepada Singapura, saya kirim, kami siap pemerintah atas arahan Bapak Presiden mengirim energi baru terbarukan, tapi juga harus ada manfaat untuk Indonesia. Dan kita sudah tanda tangan MOU, kesepakatan yang sebentar lagi terjadi. Kita akan bangun kawasan industri bersama di daerah Batam, Karimun, Bintang, dan kita ekspor listrik ke sana dengan saling menghargai izin dan regulasi di masing-masing negara dan harga. Jadi teman-teman pengusaha, saya menyampaikan agar masuklah ke loket yang pas. Kalau kepala sakit, kalau perut sakit, datang ke dokter umum. Kalau jantung sakit, datang ke dokter jantung. Jangan sakit kepala, datang ke yang bukan dokter ahlinya. Nah, itu nanti sesat jalan. Dan ini saya sedang rapikan. Cara-cara lama saya pikir sudah harus kita akhiri. Kita masuk babak baru untuk perbaikan internal Indonesia dan global pada umumnya. Ini penting saya sampaikan, jangan sampai ada kesan Menteri SDM enggak terbuka. Saya terbuka, tapi tertib pada aturan main yang ada di negara kami. Tertib pada regulasi. Jangan tidak berdasarkan regulasi. Saya pikir ini Bapak Ibu semua, peluangnya kita buka secara baik. Dan apa yang bisa kita lakukan bersama, kita lakukan. Dan yakinlah bahwa Indonesia akan terus konsisten untuk mendorong kepada energi baru terbarukan dengan penyesuaian terhadap berbagai regulasi untuk memudahkan agar apa yang direncanakan bisa dieksekusi secara baik. Demikian, terima kasih. Wabillahi taufiq wal hidayah. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Shalom dan salam sejahtera untuk kita semua.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Terima kasih banyak Bapak Bahlil Lahadalia, Menteri Energi dan Sumber Daya Mineral Republik Indonesia, untuk keynote speech-nya yang memaparkan tadi bagaimana roadmap Indonesia ke depan sesuai dengan apa yang diaspirasikan oleh Presiden Prabowo Subianto. And Indonesia is phasing out from fossil fuels into renewable energies, and it has been done in work. And also the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Resources has laid out its roadmap ahead as well. So thank you once again, Minister of Energy and Mineral Resources, Mr. Bahlil Lahadalia. We thank you as well for your support and presence in the forum of ISF 2025. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I hope everyone is still in an uplifted mood and energy as well to continue with our next agenda. So the tone was set by the Minister of Energy and Mineral Resources, so that it is very timely indeed when we talk about now unleashing green electricity, capturing the full potential of renewable energy topic. And for this, I would like to invite our moderator for the panel session. Let's invite him to the stage. Mr. Martin Santoso, Associate Partner, McKinsey & Company, to the stage with a big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen.
Good afternoon, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Martin Santoso, Associate Partner from McKinsey & Company. We are honored again to be here as ISF Knowledge Partner for third year in a row. And I'm also personally excited to welcome you to this important panel on unleashing green electricity, capturing the full potential of renewable energy. Allow me to invite our panelists to the stage. First, I'd like to invite Bapak Bobby Gafur Umar to the stage. Pak Bobby, please join me to the stage. Pak Bobby is the Vice Chairman of Downstream Investment and Green Industry in KADIN. Thank you, Pak Bobby. Second, would like to invite Toru Yoshioka. Toru, please join us in the stage. Toru is President Director of Mitsubishi Heavy Industries in Indonesia. Thank you. Third, would like to invite Pak Eka Satria to the stage. Pak Eka, please join us. Pak Eka is the President Director and CEO of PT Medco Energy International Tbk. Next, would like to invite Haimeng to the stage. Haimeng Chang is the Chief Strategy and ESG Officer at Longi Green Energy. Next, would like to invite Tim Anderson to the stage. So Tim is the Indonesia CEO of Aqua Power and previously served as President Director for Sun Cable Indonesia from 2002 to 2004. Finally, would like to invite Su Eun Tan to the stage. Please join us, Su. Su Eun is the head of IEA Regional Cooperation Center in Singapore, the IEA's first outside office outside Paris. Thank you, Su. Thank you for joining us, panelists. So first, before we start the discussion, let me start by laying out the context a bit. So as we know, by now, actually globally, renewable has overtaken coal in terms of power generation capacity, right? And Indonesia, as per what has been explained by Pak Bahlil, also have great ambition in renewable. In the RUPTL, as Pak Bahlil said, going forward, more than half of the additional capacity is going to be from renewable. And we do have abundant resource in Indonesia, so the potential is huge. But then, as of now, renewable is still a small portion of the total Indonesia energy mix. So what we will discuss in this panel is mainly focusing on how to accelerate renewable adoption in Indonesia. So with that context, right, let me kick us off with first question to Pak Bobby. So Pak Bobby, two questions, right? First, how can Indonesia government renewable energy transition program contribute to the 8% economic growth goal from the president? And second is, what is the investment prospect for renewable energy in Indonesia?
Thank you, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Pak Martin, your question is actually, I would like to start with a brief presentation and how we see the potential of the renewable energy as a driver of economic growth of Indonesia. As you know that the new government has a target to achieve economic growth of 8%. Despite of the global economic situation, I would like to give you the first slide, next. This is that we have. Indonesia has abundant resources. You know, the potential of we focus only and for the transition of energy program, we see the huge potential for the economic growth driver. You see that we have 3,687 gigawatt potential for renewable energy, mainly for solar, 3,294 gigawatt, wind, 155 gigawatt, hydro, bioenergy, and also geothermal and tidal. But you see the execution of the project of the renewable energy very small, less than 1%. This morning we see the presentation of Minister of Investment. This is actually a potential for us, yeah, potential for investment to Indonesia that can create 760,000 employment and also the huge of emission reduction. Why? Why Indonesia with a huge potential cannot deploy? Okay, we go to the next slide. Pak Bahlil, the Minister of Energy, just explained about the new program that already announced, the RUPTL, is Electricity Supply Business Plan for the next 10 years. This is actually breakthrough. From 69.5% gigawatt, 76% is related to renewable. 61% for electricity and the storage 15%. The total investment opportunities under the new RUPTL is about 2,133 trillion rupiah, huge. And 73% the private sector can get involved. Yeah, from the portion of the IPP, 1,566, the renewable portion is big, it's around 1,341 for the private sector, and the PLN 340. So then with the huge potential like this, Indonesia needs a lot of breakthrough. This morning, Minister of Investment, Pak Rosan, also announced that the recent government plan is to accelerate the development of the waste to energy in Indonesia. Because currently Indonesia faces a big problem about waste, especially for the capital city and also the big cities in Indonesia. Almost 70 million ton waste per day. That actually can create a lot of, investment that to transform from the problem of the environment become the green energy. Yeah, the program for 33 cities from before only 12 cities, and the total investment in the next 2 years will be 6.3 billion US dollar or 91 trillion. Just announced recently, then Pak Rosan said November, the first 10 project will be started. So then looking at, next, I would like to start to open also later on discussion. Currently, Indonesia already almost there. Yeah, the global commitment for Indonesian and central government for energy transition plan also there. yeah, for electricity already issued, and also the program already started since April this year. The latest Aeropetrol that already explained by the minister, including the other program for the renewable energy. And we know the global funding support for green energy all over the world also ready to support the development on that. And the technology currently become cheaper and cheaper. And the most important, the investment climate Indonesia already lot of improvements. But we still have a lot of homeworks. First, the very important, how we can develop the economic viability for the investment. Investment in renewable energy is not cheap, but become more visible and visible. Yeah. Now, the renewable energy law already in the final discussion and also forming in the legislative. Hopefully, within 2 years, could be issued. This is very important, the umbrella policy. One, Indonesia still has a weakness. It's a domestic financing. Yeah, with the current structure of the local financing, it's difficult to support the renewable energy plan. We still need a lot of support from global financing, especially green financing, to develop renewable energy in Indonesia. Next is allocation for subsidy. This is also issue. From 100% subsidy program, only less than 10% allocated for renewable energy. Very small. And we have already had a lot of discussion, and the new government will shift the subsidy to reallocate more in renewable, like just the new program for the waste energy. Last but not least, the integration of the electricity grid. Yeah, all the challenges and also the solution already on the desk of the new government, and hopefully after this conference we can also cultivate that a lot of new programs. Yeah, so then this is my opening. Yeah, hopefully with a lot of this potential, we can get a lot of investment also that can focus in renewable energy. Thank you.
Thank you, Pak Bobi, for sharing the Indonesian context and also opportunities. Next, maybe we try to see from global examples, right? I would like to start from Haimeng here. Right. So Haimeng, as we know, China is one of the world's fastest growing market in terms of renewable. What are the lessons learned, right? Specifically, practices in policy, market, and deployment that you think can be replicated in this region, especially Indonesia?
Thank you, Martin. And it's my privilege to be here to learn from the Indonesian market and also share some of the experiences from China and other markets in the world. I'm a Chief Strategy and ESG Officer of LONGi. So LONGi is the world's largest solar PV and also potentially hydrogen player in the world. So of all the solar installed in the world, roughly 27% use LONGi technology. So talking about China, so the solar development in China has been spectacular in the past 10 years. Last year, roughly the new installed capacity for solar is close to 300 gigawatt, which is roughly half of the global amount is 600 gigawatt, roughly. So China is half of that. There are many factors that build up to that scale. I'll talk about a couple that I think is critical. including maybe a story that captured the essence of the factors. So in China, we also have a coal mining industry. And one of the provinces in Shanxi used to be half of the coal production in China. But over the years, many of the mines in Shanxi are depleted. So it creates a huge environmental issue, both in terms of landscaping, underground water, dust, and pollution. So in the northern part of Shanxi, there's a city called Datong. So Datong municipal government worked with the Energy Bureau, Minister of Energy essentially, at the central level, to launch a program that's called the Top Runner Program. That started in 2015, extended all the way to 2016 and 17, and eventually added more than 50 gigawatts of solar power just in that metropolitan area alone. So it completely reshaped the geological landscape. So if you have a chance to visit, so the success factor of that program is one, to have a very stable scheme for feed-in tariff. So working with the policymakers centrally, so they would know for the next 10 years, 15 years, what is the feed-in tariff for the solar power generated. So that creates a very predictable finance model for the banks, right? So make the projects bankable. Second thing, the local government really put their weights behind the land acquisition, permitting, licensing, and all the process that's required to develop a project. So it makes very fast and very easy for the developers to start and launch projects. And the third thing is to have an incentive program that incentivizes high efficiency technology. Basically, the Top Runner learns from actually the Japan, right? So name come from Japan. Basically, it means for this year, if you identify the most efficient technology, and the next year that will become like the baseline, right, for you to use. So it pushes the efficiency of the technology used in that. So I think in summary, very ambitious plan that has multiple benefits, not just in green power, but also local pollution, local community income. It actually creates income for local community, the landowners, the workers that actually lost their job because coal mining is depleted. So actually reskilling and creating new jobs for hundreds of thousands of people locally, and have a good coordination between the local government efforts and the central government policy, and also a very predictable feed-in tariff and finance model that can mobilize the banks, the bank loans to inject into those projects, and a very clear roadmap of technology progress that then create some competitive pressure for all the participants into that program to continue to improve efficiency and improve on the return of their investments. So those are the things that I think really created that at-scale case example in the northern part of China. And I think it's quite replicable if you want to take that to some part of Indonesia and even to some other countries that has the ambition to create renewable energy complex at scale. Yeah.
Thank you, Haimeng. I think those are very insightful, right? And some of the learnings indeed probably can be applied in Indonesia as well. And next, looking from the investment side, right? Next, we'll go to Tim. So we know Aqua Power has deployed capital in many geographies, right? So when you are entering a new market, right? For example, Indonesia or Southeast Asia, what are the key conditions that you look for before investing heavily in renewables?
Thank you very much. Yes, so Aqua Power is operating in 13 or 14 countries, currently has 80 gigawatts under management or operation and a bit more contracted. And we would define ourselves as a hyper-accelerated developer. When you look at our growth trajectory, it has been very rapid. and that has been a function of several things which I'll discuss now, which answer your question. And that is, ACWA has been able to have very long-standing, deep partnerships with technology providers. Longi provide a lot of our technology, with the bankers and the finance ecosystem that needs to support the projects. But what we look for is projects of scale, because when you are talking about these types of technologies, particularly solar, the tariff can get very, very competitive with scale. And in some of, we heard the Minister talking about even raising the point that coal is still cheaper than solar. We would disagree. There are so many projects that we're doing and others around the world which are so much cheaper than coal. You can build coal. So first point, but that's at scale. So we're looking for scale. We're looking for a supportive ecosystem from supply chain. So obviously being able to leverage up global partnerships from key suppliers and bring those to a market, have cost advantages. Alternatively, we know that many of those partners have operations or plans to build manufacturing in a country. So we know that in Indonesia. So what's the supply chain? How quickly can we bring that technology to close out projects? And then I guess the regulatory environment, how much certainty can we get around the permitting regime? And we would certainly welcome all of the points that various ministers have made today around greater certainty on permitting, streamlined processes, cutting down those times. They are significant because in our world, we are essentially competing internally for investment capital across our portfolio. So in the 7 years that we've been operating in Indonesia, some of our colleagues in other markets have brought on huge amounts of power relative to what we have done. And so the business looks at the environment globally and says, well, which are the markets that can grow in quickly and which are the ones that are a little difficult? So those three things, I guess, are the keys in terms of what we look for. Having said that, we're very bullish about Indonesia. The things that we've heard from various ministers, the initiatives of the new government, the power being concentrated in Antara to be able to provide that certainty on those things that we talked about, I think cause for great optimism. And we're ready. And earlier in August, our chairman and global CEO came and signed a commitment with Antara to unleash $10 billion of investment in these types of projects over the next 9 or 10 years. So we're looking forward to being able to cash in some of those promises on improved permitting, greater certainty around that, working with our global suppliers and financiers on unleashing those projects and bringing hyper-accelerated project development to Indonesia.
Thank you, Tim. Very clear requirements on what you look for, right? Then maybe from market design and regulatory perspective, Sue, would like to get your perspective as well, right? On what shift in terms of market design or regulatory, you think, that will make the biggest difference in accelerating Indonesia's renewable transition?
Thank you very much, and thank you for the opportunity for the International Energy Agency to present and be part of this panel. We have 32 member countries, mainly in Europe, North America, and in the Asia-Pacific region, it's Japan, Korea, Australia, and New Zealand. But we're also very fortunate because Indonesia has been an association member country for many years, and we have a deep and long-standing relationship with the people and the government here in Indonesia. So thank you for the opportunity. So maybe let me zoom out a little bit, and I want to continue Tim's theme of optimism. So we released a report at the end of September looking at the potential of solar and wind integration into Southeast Asia countries. And one of the key findings of that report was that there is 20 terawatts potential of solar and wind in Southeast Asia. What does that look like? That's roughly 55 times the total current generating capacity of the whole region. So the opportunity is huge. The question is, how do we unlock even a tiny amount of that opportunity to help the region, but also the countries in the region to have energy security and energy affordability? And you've heard already from a lot of the speakers about the issue of financing. How do we unlock low-cost finance? I do want to say this is not a problem just for Indonesia. We did our cost of capital observatory, which surveys and looks at what are the factors and what drives the difference between an investor making an investment decision in, say, Southeast Asia versus an economy, a developed economy. Now, that gap is 2 times. So it is 2 times more expensive from an investor's point of view to invest in Southeast Asia than in a developed economy. So the question is why? Now, it's a combination of perceived and actual risks. And particularly for this region, and it's a theme you've heard already, it's around that political and regulatory uncertainty and the need to have clear, stable frameworks. And why is that? The IEA always says the second golden rule for energy security is predictability. Energy investments, they're long-term, they're large. And an investor's not going to put their money in if they don't know when the money's going to come back, when are they going to make a return for it, and what's the value of that return that they're going to get back. So what are some of the practical things from a government's point of view that can be done? So you had a good example from China. Let me give an example from India, because it's another close neighbor, another emerging economy in this region. So India currently is on track to deliver 345 gigawatts of solar between now and 2030. That's a lot of solar power coming on board. How have they been able to do that? It's 3 main things. Firstly, very clear leadership, political commitment that they want to do this. They want long-term renewable power to be a key part of the country's future. So Prime Minister Modi at COP21 said, by 2030, India will be 500 gigawatts non-fossil energy. He made that declaration very clearly. I think from Indonesia's perspective, what has been excellent to hear is you've had that very clear commitment, and the president has been clear about it very consistently since he's been elected. And then today, you've had every minister, again, very clearly reaffirming that commitment and that ambition, including, very pleasing to see, the 100 gigawatts of solar that Minister Bahlil just spoke about. The second thing is actually around what is the policy system that you can put in place to attract the project development. So we had an example in China of the feed-in tariff. In India, they use an auction scheme, right? And it's very clear. It's a fixed-term, 25-year contract. And really importantly, it is backed by a government guarantee. Now, that was a lesson that India learned as it was running through its auction scheme, because what it was starting initially to find was actually not many people were participating in the auction. They're thinking, what's the problem here? And it was because the financiers were very worried about the late payment from very financially constrained utilities. So the government stepped in and said, okay, we're going to have a centralized agency who's got to run this auction system. We're going to have no cap in terms of the bidding for what you can bid for it, and we're going to guarantee the payment. And from that, we saw this massive inflow into participants into the auction scheme, which is really positive. The other thing the government did was impose a renewable energy obligation on utilities. So some component of what you use as a utility has to come from renewable energy, and that really made a difference. The third and final thing that we saw, and again, we've heard this from previous members of the panel, was the government dealt with the land access and the grid access issues. So they set up solar parks, so developers didn't have to worry about trying to do the land acquisition and the land access negotiation. The government just set up these solar parks, and that's where the solar is going to go. And they put in place green energy corridors, right? So that allows the building of the grids and the transmission that will be necessary to bring that renewables on board. So really practical ways that the Indian government has done that. So I think there is real opportunity here for Indonesia. Firstly, because you absolutely have the potential. Secondly, we've clearly heard the political will. It's been really, really uplifting, frankly, to hear that, and that's been really fantastic. And then I think the third thing is also we're seeing within ASEAN very clear cooperation. So the minister talked about the agreement that he signed with Minister Tan from Singapore about the renewable imports. But more broadly, I see all ASEAN ministers are working on the ASEAN power grid and the importance of trying to ensure energy security for all of the countries in this region. And I think that's an incredibly optimistic and positive note. Thank you.
Thank you, Shu, for also sharing the India case, which is very interesting. And next, for Indonesia specific, maybe we go to Pak Eka. So Pak Eka, as we know, in the new RUPTL, IPP will play a big role in help to drive our energy sector goals. Yeah. So for your perspective as a renewable energy developer, what are the enablers that should be prioritized to accelerate investor confidence?
Thank you, Martin. Good afternoon, everybody. Nice to be here to sharing these very important topics. So I think if you ask us, Medco, yeah, particular, we see this as basically opportunity, but also responsibilities. A little bit about our company. I think Medco is the Indonesia energy and natural resources company. We are working closely with governments and customer in providing energy solutions and also natural resources like copper, yeah, to the market to support energy transitions. We are producing 160,000 barrels, but we are also focusing on energy transitions, which is clean power, yeah. And we are doing also the mining, which is copper, which is important to the energy transitions, right? In power, I think we are very serious in developing the clean energy. We are targeting, at least by the next 3 or 4 years, we're going to reach 30% of our energy coming from renewable. So, coming back to your questions regarding RUPTL, Martin, Pak Bobby mentioned, I think very clearly, and I think Pak Bahlil also mentioned, Indonesia has huge potentials on renewable, 3,600 gigawatt. And at this moment, only 0.4% being used, right? So we see RUPTL basically as a clear signal, yeah, from the government, showing that Indonesia is turning ambition into implementation. But the question is how? And not only that, looking at the potential, I think Pak Bahlil mentioned this also, Indonesia could be one of the energy hub. I think last year in this forum, several players from Indonesia also signing a potential of us, Indonesia, exporting green renewable to our neighboring countries. And then Pak Anin also mentioned that this green potential actually could help Indonesia growing. I think he mentioned about one number, 4%. Because if you look at the numbers, I think we can easily understand just from the RUPTL alone, yeah, we're talking about a demand, yeah, or investment around 1,500 trillion, equivalent to 100 billion, which is need to come from the private sector. So it's basically there, so the demand is there. And not only that, from the regional demand, I think Singapore has clearly mentioned about their interest in Indonesia renewable. 3.9 gigawatt has been signed. If we going to convert that into PV, we are talking about around 30 gigawatt peak of, basically panel needed, And also probably more than 30 gigawatt hour of BSS or battery needed. So combine, both RUPTL and regional demand, this could help us. But as a local player, I think the question is that how are we going to realize it? Like Pak Prabowo said, we don't want to be omon-omon. I think based on our experience, I agree with our friend Su from IAE. I think at the end, number one is all about it's all about regulations, right? I think policy is a key. Yeah, without right policies, I think it's very important for us to realize. And probably I'm going to add market reform. Yeah, market reform is also important. Give me one of examples. I think Pak Bahlil say that let's make sure that we are doing it correct. I think we have signed G2G MOU already. And then the government also releasing PP 40 2025. But what we need now is the implementing regulation. I think the question here is that how are we going to sit down and produce this implementing regulation so we can basically use that potentials, renewables that we have. And on RUPTL, I think yesterday, me and my fellow association of IPP came to PLN. But I think what we're saying here is that good, RUPTL mentioned a lot of renewable, but I think we need to adopt a competitive auction process. Yeah, otherwise it's very difficult to implement, and it will confuse also, our friend, our foreign friends that are going to invest. And the other thing here is that if you look at Indonesia energy at this moment, I think the question is that how are we going to operationalize carbon pricings? At this moment, between the others energy and then to the green energies, I think there is no differentiations. I think we need to do that. So I think in summaries, I think we need clarities, consistencies, and also credibilities, from us, from Indonesia, government, and also players, to make sure that we can deliver this. The other thing that I like to mention is about our readiness, grid and infrastructure readiness. I think everybody agree we need to improve expand also the grid. And another thing also I like to keep mentioning here is that, we need to also enabling an open access. Why? Because renewable need basically a grid to basically supply the power. So probably we need to ensure that we have a proper discussion on how we're going to have open access of power wheeling into the system to enabling us supplying the grid. And then the other thing here is that it's all about investment, industry, technology. So we need to also open our policies, for the technology that will be coming. I think we heard from Lonji and others that we need that. We need to also have some pragmatic local contents, but in the other hand, we need to promote also technology transfers. At the end, I think I like to close this with collaboration and execution, because without collaboration and execution, I think the number that we are seeing is only on the dream. So we hope that Indonesia could be one of the, major players on the green, and all of us, especially us as a local player, can play a big role in delivering these very important things for our nation. Thank you.
Thank you, Pak Ika, for sharing your perspective. So moving on to the last but not least, Toru, right? So as we know, scaling renewables, right, at the scale that Indonesia is aiming to will require overcoming bottlenecks in infrastructure, both in generation and also in transmission. Right? Where do you see the biggest challenge, and also what opportunities or enablers that can help to overcome this?
Okay, thank you. Good evening, everyone. Indonesia's energy transition needs a just and a phased approach to balance the energy security and the decarbonization together. To do this, we need a range of technical solutions, including renewable and alternative fuels. I'd like to focus on areas that we see the great potential in Indonesia, that geothermal energy. Indonesia is one of the world's largest geothermal reserves. 24 gigawatt of potential is there. And it is also that the second largest geothermal electricity producer, with 2.7 gigawatt of installed capacity as of 2024. We are proud to be part of this progress. So far, we have delivered 6 units of geothermal power plant in Indonesia, 400 megawatt of output in total. In 2024, we have delivered retrofitting the Darajat geothermal power plant, Unit 3, Garut, West Java, with a more efficient and reliable steam turbine that increase the output from 121 megawatt to 129 megawatt. And also, we have supplied 55 megawatt of Rumit-Barai Unit 2 geothermal power plant in Palembang to the Pertamina Geothermal Energy. Looking ahead, the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Resources has a plan to add a geothermal capacity by 5.2 gigawatt in coming 10 years. We are exploring how our advanced technology can support this growth. One of the promising technology is to add on organic ranking cycle systems, which is abbreviated as the ORC system. And our group company, Turboden, has a technology and fluent experience to support. ORC system can utilize brine water from the existing geothermal power plant, and which was usually returned to the underground. But this brine water to vaporize secondary organic fluid to drive a turbine and generate electricity. Such a kind of ORC system have not required to develop new drilling through getting some new steam. Therefore, such a kind of ORC system can less development risk and then shorten the construction period. And other than the geothermal, renewable energy like solar and wind also very important, but faces the issue of the intermittency. This is where alternative fuels like hydrogen can come into the help stabilize the grid and support the energy transition. We are partnering with a local partner to explore the alternative fuel like hydrogen, ammonia, and biomass to decarbonize the existing infrastructure. For example, our hydrogen-ready gas turbine can be used at the existing gas turbine combined cycle power plant in Indonesia. And also, our ammonia mixed coal-fired boilers can help decarbonize the existing coal-fired power plant. We are collaborating with Nusantara Power to study hydrogen and ammonia co-firing at Muarakaran power plant. And also, we are making some biomass co-firing at a Python coal-fired power plant. Such a kind of renewable and alternative fuels is at early stage to develop. Therefore, we need a further support in the terms of the policy and the investment. Therefore, cross-sector collaboration is a key to accelerating the development and the deployment. At MHI, we'll continue to leverage our technical expertise and the global experience to help realize the support the Indonesia's net zero goals, which is that is a way into the some practical, reliable, and inclusive. Thank you.
Thank you, Toru. I think with that, we have come to the end of the session, right? Before we end, let me try to share also my reflections from the discussion. I think there are 3 points. First, Indonesia has huge potential in renewable, and not just potential, but the ambition, right? And then second, from what we learned from the panel, there are several key enablers that we need to have to be able to realize this ambition, right? First and foremost, I think almost everyone here talks about the importance of policy regulation, having clarity, having consistency and the right policy to enable this. Second, also right projects at scale, right, with a clear path of bankability and commercial setup. And the third one, also the right collaborative ecosystem. We need to involve everyone here, right? The government, business, technology players, and so on, right? And therefore, the third point is that collaboration, very important to be to enable us to achieve this aspiration. So, thank you everyone for sharing the insights.
One more.
Pak Bobby,
Okay.
maybe you want to say something.
I think one more very important I raise for this discussion from Shuren, how to unlock the value. Yeah, how to unlock, we can unlock the potentials. Big potential, but how to it is very important. Strong government support. Yeah, with the government support and commitment, the rest is easy. Yeah, like for example, how to reduce the cost of investment. One of the very important key is financial cost. During the Suharto era, the government give government guarantee and the financing easy. If the Indonesia government can do the government guarantee, then we can invite financing come in. And also one of them is how to minimize the risk. The most important and very difficult one is the land acquisition. Provide the land, easy. We just come and invest. Yeah, including like Pak Eka said, providing the integration of grid. And you can build a small, very fast. This is how to unlock government support.
Thank you for sharing that, Pak Bobby. Okay, so thank you for all the panelists, and thank you also for all the audience that have come here, and have a great rest of afternoon. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Moderator and speakers would like to invite everyone for a photo opportunity. So please make 1 or 2 steps forward and pose to the camera. Once again, thank you, Mr. Martin Santoso, for leading the panel session and also speakers talking about unleashing green electricity, capturing the full potential of renewable energy. Some of the key takeaways are that it is definite Indonesia is full of potentials, but then we need the political power and also collaborations among other nations, especially in Southeast Asia. So thank you very much for all those messages and reminders. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we continue the agenda with an MOU signing session. The first MOU signing session is between Pupuk Indonesia and Aqua Power, MOU about strategic alliance for industrial decarbonization. So may we invite the respective representatives to please come forward. PT Pupuk Indonesia Persero, represented by Mr. Jamsaton Nababan, the Technical and Business Development Director. Please come forward. And from Aqua Power Company, please come forward Mr. Salman Barai, Vice President of Southeast Asia. And to witness the signing, would like to invite Mr. Rahmat Kaimuddin, Deputy Minister for Basic Infrastructure, Coordinating Ministry for Infrastructure and Regional Development of Indonesia. All right, signatories are ready to sign the document, so please proceed. Gentlemen, go ahead. Pupuk Indonesia and Aqua Power for Industrial Decarbonization Strategic Alliance, MOU. And And let's seize this moment with the documents signed, uphold and show them to the camera. Don't forget to smile, gentlemen. Thank you very much. Thank you, signatories. Thank you, Pak Rahmat Kaimuddin, to witness that as well. And the next MOU, Cooperation Agreement on Green Hydrogen Potential for Decarbonization of Maritime Transportation in Small Island Context between GIZ, HDF Energy and Newman and ESSA. We may invite the respective representatives to come forward now. Please come forward from GIZ, Mrs. Lisa Tinshert, Director Energy Program Indonesia, and from HDF Energy, Mr. Matthew Giz. From Newman and ESSA, they will sign the document after this event. So from GIZ, we have Ms. Lisa Tinschert, Director of Energy Program Indonesia, and Mr. Matthew Giz as the President Director of HDF Energy Asia Pacific, signing the MOU on Cooperation Agreement on Green Hydrogen Potential for Decarbonization of Maritime Transportation in Small Island Context. And once the agreement is signed, please show them to the camera as you smile, as well as a symbol of commitment to forego this MOU signed today. Thank you, signatories. Thank you very much. You may return to your seats. Indonesia has been very ambitious as well in net zero emission that is targeted to be obtained by the year 2060 or even sooner from there. So, ladies and gentlemen, the next keynote speech will be delivered by Ms. Armida S. Ali Shahbana, the Under Secretary General of the UNESCAP, that will deliver a keynote on emission-free mobility, catalyzing the shift to green mobility. So without further ado, let's welcome her to the stage with a big round of applause. Thank you. And before we start, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to invite you back to please be seated and follow the keynote speech that will be delivered now by Ms. Armida Ali Shahbana. So to you, the floor is yours now, Ms. Ali Shahbana.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat sore. A very good afternoon. And very pleased to be here, joining all of you, distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, colleagues and friends, teman-teman semua, Bapak Ibu yang saya hormati. It is my pleasure to address you at the Indonesian International Sustainability Forum 2025. I extend my sincerest appreciation to the government of Indonesia for hosting this significant event, which brings together a whole range of critical topics, from unleashing green electricity to financing sustainable growth. Today, as we convene for the session on emission-free mobility, we do so with a shared understanding that advancing sustainable and green transport is not only an urgent priority, but also a powerful driver in realizing the sustainable development globally as well as country level. The integration of the economic, social, and environmental pillars of sustainable development into the transport connectivity agenda in our region stems from the key enabling role transport plays in sustainable development. Transport brings us all together. It connects people to jobs, education, and healthcare, and allows communities to thrive. However, we cannot ignore that transport is also responsible for almost 1/4 of global energy-related greenhouse gas emission. That is why ESCAP is my organization, Economic Social Commission Asia Pacific, based in Bangkok, Thailand, but covering the whole region, is very much committed to supporting the green transition in the transport sector. It is one of the most powerful opportunities we have to mitigate climate change. Our member states, meaning countries in our region, have recognized the importance of transport decarbonization. Low carbon transport and mobility is one of the 7 thematic areas of the ongoing regional program for sustainable transport development in Asia Pacific, covering the period 2022 until 2026. May I take this opportunity to introduce one pillar of the regional program, which is the Asia Pacific Initiative on Electric Mobility. The objectives of this initiative are several, namely, accelerate the transition, meaning to support and speed up the shift to electric mobility or e-mobility across the region. Also to enhance regional cooperation, that is to deepen collaboration and provide opportunities for peer learning and experience sharing among both private as well as public sector stakeholders. And also to strengthen capacity, that is to build the capacity of countries to formulate national policies and strategies for accelerating the transition to e-mobility with a specific focus on public transport. For example, electric buses. And also to enhance multi-sectoral collaboration, that is to improve coordination among key sectors, including energy, transport, and finance, which are all crucial for a successful transition. The initiative focuses on scaling successful models, particularly for public transport, such as buses, to maximize benefits for air quality and emission. We support countries in establishing the complete electric mobility ecosystem. To deliver on these objectives, we have built a network of knowledge partners to share their best practices or their success stories. To give you one concrete example, the city of Shenzhen in China, I'm sure all of you are familiar with Shenzhen, is frequently highlighted as a successful case study in large-scale electrification, as it was the first city worldwide to 100% electrify its public transport system. So not only buses, but the entire public transport system, including taxi and so on and so forth. We are, in this regard, partnering with the city's bus operator, one of the largest and most experienced operators of electric public bus fleets globally, to provide capacity building for bus operators from other ESCAP member countries, focusing on practical skills in EV operation and fleet management. This is just to give you a concrete example, how we support our member countries in shifting to this electric mobility by using the example that is the best practice from Shenzhen. Another related initiative is in decarbonizing shipping and maritime connectivity. And I think this is also an important initiative that countries such as Indonesia would like to look at this initiative and how also to implement it. Its focus is on the crucial mitigation component, targeting the maritime transport sector, which is a major source of global greenhouse gas emission. The initiative promotes the transition to zero emission fuels, for example, green methanol, green ammonia, and energy efficient operations for ships and port infrastructure. In conclusion, our initiatives represent vital and interconnected pathways to a resilient, green, and prosperous future for the Asia-Pacific. And in this context, in the transport sector, joining this framework is not merely a gesture of cooperation, it is a strategic national investment in sustainable growth. We urge all member states, our member countries, supported by all stakeholders, to fully embrace and effectively participate in this initiative. We can then collectively leverage the region's resources, knowledge, as well as innovative spirit to transform this strategic initiative on electric mobility into tangible, on-the-ground change, securing a sustainable future for all. Thank you very much. Terima kasih atas perhatiannya. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much for the keynote speech. Ms. Armida Ali Shahbana, very inspiring indeed. So that was a keynote speech on emission-free mobility, catalyzing the shift to green mobility by Ms. Armida Ali Shahbana, the Undersecretary General of the UN ESCAP. Once again, thank you very much for speaking on this forum. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we'll continue right away with the next agenda, which is a panel discussion with the theme Emission-free Mobility, catalyzing the shift to green mobility. And it is now time for me to introduce the moderator for the session. Please welcome to the stage Mr. Ashwin Balasubramanian, partner co-leader McKinsey. Let's give a big round of applause to our moderator.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Ashwin. I'm a partner with McKinsey & Company's Singapore office. It's my privilege to be here hosting this session on green mobility. I lead our energy transition and sustainability work across Southeast Asia. And green mobility is a topic that I follow quite keenly. Also, of course, for McKinsey, it's our privilege to be knowledge partners for Indonesia International Sustainability Forum for the third year in a row. So again, our thanks to the organizers for allowing us to be knowledge partners and make a contribution. As you heard also from our speaker just before this panel, the theme for today's session is on emission-free mobility, catalyzing the shift to green mobility. With that, I first want to introduce and invite our fellow panelists on stage. And so maybe I will start with Pak Rahmat Kaimuddin. Pak Rahmat, please join us on stage. I think Pak Rahmat is not a stranger to most of us. He currently serves as the Deputy Coordinating Minister for Basic Infrastructure at the Coordinating Ministry for Infrastructure and Regional Development. In the field of sustainability and energy transition, Pak Rahmat is very passionate about this topic, and he's been entrusted as the head of the National Energy Transition Task Force Implementation Team for more than 2 years. And he's also the brains and the mind and the body behind this International Sustainability Forum since its conception. And he also has been serving as the lead negotiator in the past for Indonesia at JICC, right? So thank you for joining us, Pak Rahmat. Next, I'd like to invite Tan Sri Michael Yeo, who's the founding president. Please join us on stage. He's the founding president for World Digital Chamber and KSI Strategic Institute for APAC. He has more than 4 decades of leadership across corporate boards, finance and public policy, and he's been a strong advocate for regional connectivity, which is particularly important as all of us get together here in Jakarta. Next, I'd like to invite Henry Liu, who's the Vice President APAC for Lubrizol Corporation. He leads regional strategy for advanced materials, lubricants, and additives that enable clean transportation solutions. He has more than 2 decades of experience in this sector, supporting innovations in battery performance, low emission fuels, among many other things. Thanks for joining us, Henry. Next, I'd like to invite Shantanu. Please join us on stage. Shantanu Jaswal is the head of India and Southeast Asia research at Bloomberg New Energy Finance, Bloomberg NEF, where he leads research and strategy on clean energy, mobility, and energy transition across the region. He also has expertise in decarbonization and renewables. Thanks for joining us, Shantanu. Last but not the least, Daud Joseph, please join us. He's the Director for Operations and Safety at Transjakarta. Joseph has been in this role for more than 2 years. He oversees daily transportation of 1.4 million passengers, more than 5,000 buses on more than 240 routes, very integral to how we all get around in Jakarta. So thank you for joining us, Joseph. It's my privilege to have our panelists on stage. Green mobility, as you all might know, has been picking up quite rapidly in our part of the world in Southeast Asia. For example, if you just look outside Indonesia and Thailand, almost 12% of new vehicle registrations are battery electric vehicles. I come from Singapore. This was the first year where the leading model of car that was sold was an electric vehicle and not a ICE vehicle. In many countries here, as well as in Indonesia, we still do encounter a number of challenges to rapid uptake, right? And I think it's a mission for all of us at this stage to talk about what does it take to debottleneck and accelerate this even faster. There is always a lot of discussion around total cost of ownership, right? Having the infrastructure available, right? Whether it is for battery vehicles or for even biofuel powered vehicles. This is also a very important topic for Indonesia. We are, of course, one of the leading resource holders for a number of battery minerals. So getting the electric mobility space right is also a great way to make our country prosperous, right? And create high quality growth in the country, right? We do have natural endowment in biofuels, which also makes it very important, right? So what I'd like to do, and here you can also see a very good mix between local and global, between public and private sector, right? Very clearly, this space requires a lot of collaboration, right, across these different parties to really scale up this game, right? So I'll start with maybe Parahmat. This is a topic very close to your heart, right? And you've spent a lot of time thinking through what can the public sector do, right, to nudge and open up the space for the private sector to really activate, scaling up in this green mobility space, right? So could you tell us a little bit how you think about the role of policies and incentives to really not just kickstart, but also keep the momentum going in this fast-moving space? Maybe let's start with that, Parahmat.
Yeah, thank you, Ashwin, my fellow panelists, and all the people. Basically, let me quickly explain the background of Indonesian policy on green mobility. What is the impetus? Why this is important for us? So let me explain quickly on our energy sector. Indonesia is a country that actually export energy in terms of barrel of oil equivalent more than what we use domestically. So that is one. However, we still import quite significant amount of energy as well. And most of the energy that we import is actually oil. And most of that oil is being used for transportation. So if we want to we want to have energy sovereignty like our president wants to do, we need to think about this. How we need to shift from using imported oil into something that we do domestically, that we have domestically. The other thing is, of course, this moral imperative of climate change. Another one will be air quality issue. And all typically is caused by combustion engine tailpipes. At least in Jakarta, that is the case. Because we have done quite a lot of studies in Jakarta. So we see green mobility, especially electric mobility, is one stone that can kill multiple birds. So if you shift from, let's say, combustion engine into EV car, roughly my own calculation using Indonesian mobility, you will save about 10 barrels of oil per year product, or about 15 barrels of oil crude. So that will save you some money or some fiscal space on import. The other thing is about oil subsidy. Indonesian government spend quite significant amount to subsidize fossil, especially on gasoline and diesel. Of course, it's a very sensitive topic. If you stop immediately, then people typically will not be very happy. So again, shifting from combustion into electric mobility will make this subsidy irrelevant. And therefore, if we want to do something about it, then it's easier if it's no longer important or relevant for the people. Okay, so, but what to do? Today, our vehicle market is about 1 million car a year, between 800 to 1 million a year for four-wheelers, and about, say, 6 to 7 million for two-wheelers. We accumulate today, population is about 150 million vehicles, 20 million cars, 130 million motorbikes. So this is very big population on the road. You can't change that immediately, right? So our strategy initially is this. Okay, let's create the market. Let's entice the buyer. So we give incentive for the buyers. 10% VAT discount for car buyers, and at the time, last year and the year before, we give 7 million rupiah if you want to buy EV two-wheelers. That helps increase the market. And then the other strategy that we use is, it's not enough to have people buying if there is not enough product that is affordable to be bought. So what we need to do is to open up the market, create options for our people. So 2 years ago, we issued this regulation that allows manufacturers to come. They can import from last year and until the end of the year as much as they think is suitable, but they have to commit to invest and produce the same amount of cars that they import, and they have to give bank guarantee. And that has been quite successful in increasing our market share from, say, 1% before the 10% discount, become 1.7%. And once we introduce this manufacturing discount and give options to people, by August, roughly year to date about 10%, but the quarter alone about 14-15%. So it's actually quite significant change. And this, I keep mentioning, is probably higher than a couple of G7 countries, right? So in 3 years, Indonesia has been actually doing some leapfrog on this. What to do moving forward? We need to make sure that they continue with their commitment to produce some more options. We see that the portfolio is starting to be more options, variety, but not yet the same with the combustion engine options. So we need to create more options. And of course, most importantly is infrastructure, charging station. And maybe not in terms of the need, because actually electricity is everywhere in Indonesia. We have 99.9% electrification ratio. We don't have oil wells that many. A lot of people ask me like, oh, Pak Rahmat, what about the charging infrastructure? And I told them, you know how many gas pumping stations in Indonesia? It's about less than 8,000. But you know how many charging stations in Indonesia? Around 4,000. Even though the car on the road is only 120,000. And there's 20 million cars and 130 million motorbike on the road. So the ratio is actually not that bad. But of course, this is about perception as well. So we need to do a lot of that. And we need to continue to build more confidence to the people. So those are the key things that we are working on today.
Thank you very much, Pak Rahmat. What I hear from you very clearly is that the narrative, the underlying narrative is very, very important, right? Good energy transition policy also needs to be good fiscal policy, good energy security policy, but also good economic policy, right? So trying to find a win-win across each of these dimensions is what makes good policy that will accelerate this going forward, right? It's a very clear message. Maybe I'll invite Tan Sri Michael here to weigh in on the same topic, right? You have a vantage point even beyond Indonesia, right? What does successful policy look like, right? Who has gotten it right? What have you seen really work, right? And what can we learn from that, right? It'll be great to hear your views on that.
Thank you. I think at the outset, it would be useful for us to take note of the core drivers for green mobility, and that would include rising fuel costs, the growing environmental awareness, and a general broader push for sustainable transport. But we need to take note also of challenges that Pak Rahmat has identified earlier, the limited availability of charging stations. There is also the element that higher upfront costs of EVs may put off some early adopters. The impact of hot climate on EV battery performance is another issue that we need to address. Hence, building a competitive EV ecosystem, we need supportive policies and incentives. If I may, I would like to summarize very quickly what I think can be 10 key points that we should perhaps take into account in developing the broad ecosystem. Number one, I think different countries here need to develop a national blueprint or a master plan for low carbon mobility. Indonesia has done that. In Malaysia, we're trying to do that. Then secondly, implement tax exemption on import duty and road tax for EVs. In Malaysia, that has been going on for the last 2 years. I hope today's budget that our finance minister will present will extend that exemption for another year. 3, provide grants to encourage larger installation of charging infrastructure in both commercial and residential areas. 4, making it mandatory for installation of charging stations in all new property development projects. 5, accelerate infrastructure deployment and fast-track approval for charging stations installation. I think that has to cut through some of the local council municipality delays in approving the installation of charging stations. Create green financing schemes to make EV ownership more affordable. 7, run public awareness campaigns to highlight the total cost of benefits of EVs. Because sometimes people look at it from the 2-3 year angle. We have to look at the total time frame of you owning a EV and look at the total cost benefit analysis. 8, prioritize development of charging infrastructure along major highways. One of the impediments to EV usage in Malaysia is people worried that long highways, there are so few charging stations. And although the EV mobility now can go on for a few hundred miles up to 1,000 kilometers, but that need to have more charging stations on highways need to be accelerated. Number 9, which I think is a very, very critical area for many of us, is addressing the rural-urban divide. Singapore don't have that problem, but in many of our countries, Indonesia, Malaysia, Singapore, even Philippines, to make available EV infrastructure in rural areas so that that divide is addressed. And my final point is, ASEAN as a whole need to adopt harmonized standards on EV charging to facilitate greater cross-border mobility. And if I may end by saying that from estimates, the ASEAN EV market is now valued at US $498 billion in 2021 and is projected to reach over US 2,600 million by 2027, representing a CAGR of 32%. I'll end here. Thank you.
Thank you, Michael. What I'm hearing is the design of these policies and incentives is particularly important, right? It's definitely not a one-size-fits-all. There will need to be quite a bit of customization, right? We need to think about what will drive the consumer, but also the producer. And we need to think about the holistic ecosystem, right? It's not just the vehicles, but how do you incentivize or encourage the buildup of the infrastructure, right? And also maybe these are not just initiatives which encourage some behaviors, but also you need to remove some barriers, right? I think that becomes quite important as well. And also you have different types of consumers, right? You have the city dwellers, but you also have the rural areas where again the drivers and the incentives are quite important and quite different, right? So I think that's very helpful to keep in mind. Maybe we shift gears a little bit. I want to get some views from Henry, right? Henry, you've been looking at this landscape evolve across APAC from your vantage point. One challenge we've always been talking about is, getting started is easy, but scaling up is not easy, right? So how do you see countries successfully scaling from the early stage adoption, right, to really get into mass market adoption of green mobility, right? What do you see working and what can you share with us?
Okay, that's a great point. Thank you. First of all, Serena, thanks for the opportunity to be on the stage talking about the future mobility and the green solutions. And Nubrizo, as a global company, we operate over 100 countries, and we not only observe all these learnings in Asia Pacific, but also globally. We see, all the countries, energy transition at the different rates. As a technology company, I think, you're talking about scale up, and technology is the key behind, so how we can get technology robust and ready. And we talk about EV, people tend to think about EV as electric, version of ICE, but actually it's not. It's actually totally different, fundamentally, different machine there. So for us to think about, such as, from transmission to, thermal management, and also the infrastructure, and also some people talking about their, the perception, the future customers, their thinking, right? So there's a lot of things for us to think about, not only just for the government, private sectors, and also the people operate in the industry. So that's a very important part. So I would say, to be a successful roadmap for the future, you have to think about the people side to make sure we need to help the people in the industry now today, how we can rescale them, or help them to retool all these things, especially in the aftermarket, because the whole customer experience is so critical, right? We're talking about the charging station, and that's a part of the customer experience. In future, the drivers, they need to find the places to get the right time, right place, get charged. That's the one thing. And also safety definitely is another key concern. We need to address. There's a lot of key challenges there as we are moving to supercharger, and also thermal management is another, challenging areas. And because we are the key solution provider behind of the technology, we see how challenging that could be. So overall, I would say, there's a few things, we can collaborate as actually when you just talking about this, have to be collaborator and innovation constantly by the industry. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Henry. Maybe what I want to do next is, Joseph, going to you, right? You have a very unique situation, right? Where you live and breathe the urban mobility problem, right? And we all know, the future of the world is urban. Actually, maybe the present is already urban, right? And especially in Asia, right? The future of Asia is also urban. And particularly, green mobility lends itself very well in an urban environment, right? Just from the point of view of infrastructure requirements and so on, right? So how can we properly integrate green mobility and mobility innovation into urban planning strategy, right? What are your views from where you are sitting? How do you see that?
Yeah, so in Transjakarta, we are operating 5,000 buses, and we already convert 420 of them becoming electric. So there are three types of buses that we operate: the big bus, the medium bus, and the micro bus, which use as a first mile and last mile service. And we are seeing a very clear road in converting the big bus, but not for the medium bus and the small bus. The main problem for the medium bus and the small bus is the availability of the charging facility. For the big bus, we do build our own charging station at the depots, but for the medium bus and the small bus, we cannot build the depot far away from the central of the town. It should be at the heart of the city, but then the price of the land at the center of the city is so expensive, makes it impossible for us to own a depot in the center of the city. So, how to integrate this urban mobility with the EV acceleration is how we can provide the lands and the areas for the public transportation needs. Not only for the charging facility, but also for the depot, for their garage at night, and also for the terminal points. And this is not the conventional terminal points that is used before with the ICE, but this is with using the EV. You cannot have empty kilometers again. You used to allow empty kilometers for the buses to go refill the gas tank, and then you go back to the terminal. But now you don't have that luxury anymore, because having a bigger battery capacity will increase and add the number of price of the bus. So now what you have to integrate with the city planning is you have to provide the location for the bus to own the garage, or to provide them to rent the location for the garage, for the charging station, and also for the terminal points. And I think this is very aligned with the policy of Jakarta, Indonesia's capital, to do the transit-oriented development. So making it easier for people that stays in one place also to reach the public transportation facility by putting them in the nearby location. And I think there will be a very important keys that will make a success of the EV conversion in Jakarta, especially for the buses.
Yeah, no, thank you very much, Joseph. No, I read somewhere long ago this quip that the sign that you've become a rich country is not that everybody has a car, but that everybody takes public transport. And I can see that you have this vision that everybody takes electric public transport. But I think you also emphasize the need for systems thinking, right? Many of our cities, our communities, they have been designed around an internal combustion engine, right? So designing this for electric mobility or low carbon mobility requires quite a different way of thinking about this. And I think that is what our city planners and policy makers and even the private sector needs to think about very actively, right? maybe with that, Shantanu, moving to you, right? You've been working in this topic in India, right, across Asia. Many people talk about India, for example, as one of the poster children, right, for accelerating green mobility, right? So what are some success stories, right? If you think about particular cities or even countries that are leading in green mobility, right? What do you see happening in those examples?
So from the e-buses perspective,
or generally, right, when you talk about electric mobility, yeah.
Okay. I think, first of all, what everybody has mentioned, that it's still a very policy-dominated sector, so you do need a lot of policy support initially. What we find is that the total cost of ownership of various electric vehicle buses, various categories of buses, whether it's, it's a small bus or a big bus, they will start becoming competitive on a TCO basis somewhere around 2030 onwards, unless we see further drop in prices of batteries, which is a significant component of the overall electric bus. Which means that there is some subsidy which is still needed for the initial few years. So subsidies, and it's very easy to say, like we should get subsidies, but obviously not all the governments have the financial heft to provide unlimited subsidies. So it can be very targeted subsidies for the first few segments, which can help develop these buses. And Delhi is a good example. Over the India, there are subsidies being provided. Other good example from all major countries is that targets, whether it is for reducing urban pollution targets, whether it is having more electric vehicle target, like Jakarta has a certain number of buses that they want to have. China, in particularly, in their 14th five-year plan, they have mentioned that all urban buses, not all, sorry, 72% of all urban buses should be electric by the end of this year. And those kinds of strong, hard-hitting targets, they also help accelerate the deployment of e-buses. Otherwise, without strong political will, it becomes still quite difficult. Then there is also a vehicle scrappage policy that China is actually doing right now, wherein they are helping existing buses, which are closer to the end of their life, to be replaced with electric vehicles. So that also is something that is that has made China one of the biggest markets for electric buses, all kind of electric vehicles, So we start with policies, then have hard-hitting targets, and then we have some of the other support mechanisms like these. Business models obviously also play an important role. That is where the private sector also comes in, because they bring in a lot of new ideas. They can adapt to the changes, market changes, consumer preferences much more quickly, rather than some of the transport authorities in the world.
Thank you, Shantanu. Investors, project developers, manufacturers, they all love certainty, right, and clarity, right? Not just today, but also 5 years from now, 10 years from now. So I think providing that clarity in terms of the milestones we want to achieve, or even direct or indirect targets that we will aim for, I think has a big power in actually making this momentum really become in this momentum becoming realized, right? So I think you make a very important point there. Maybe I'll ask the same question also to Michael, right? What do you see, right? What are some good examples of success stories, right? How others have, cities or countries have gotten this right?
I think Singapore is one success story that we can cite. You built a very comprehensive charging network across the island. I think that should stand out, that is interesting to look at. Maybe I could cite Thailand as another example for EV manufacturing. They have done very well in attracting global EV manufacturers into Thailand. So as a manufacturer, Thailand could be an example to look at. China, I would cite also because they have really focused on the affordable EVs and producing lower cost EVs that can have mass market penetration. So I think this could be examples to look at. And maybe Indonesia, using your vast EV battery ecosystem, I think can show you out as an example for leading the EV ecosystem. Thank you.
Thank you, Michael. Maybe if I go back to you, Henry, right? We've discussed a little bit heavy-duty vehicles and heavy-duty transport, right? So how do we accelerate EV adoption in that segment of the market, right? What are your observations and some ideas for making this happen?
Yeah, I think heavy-duty, heavy-duty area definitely is a challenging area. It's not that easy to be electrified. Given the nature of the things they're doing, and because most time they are always on the road or remote areas, to get in there charging is not that easy, and also early adoption cost is also very high. So they are all individual owners. They are use that as to make the money. So support like they operate like a small business. So they care more about the return of the investment. So sustainability, definitely they have some concern there, but they're not their priority, right? So at the beginning. And also, I think Kevin said that there's opportunity there, and I think, probably they could think about alternative as a first, practical way, as a phase one, such as, the hybrid, or hydrogen as alternative as a first, option, and to reduce the emissions and also, boost the, the efficiency as well. And also create the path for the, get the infrastructure ready, for the future transformation. So I think, heavy duty area definitely need more innovation, across the, upstream and, OEM and also aftermarket people working together. But also obviously the government will play a bigger role there. How can support that transformation? The heavy duty area, is critical.
Yeah, thank you for that, Henry. Right. So, what we also observe is, typically with heavy duty vehicles, it is fleet owners, right? And then it's easier to scale, right? Because the decision making becomes a bit easier. Some of the challenges you were talking about, having common infrastructure, high utilization, and then the load management and so on, they all become very, very exciting, right, when you're talking about heavy-duty vehicles. So maybe those are some, even different fuel choices or technology choices come into play once you get into the space of heavy vehicles, right? I also want to leave some time for questions from the floor, from the audience. Is there a QR code that is going to be put up, which you can use to maybe send your questions to me? While we do that, maybe, Parahmat, I have one question for you, right? We are here at the Indonesia Sustainability Forum. If you think about the mobility journey that we are on, right? Where do you see, green mobility in Indonesia 5 years from now, or 10 years from now? What is the vision you want to leave us with?
I'm a government official, so I have no vision. I have to execute my leader's vision, right? So one vision is about energy sovereignty. Today, we are importing a lot of oil. So the goal is at some point, maybe at least by 2045, we have to reduce that import, right? The other vision is that by 2045, we want to reach very high economic situation between, say, $15,000 to $30,000 GDP per capita. I've run some numbers. If we are $20,000 GDP, in 2045, Indonesia will have 320 million people by then, and we'll be like Japan today. There are roughly going to be 160 million cars from 20 to 160. Let's assume no more motorbikes. If we stay in combustion engine scenario, then we will need a lot of oil. Even though if we produce biofuel, it still be challenging to fulfill that needs. So mobility is, green mobility, especially electric mobility, is quite clearly one way to reduce that burden or stress on the demand. The good thing about Indonesia is that we have plenty of electricity feedstock, both fossil as well as renewable. We have about 3,700 gigawatt worth of potential renewable when we only use, I think, 15 gigawatt. So we can create multiple, maybe like 40 or 50 times existing PLN. So we have plenty of green potential power. So again, our goal, how can we keep our economy growing? How can we ensure that our people can still have options to for mobility, public and private? But how can they, while they're like basically improving, they're buying cars and whatnot, they're not creating more stress on the fuel import. Maybe lastly, the shorter period of vision is that we want to have 2 million cars and about 13 million motorbikes on the road by 2030. So that is 5 years from now. And roughly, I believe, does it take? I'll need 50% market share by 2030. By end of the year, I'll be more than 10%. Jakarta, actually South Jakarta, in where we are, is already 26% market share. So it is possible, but of course we need to make sure that this demand actually not only centered in Greater Jakarta area, but across the archipelago.
Thank you. That's quite an inspiring vision, Pak Ahmad. Maybe a challenge for all of us here is, next year when you come to ISF, the vehicle you come in has to be an EV, at least a E2-wheeler, right? If that is your transportation of choice, right? Yeah, or an e-bus, yeah, of course. Yeah, so we are getting some questions also from the audience. Maybe we have time to take one or two of these. Henry, there is a question for you directly, right? So it says, how can the private sector help to advance green mobility, right? So as a private sector player, what do you see the role that you can play to accelerate green mobility?
Definitely, I think private sector is the driving forces behind, not only just, from a technology point of view, but also really because any transformation, you need push and pull. And I think the government have a lot of policy, almost like a push, but also you need to pull. Make the products really appealing to the future customers, right? So that's a really important fundamental part. How we can make the product not only, from efficiency point of view, economy point of view, but also have to be, say, function, performance, safety, everything is better, right? You cannot say we move into the green mobility and we compromise all those things, right? So that's have to be the technology play, and also make the product more affordable and also have a more function, for the people willing to buy, to spend. And that's a choice, give the customer the future, a choice, right? So that's the thing, private sector can do more there. But obviously there's a lot of innovation, private sector should do getting together. I'm a call for action, so action is, EV is not traditional, as I mentioned before, ICE, they need technology, innovation and, collaboration together and make all this happening.
Yeah, so innovation is the key word, right? Especially this is a very fast-moving space, and I think that's where the private sector can play a very important role. Maybe one last question for you, Shantanu, right? What does your research say in terms of really what are the biggest challenges in Indonesia, right? To more rapid uptake of electric vehicles, E2-wheelers, right? What's your sense?
Well, on the E2-wheeler side, I think the lack of models, lack of available models is one of the big concerns. Like in most countries, if you see, the more models are made available, the more sales, the growth in sales you see. Because each model can cater to a certain category of consumers only. But having a wide set of models can, and not just two-wheeler, even for four-wheelers, there are people who want to buy vehicles priced at $12,000, for example. Some may want $15,000. Some may want certain features or certain size of the vehicle, certain load carrying capacity. All of that is very different from a person to person, differs from family to family. Or whether you're young or old, that also plays a key role. So having more models would be something that would definitely help scaling up of the electrification of vehicles across all categories. One of the big challenges, apart from charging, I'm not going over there, it's already talked about quite a bit. One of the other challenges is on the financing side. So it is still considered slightly risky from banks' perspective. And the lending rates or the insurance rates can actually be slightly higher than compared to ICE vehicles. So if there can be some sort of intervention from the government, some support from the government to bring that down, then that would help uptake of electric vehicles. And last thing is that there is a lot of uncertainty in the technology itself. So the future price of vehicle, the resale value of vehicles is a big concern in the minds of people. There have been business models or suggestions about business models like, okay, after, let's say, 10 years of your usage of vehicle, any category, whether it's a car or a bus or a truck, you could use the battery for grid scale applications. But are the grid scale guys ready to use this battery? Because they don't know to what level of the battery has degraded and how it will retain the charge, how much it will retain the charge. So that, I think, is also a big unknown at the moment. So hopefully we'll get to learn from other countries. Indonesia can look at other countries and learn from it.
Makes sense. I think, we should probably think about this tipping point where this market reaches a critical mass, after which there is more consumer interest. So the manufacturers also have the confidence to offer more choice, which then automatically catalyzes more consumer interest, and then it becomes a virtuous cycle, which is kind of self-fulfilling, right? So we probably will be close to that point in Indonesia, hopefully soon, and then it becomes unstoppable. I think the point you make on financing is a very important one, right? Especially with the battery part of the vehicle and how the life cycle is different from how people are used to thinking about vehicles in general. In many of our consumer families, the vehicle is seen as an asset, right? But that equation gets changed a little bit in their mind, at least, right? The moment a battery gets involved. So again, how do you think about innovative financing models and even ownership models, right? That will accelerate some of this becomes quite important. I can see we are also getting close to time. So, I think we've had a very, very interesting discussion. I'm sure you can also catch the panelists around the venue later if you have other questions. I've taken away a few important points, right? So one is, if I may use that pun a little bit, the direction of travel is very clear, right? We are getting started, but clearly there is opportunity, right? There is momentum, but there is also a clear logic, like you laid out, right, Parehmat? It makes sense from so many different angles that it just doesn't feel like we shouldn't believe in this, right? So I think we are getting to that tipping point. It's very important to keep the consumer in mind, but it is also very important to keep the producers and the infrastructure developers in mind, right? I think how our city planners and our urban planners think about this, given that we are making a very systemic change to how we move people and goods, I think is also going to be quite critical, right, as to how this evolves. I guess we are not alone, right? Indonesia, of course, will chart its own journey, but at different scales, other companies and countries have also figured out different paths. I think we should also be humble and learn from what has worked and what has not worked, right? But my takeaway is we are just getting started, but the promise is very, very clear, and the momentum is behind us, right? So thank you, I think, for each of your roles in making this happen, and also for sharing it with our audience today. Thank you very much. Maybe a round of applause for our panelists here for their valuable contributions, and also thank you for your questions. I think I will ask the host to guide us here. Do we have a group photo now?
Yes, please do so. So once again, thank you very much, speakers, and also moderator, Mr. Bala Subramanian, for leading this discussion. And let's have a picture together, gentlemen. Face the camera and don't forget to smile. This is our last panel discussion of the day, touching on the topic of emission-free mobility, catalyzing the shift to green mobility. A lot of best practices and experiences shared as well, and the plan for Indonesia. All right, thank you very much, speakers. Thank you, moderator. A very insightful discussion we just had this afternoon. Ladies and gentlemen, don't go anywhere yet. We are nearing the end of today's program, but we have some of the agendas at this very end of the program today. So please stay put in the plenary hall. And would like to also remind you to please remain seated as we continue with the next agenda. So ladies and gentlemen, next is the launch of Indonesia Transition Fact Book. It is a joint initiative by Bloomberg in collaboration with KADIN Indonesia. A launch of Indonesia Transition Fact Book. So this fact book has a description of Indonesia's net zero transformation that presents a $3.8 trillion investment opportunity through to 2050. Bloomberg in collaboration with KADIN Indonesia are pleased to launch the Indonesia Transition Fact Book. This fact book presents key data on Indonesia's energy transition, including the trends, challenges, and opportunities that are shaping it. Would like to invite to the stage for this launch of the fact book from Bloomberg Mr. Shantanu Jaiswal, Deputy CEO of Asia Pacific at Bloomberg Please come forward to the stage. And also from KADIN Indonesia, would like to invite Ms. Shinta Kamdani, Coordinating Vice Chairwoman for Human Development, Culture and Sustainable Development at KADIN Indonesia. So both parties bring their team to the stage right now. I would like to invite everyone to have a picture together in this very important moment and to also show the fact book to the cameras. Thank you. And now I would like to continue with speeches from both. And for the first opportunity, would like to invite Mr. Shantanu from Bloomberg for the speech.
Thank you very much, organizers. First of all, I would like to take this opportunity to thank KADIN. I'm really excited about this partnership that we have kicked off with KADIN Indonesia and the KADIN Global Engagement Office. This fact book that we have released just today, just right now, it's actually a brainchild of Pak Hashim and Pak Anindya, who's not here right now. But we met in New York 6 months back in April, and Pak Hashim's idea was that there are a lot of areas, plenty of areas where Indonesia is actually leading or amongst the leaders in energy transition. And a lot of people don't realize that, and we don't celebrate those wins So the idea was that why don't we create a fact book which highlights those items where where Indonesia either has a leadership position or has big potential to attract investments. And I'm really pleased that both with under the guidance of Pak Hashim, Pak Anindya, and with the support of KADIN, we are able to produce this report. I really hope that this report will serve as a barometer for understanding what exactly are the potential opportunities in Indonesia. There are plenty of opportunities. Energy transition is more than $3 trillion of opportunity in Indonesia if you're thinking about net zero targets across all various segments of the economy. And I sincerely hope that this report can bring more eyeballs of not just foreign, but even domestic lenders and financiers into the energy transition segment, and that we can get more out of it, and more dollars can flow into the country in the coming few years. Thank you very much. Again, thank you, KADIN. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Shantanu. And next would like to invite Ibu Shinta Kamdani from KADIN Indonesia.
Thank you very much, and thank you, Bloomberg, NEF. This journey started since B20 2022, and it's been 3 years now. And we have actually produced in B20 a legacy called Carbon Center of Excellence. And since then, our knowledge hub of Carbon Center of Excellence has really been able to gain a lot of membership and producing a lot of public knowledge, so that members and public can really understand what carbon is all about. And I think now with Bloomberg NEF, as mentioned, we have launched a very important Indonesian transition fact book. And we talk a lot about energy transition, but I think one thing about Bloomberg NEF is put the data in this book. So I think this will be important for all players, and we hope with this partnership and we continue to bring the development of energy transition and carbon market of Indonesia globally. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ibu Shinta Kamdani. Once again, congratulations on the launch of Indonesia Transition Fact Book. Thank you. You may all return to your seats. So, Indonesia Transition Fact Book, a very, very useful fact book that consists key data on Indonesia's energy transition, including the trends, challenges, opportunities that are shaping it. And it is Indonesia's net zero transformation that presents a $3.8 trillion investment opportunity through to 2050. Bloomberg NEF, in collaboration with KADIN Indonesia, launched that fact book, and hopefully this one can be a barometer for investment opportunities that lies in Indonesia. And ladies and gentlemen, talking about decarbonization, one of the most effective technologies used are actually CCS and CCUS. So now, ladies and gentlemen, strategic collaboration between Energi Mega Persada EMP and PEMA for Indonesia's low carbon future, carbon capture storage CCS and carbon capture utilization storage CCUS roadmap of Block Arun is actually on the way. And so for this, to get more information about it, I would like to invite to the stage Mr. Tri Firmanto, Director, Chief Operation Asset B, PT Energi Mega Persada Tbk, to the stage.
Honorable delegates of the Indonesian International Sustainable Forums, it's been my privilege here to be able to expose this very important project that Energi Mega Persada have with our distinguished partners, PT Pembangunan Aceh. For all of you to see, basically we would like to showcase the real project of carbon captures that with the real aim of reducing the carbon emissions that will hopefully be executed in the very near futures. EMP, we are EMP. EMP has 13 blocks, 13 working area, 12 is Indonesia, 12 in Indonesia, and 1 in Mozambique, Africa. And you can see the next slide, please. Yeah, these are our assets in both in Indonesia and also in one in Mozambique, Africa. But I want you guys to focus in one of our particular assets in the Aceh province, which is the B block. This asset, next slide. This asset was operated within the joint ventures with the local government's states-owned company called PT Pembangunan Aceh, PT PEMA, and we create a joint company called PEMA Global Energy that operate this B block. And within this block, it has been recognized that Arun field is one of the key potential for carbon storage that up to 500 million ton of CO2 capacity that can be utilized. And this is very important figures because it actually can basically absorb all the carbon emission of Singapore for the next 15 to 16 years, and also be a potential of a regional hub for CO2 in the very near futures. But near futures is a very relative terms, ladies and gentlemen. For us, EMP and PEMA with PGE, we have established a roadmap that can be utilized and can be used as maybe a blueprint for all the CO2 project, CCS project in Indonesia, which we have started this year in the May 2025. Even we already have an MOU in place with Pupuk Indonesia back in July 2025, which enabled the local emitters close to our operating area to be able to inject their CO2 as soon as possible. Within the regulation framework and also within the milestone that being helped by the local government, by the governor of Aceh himself, we are aiming that 2026, the POD will be in place and the execution of the project will be ongoing from 2026 until our targeted first injection will be began of CO2 will begin in 2030. I think we'll showcase one videos regarding about the exposures of the Arun CCS project. Thank you very much for your time and consideration.
Thank you very much, Mr. Tri Firmanto.
Show the video.
Sejak alih kelola wilayah kerja B di Aceh Utara pada Mei 2021, PT PEMA Global Energy atau PGE memiliki komitmen kuat untuk berkontribusi di industri hulu minyak dan gas bumi di Provinsi Aceh, serta berperan penting dalam menunjang ketahanan energi nasional. Mengelola sumur-sumur yang sudah lama beroperasi, PGE terus berusaha agar wilayah kerja B bisa tetap bernilai ekonomi. Produksi gas ditingkatkan seiring dengan pengeboran sumur-sumur produksi baru yang ditemukan. Komitmen PGE tak hanya sebatas pada kegiatan operasi dan produksi yang aman dan andal, tapi juga mencakup komitmen untuk menjaga kelestarian lingkungan hidup dalam menciptakan net zero emission. Ini dibuktikan PGE bersama BPMA mencanangkan program Carbon Capture Storage dan Carbon Capture Storage and Utilization atau CCS, CCUS di wilayah kerja B. CCS dan CCUS adalah teknologi yang bisa menangkap emisi karbon atau CO2 dari berbagai sumber industri dan menyimpannya di bawah permukaan bumi, sehingga secara signifikan mengurangi emisi CO2 dilepaskan ke atmosfer yang merupakan penyebab perubahan iklim. Bedanya, CCS hanya menangkap emisi CO2 dan menyimpannya, sementara CCUS mampu memanfaatkan emisi CO2 yang ditangkap menjadi berbagai keperluan, salah satunya peningkatan produksi minyak dan gas bumi. Studi Geologi, Geophysics and Reservoir atau GGR Arun SLS yang dilakukan PGE pada 2023 membuktikan bahwa lapangan Arun di wilayah kerja B sangat cocok untuk program CCS dan CCUS. Lapangan Arun memiliki reservoir batu gamping dengan seal rock atau batuan penutup yang baik sebagai penyimpanan CO2 dan dapat meminimalisir kebocoran CO2 ke lapisan di atasnya atau bahkan ke permukaan. Lokasi lapangan Arun juga sangat strategis karena berada di Selat Malaka yang sangat sibuk sehingga dapat menjadi hub dari berbagai sumber emiter CO2. Program CCUS akan menjadi tahap awal yang dilaksanakan di lapangan Arun. CO2 rencananya diinjeksikan ke reservoir melalui sumur-sumur injeksi untuk meningkatkan produksi. Emiter CO2 dari industri sekitar dan di tempat lain dapat juga menyalurkan CO2 melalui pipa yang terhubung ke sumur-sumur injeksi. Setelah produksi di lapangan Arun mencapai titik optimumnya atau facility limitation dan economic threshold menggunakan CCUS, barulah lapangan Arun masuk ke fase carbon capture storage atau CCS. Dengan kata lain, hanya melakukan injeksi CO2 ke dalam reservoir tanpa adanya pemanfaatan untuk peningkatan produksi. Secara total, program ini dapat menyimpan karbon dengan kapasitas hingga 10 triliun kaki kubik atau ekuivalen 504 juta metrik ton CO2. Artinya, PGE ikut berkontribusi signifikan dalam mendukung net zero emission pada 2060 yang sudah dicanangkan pemerintah Republik Indonesia. PT Pema Global Energy, for the brighter Aceh.
Thank you very much for your attention and kind considerations.
Mr. Tri Firmanto, thank you very much for showing us the update on CCS project at Project Arun or Block Arun. And Indonesia actually plans to become the hub of CCS, not only in the neighboring countries, but in Asia Pacific. And finally, ladies and gentlemen, we have come to the end of the first day of Indonesia International Sustainability Forum 2025. We thank you all speakers, organizers, participants for your active contributions today. And definitely we'll look forward to see you again tomorrow for the second day of ISF 2025. We will start at 9:30 a.m. tomorrow morning. Thank you very much for today and hoping to see you tomorrow and have a pleasant evening, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.